Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Salty Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Beast Morphing Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Everything is fine. Why? Because I am here. The deep, booming voice of All Might bellowed throughout the computer room as the shelves shook from the reverberation from the speakers. This must have been the 1000th time that Izuku has watched this video. At least that's what his mother said. But one could hardly blame a young boy for wanting to see such an amazing video over and over again. All Might was the coolest hero ever, and this particular video, depicting him saving hundreds of civilians at once with that signature shining smile on his face, was by far Izuku's favorite. All Might is so cool. I wanna be just like him. I'm gonna be a great hero someday. Right, Kaken? F yeah. But you are gonna have to fight me for the top spot, Deku. Don't think you can surpass me. Bakugo Katsuki had to be the only person that Izuku knew that was as big of a fan of All Might as he was. The two boys met on the first day of kindergarten, and their mutual desire to be amazing heroes along with their idolization for the #1 hero helped them become fast friends. Izuku referred to Bakugo as Kaken simply because Katsuki was a little too hard for him to say. Bakugo had a similar instance where he saw Izuku's name in writing and misread the kanji. There was a debate between the two over Katsuki referring to Izuku as Deku due to the reading that Katsuki interpreted meaning one that is useless or cannot do anything. But ultimately Izuku was convinced that it was just a nickname like Kaken was. Just you wait, Deku. Once we get our quirks there will be nothing to stop me from being the greatest hero ever. Better than All Might, even. And don't worry, you can be my sidekick. Bakugo was a confident kid who never shied away from speaking his mind in his signature loudmouth style. Wah, come on Kaken. I don't want to be a sidekick, I want to be a hero too. Some would say that Izuku and Katsuki's opposing personalities were part of the reason they were good friends. One was brash and expressive, the other timid and reserved. They sort of balanced each other out in a way and affected how the other acted at times. Katsuki crossed his arms and looked away with a pout, but after a few seconds, he turned back to his friend with a smirk. I'll think about it. The two boys shared a smile and turned back to the computer screen that they were previously looking at. Wanna watch it again, Kaken? F yeah. Rewind that sit, Deku. Just as the two boys were about to restart the video, the door to the room burst open to reveal Katsuki's mother Mitsuki glaring at her son. Katsuki, what the F did I tell you about swearing, you little sit? She grabbed her son by the ear and began dragging him across the floor and out into the hallway, with Katsuki kicking and screaming the whole way. Ag, let go of me you old bat. Deku, save yourself. Izuku stood petrified with fear as Mitsuki yanked her son out of the room and around the corner out of sight. Moments later, Izuku's mother and Ko peeked her head into the room and gave her son a nervous smile. And maybe it's time to take a break from the computer for today. Come to the kitchen for a snack. BASTMOD. Izuku was sitting under a tree in the playground, writing away in his notebook about heroes that his mother had gotten him. Ever since she and Kaken had helped him learn how to read and write, he found the perfect outlet for his countless thoughts and ideas about all his favorite heroes. The rest of the kids in class preferred to run around and play all break and usually left Izuku alone, which was fine by him. Izuku liked to play as much as any kid, but sometimes it was nice for him to just unwind and fill some pages out of hero analysis for the future. By his sides, several squirrels had scampered down from the treetops and stood near him, eyeing his activity curiously. Izuku always wondered what it was about him that animals were so drawn to. Everywhere he went, if he stayed outside anywhere for long enough, wildlife would eventually come towards him. He didn't mind much, though. Animals were so interesting to him and were probably his favorite thing after heroes. The case with animal-themed heroes was a whole other conversation in of itself. Deku. Izuku was shaken out of his train of thought when he heard his best friend call out to him. He looked up to see Katsuki sprinting towards him and skidded to a halt in front of where he was sitting. Oh hey, Kaken. What's up that has you so excited? Katsuki stood there for a moment, hands on his knees and hunched over to catch his breath. Huff, huff. Deku, I just came back from the doctor's. Check this sit out. Izuku raised an eyebrow for a moment before the gears clicked in his brain and he immediately leaped to his feet in anticipation. Katsuki held his hands out, palms facing towards the sky, and made a face of pure concentration. Slowly his palms began to emit smoke before they suddenly ignited into small orange sparks. I got my quirk. Isn't it badass? Izuku's eyes were gleaming with excitement as he watched his best friend showcase his newly developed quirk. That's so cool. Kaken, you have a super awesome quirk. How does it work? Katsuki smirked victoriously. The doctor said my sweat is explosive, like some chemical called nitroglycerin. I can make explosions in my palms and blast beaches to bits. Izuku had his notebook out to a fresh page and began furiously writing. Well, that actually makes a whole lot of sense considering your parents' quirks. With Auntie Mitsuki's glycerin quirk and Uncle Masaru's oxidizing sweat quirk, it makes perfect sense that when combined, you could make sweat that could explode. It really is cool how your quirk is like a perfect combination of your parents' quirk, like some kind of perfect recipe. Just think about all the different things you could do with your quirk. Katsuki stood with a throbbing vein, impatiently seeing Izuku fall into another one of his incoherent muttering spells. He and Izuku were both fairly smart for their age, but the green-haired nerd had way too much sit packed into that egghead of his. A light bulb went off in Katsuki's head and a sadistic smile stretched across his face. He put his palms on either side of Izuku's ears and activated his quirk. Pop pop. Izuku leapt about 20 feet in the air and landed unceremoniously on the ground, leaving Katsuki rolling on the floor with laughter and the rest of the kids in the playground looking their way, wondering what was going on. As both boys got up from the ground, Katsuki wiping a few tears from his eyes and Izuku rubbing his behind with a pout, a crowd of other kids formed around them. "Hey, Katsuki, you got your quirk?" one girl asked. He nodded and showed the rest of the class in the same way he had demonstrated to Izuku earlier. Many oohs and ahs were had at the revelation of such a powerful quirk. Wow, so that makes Katsuki the fourth kid in class with a quirk now. As more and more kids praised Katsuki's quirk and swarmed him with questions, he felt something very warm welling up within himself. He slowly formed a wide grin and faraway look in his eyes as the compliments and questions poured in. "I'm amazing." This was it. The moment that Katsuki knew would come eventually. This was the moment that he knew it would be clear that he was cut from a different cloth from everyone else. With this quirk, nothing could stop him from reaching the top and being the strongest hero of all time. Out of the corner of his eye, Katsuki noticed Izuku behind the crowd, returning to his seat under the tree and began to write in his notebook with a barely noticeable frown on his face. Katsuki stared at Izuku for a few moments, now completely ignoring all of the kids around him. That nerd. The ASTMOD. Izuku and Katsuki were walking through the forest, knee-deep in another one of their wonderful adventures into the great unknown. It had been 2 weeks since Katsuki had manifested his quirk, and the ash-blonde hothead was finally getting the hang of controlling his explosions. In fact, it had been almost 3 days since he accidentally blew something up and got scolded by his mom. With his hands crossed behind his head, Katsuki stopped walking, causing Izuku to bump into his back. "Oof, Kaken, why'd you stop like that?" Izuku held his butterfly net in his hands, tilting his head to the side in confusion as to why his friend decided to just stop in the middle of nowhere. "Deku." Katsuki stared down Izuku with his arms crossed, a frown on his face. "What the hell is wrong with you, huh?" Izuku gulped. I don't know what you're talking about, Kaken. What do you mean?" Katsuki smacked his hands together, creating an explosion powerful enough to startle Izuku onto his butt. "Don't give me that bullshit, you effing nerd. Why the F have you been acting so off lately? And don't give me some garbage excuse, or I'm gonna blast your face to the moon, got it?" Izuku wrung his hands around the handle of his net nervously. Well, it's just that. You already got your quirk and it's so strong and everything. What if I get mine and it's not good enough for me to be a hero like All Might? And I can't keep up with you. I mean, my mom's quirk is only attracting small objects, and she never told me anything about Dad's. "Shut the F up, Deku." Katsuki got right in Izuku's face, a furious scowl on his own. "What kind of pee is talking is that, huh? Who cares about your mom's quirk or about your deadbeat effing dad? You don't even have your quirk yet and you are already acting like a pathetic little chode." Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the collar and bore a hole through his face with his intense stare. "You think All Might never had to do stuff that was hard? You think he was crying like you, or did he say F it and keep going? Of course you'll never be as good as me, I'm awesome. But if you keep acting like a little beach before you even know what your quirk is, you'll never be set. I'm not gonna waste my time carrying around a useless little beach, Deku." Katsuki let Izuku go and turned away from him with his arms crossed. The two stood silent for a few moments, the only sounds being the wind whistling through the trees and the faint babbling of a brook somewhere past the tree line. Izuku sat on the ground, staring at the ground with his hair shadowing his bright emerald eyes. Would a hero feel like this? My story hasn't even started yet. I need to get to the start line before anything else. That's what a hero would do. That's what All Might would do, right? Kaken is not gonna stop for me. No one is. I need to think like a hero and stay strong. Katsuki tapped his foot impatiently. If the damn nerd was not gonna shape up soon, he was gonna blast the shit out of him and ditch his ass. Just as Katsuki's patience was about to run out, he felt a hand grip tightly on his shoulder. He turned to see Izuku with a look he had never seen before in his life. There was a gleam in his green eyes that was undeniably defiant and full of fire. "Kaken." Izuku kept his expression steady. "Thank you." Katsuki scoffed and smacked Izuku's hand off of his shoulder. "Shut up. I don't need your silly thanks. You still ain't shown that you are anything but a pebble." Despite the harsh words, Izuku knew Katsuki well enough to read between the lines and nodded with a smile. "Just you wait. BSTMOD. Izuku felt as satisfied could be. His mom had just taken him out for a super special dinner for his 6th birthday where he had the chance to eat his weight in katsudon before sharing a delicious ice cream sundae with his lovely mother. He had received wonderful gifts from both his mother and the Bakugo family, but what Izuku really wanted more than anything was for his quirk to finally manifest. Most of his class had gotten their quirks already, and Izuku was starting to get worried about why his was taking so long. To be fair, quirks manifested anywhere between birth and about 6 or 7 years old, so he was still within that window, but that didn't make it any easier for him to wait. A visit to the doctor had revealed that he may be a late bloomer, as his physical growth was slightly behind some kids his age as well, meaning that it was entirely possible for his quirk to be just as behind. So all Izuku could really do was wait and see. Kaken had yelled at him for not doing more to prepare for heroics besides researching, so he tried to be more active and trained with his blonde companion. He also asked his mom to let him learn some sort of martial arts, but he wouldn't start until later in the year, as he and his mother were turning the corner onto the street of their apartment building. Izuku noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. Curiously, the young boy peered into an alleyway to see something rustling between a few bags of trash. Izuku, come on honey, don't go playing in the trash, it's dirty. Inko tried her best to scold her son, but the young mind was too curious to be stopped at times. She followed Izuku towards the source of the rustling to see her son kneeling before a small Rottweiler puppy. Hey there little one, where'd you come from? Izuku stuck his hand out, and the puppy tentatively moved towards him. Izuku closed the rest of the distance, petting the dog on its head. The puppy slowly warmed up to the affection and began panting happily. Inko moved towards the two, but that startled the dog and it hid behind Izuku's leg. Inko observed the physical state of the animal and could tell that it had been out on its own for quite some time. And from the look that Izuku was giving it, she had a feeling where this day would be going. Even so, she had to at least pretend to put up some sort of fight so Izuku wouldn't become too spoiled. Mom, she's all alone. Can we keep her? Izuku was a master of the puppy-dog look, and it did not help at all that Inko was a sucker for all things Izuku. She did her best to put up a strong front and crossed her arms. Now, Izuku, having a pet is a big responsibility. I can do it, I promise. I'm gonna be the best hero ever, right? I can save her and take care of her. Please, Mom. Izuku was bowing before his mother, and the dark-coated puppy was curiously mirroring his actions, causing Inko to be almost overloaded at the cute display. How can I say no to this? Like I could have said no, anyway. Inko sighed. Okay, Izuku, we can keep her. Hooray. Izuku cheered as he scooped up the puppy into his arms. But you are giving her a bath as soon as we get home. BSTMOD. Izuku sat on the floor of his room, playing with the newest addition to his little family. Luckily, one of their downstairs neighbors was giving away some old dog stuff, so they didn't have to buy as much as they would have otherwise. As he tossed a rubber ball across the room for the umpteenth time, his mind ran rampant with what having a dog would change for him. I can take you for walks before school and then after dinner. Oh, you can go on adventures with me and Kaken. He seems kinda mean at first, but he is my best friend in the whole wide world. Oh, wait, what should I name you? Izuku reached down and scratched his puppy behind the ears, eliciting contented growling as she leaned into her new owner's ministrations. What would you like to be named? What would you like to be named? Izuku affectionately scratched the pup's exposed belly, smiling at her happy reactions. Suddenly, the dog rolled over onto its feet and began looking around Izuku's room. Understable, being in a new environment and all. The puppy slowly patted her way around, sniffing every now and then, and stopped under Izuku's bed, where she sniffed several more times before ducking under the overhanging blanket and pulling out one of Izuku's All Might action figures that must have fell off of the shelf and gotten pushed under there. Hey, be careful with the teeth. Izuku carefully took the figure from the dog and inspected it for any scratches or noticeable imperfections. He was relieved to see his figure still in mint condition, the smiling face of All Might smiling back at him. Izuku was particularly proud of this figure. It was ultra rare and there were only 100 in existence. He wiped it off and carefully placed it back onto the shelf above his bed, eyeing the special Hero of Hope costume the figure donned. Izuku's eyes lingered on the large hope written across the plastic All Might's chest. He turned to his puppy, who was sitting and looking up at him with a head tilted in curiosity. Hope, BSTMOD. Deku was really pushing his damn luck. He always took his sweetest time, and Katsuki almost always found himself waiting for the nerd to show up. The blonde sat impatiently on top of a large rock just outside of the forest that he and Izuku frequently explore. That stupid effing F. He better have a good effing reason for this sit. Just as Katsuki was about to dive further into an anger-fueled rant about punctuality and making people wait, he saw Izuku running towards him with some kind of dog or some sit running behind him. Hey Kaken, sorry for taking so long. Shut up, Deku. About time you effing showed up. And what's with the dog? Katsuki bent down to inspect the puppy, who carefully edged towards the stranger in front of her. Oh, I found her last week all on her own. She had no one else, so I couldn't just leave her there. Izuku bent down and gestured towards Katsuki. Go ahead, girl. Don't be shy. This is Kaken. The dog turned from her owner towards Katsuki and began sniffing him out. After a few moments, she yipped happily and leapt into the boy's arms, licking his face repeatedly. Arg, get off you damn mutt. Stop haha, stop licking me. Katsuki could barely contain his laughter as the animal assaulted his face with affection. After a few hilarious moments of witnessing the adorable scene, Izuku stepped in and pulled his dog off his best friend's face. What the F, Deku? Control your damn dog. Despite trying his best to be angry, Katsuki couldn't wipe the gleeful grin plastered on his face. He wiped his wet face with the bottom of his t-shirt and tried his best to regain his composure. So what's her name? Izuku smiled and ruffled his pet's head. Nozomi. I feel like taking her in off of the streets gave her hope for a proper life, so she should represent the kind of hero that I want to be. One that stands as a pillar of hope that everyone can look up to and rely on. PFFTT, that's pretty lame, Deku. Katsuki turned his nose up at Izuku with his arms crossed. Hesitantly, he turned his head towards Nozomi and stuck his hand out. Nozomi waddled up to him and licked his hand affectionately, causing Katsuki to smirk in approval. Ha, at least she knows I'm awesome. Alright, we've wasted enough damn time. Come on, Deku. Katsuki broke into a run and disappeared into the woods. See, Nozomi, Kaken is a good guy once you get to know him. Nozomi barked in approval before the two ran off after their friend. BASTMOD. Izuku, Katsuki, and Nozomi had made their way to a clearing overlooking a small pond where they sat to relax for a few minutes. The pair of boys took turns tossing a stick into the distance for Nozomi to fetch. Hey, losers. They turned to see a group of kids from their class standing a few feet away from them, a mix of cocky smirks and angry frowns among the crowd. The apparent leader of the group was Honchi, one of the kids in their class with a powerful quirk, and was the self-proclaimed king of their grade until Katsuki manifested his and quickly showed him up. Never one to be talked down to. Katsuki immediately leapt to his feet with a scowl on his face and stepped towards his opposition, as Izuku and Nozomi trailed slightly behind him. The F did you say, you little beach? You think I can't take you, skeleton? A vein formed on Honchi's forehead at the nickname regarding his quirk, and he had to be held back by a few of his cronies before he sprouted any bones from his arms. Come on, Kaken, it's not worth it. Just leave them, let's just get out of here. Izuku put a shoulder on his friend to try and reason with him, but it was quickly jerked off. Shut up, Deku. How the hell you gonna be a hero if you keep letting effers like them talk shit about you? You should listen to your boyfriend, Katsuki. There's no way you can take on all of us by yourself. What is Izuku gonna do? Huh? He doesn't even have a quirk yet. Every one of Honchi's lackeys began laughing along with him, deeply angering Katsuki and even slightly miffing Izuku. Honchi's laughter was interrupted when a combusting palm impacted squarely in his face with a ferocious boom. Arg. Honchi fell backwards like a ton of bricks holding his smoldering face, his group of hooligans too stunned to move. Don't effing talk about shit you ain't know nothing about. Deku is 10 times what you plebs could ever be. Katsuki growled. He instinctively turned his head and glared at Izuku so that he wouldn't mention what was just said or try and say some corny shit. Let's get the hell out of here. You're gonna pay for this, Katsuki. The group of boys picked up their sobbing leader and ran away into the woods, leaving Katsuki with a victorious smirk on his face and Izuku walking up to his side shaking his head. Sheesh, you got him pretty hard, Kaken. Was that really necessary? Who cares what they say? I know I'm not as weak as everyone thinks. Shut up, Deku. Let's get the F out of here, I'm hungry. Katsuki shoved his hands into his pockets and trudged off. Izuku nodded and turned to call his dog. Nozomi. He looked around, a bit confused. Nozomi, where did you go? Izuku was starting to panic a bit. Kaken, she's gone. You must have scared her off with your explosion. Come on, hurry. We have to find her. He wasted no time before breaking off into a sprint into the trees. Damn it, Deku. This isn't my damn fault. Katsuki gritted his teeth before sprinting off after Izuku. Nozomi, you little effer, you better not be lost. BASTMOD. Izuku looked around frantically as he called out Nozomi's name over and over again. He could feel his composure begin to plummet as he saw no signs of his beloved dog anywhere. Stopping to take a breath, Izuku bent over with his arm holding himself up against a tree. Huff ... Okay, calm down. I won't find her if I am just running around like crazy. I need to think about this. Heroes find missing people all the time. I just have to be like a hero. Okay. Izuku caught his breath and did his best to calm himself. If I were Nozomi, what would I do? I need to put myself in the mindset of a dog. Think like a dog, think like a dog. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and felt different. Had he always been this low the ground? What was wrong with his eyes? Everything looked weird and gray. He tried to look down at his hands, but he couldn't see them. He could feel his arms and legs, but no fingers or toes. What was going on? Why was he on all fours? Izuku stepped out of the pile of fabric he was somehow buried in. Wait, that was his clothes. Why was he naked? Why did his clothes get so big, or did he shrink? The poor boy was thoroughly confused, but his inner freakout stopped when he caught the scent of something very familiar. Nozomi, sniff sniff that way. Without another thought, he ran off in the direction of his Rottweiler puppy. Stmod. Katsuki was getting more and more irritated by the second. First, that damn skeleton bastard comes and starts talking shit. Then Deku's cute dumb dog runs away and they have to find it. Now, Katsuki can't even find Deku. Gah! Katsuki pulled at his spiky blonde hair in frustration. He then noticed something odd several feet ahead of him. What the hell? Katsuki trailed off as he came upon a pile of clothes. The same clothes that Izuku was wearing. He then saw paw prints in the dirt and sighed in relief. Finally, Katsuki broke off into a run, following the trail of prints towards what had to be Nozomi and a naked Deku for some reason. Katsuki chose not to question it. He was too hungry to care. Reaching the end of the trail of footprints, Katsuki looked around for any sign of the nerd or his dog when he heard barking nearby. Heading in that direction, Katsuki stopped dead in his tracks when he saw Nozomi playing with another Rottweiler, except green instead of black and brown. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the scene again, confused that he still saw the same thing. What the hell? Both puppies turned their heads towards him and made a mad dash in his direction. Nozomi leapt into Katsuki's torso and nestled herself comfortably inside his shirt with her head poking out of his collar, while the green dog jumped around yipping frantically. Katsuki unconsciously rubbed Nozomi's head while he eyed the weird green dog suspiciously. He looked down at Nozomi's happy expression with a raised eyebrow. Where did the nerd go? Nozomi barked and pointed her small paw towards the green dog before them. Hey, why do you mean that's Deku? That's a damn dog, you damn dog. The green dog barked several more times at Katsuki before his very eyes, it started to transform. Katsuki stood slack-jawed as the form of Rottweiler began to disappear as the parts of a human began to take shape. The form slowly stood up to reveal a slightly confused-looking and very naked Izuku. I can explain. Stmod. So your quirk ... is that you can turn into a dog. Well, when you say it like that, it doesn't sound cool, Kaken. That's because it isn't cool, Katsuki exclaimed. What the hell kind of hero could you be if you can only turn into a dog? Actually, Kaken, there are plenty of canine-related quirks among heroes. I think even, god damn it, Deku, you know what I'm trying to say. Couldn't you have a quirk to at least turn into a cool animal, like a lion or something? Izuku, still sitting naked on the ground, sighed wistfully. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, huh? Imagine me turning into a lion. Katsuki turned to face Izuku. Well anyway, let's get the hell out of here, I'm effing starving. He was now facing a green-furred mountain lion staring at him inquisitively. It happened again. This came out as a series of low growls, mind you. Katsuki's arms fell lifeless at his side. Did you just... Izuku transformed back to his human form and sat on the ground with a sheepish grin on his face. Heh, guess my quirk is pretty cool after all, huh? Stmod. After a long-awaited meal, Katsuki and Izuku spent the rest of their afternoon experimenting with the latter's quirk to try and see just what it was capable. As it turned out, Izuku's quirk allowed him to transform into any known animal that he could think of. Reptiles, birds, Izuku could do it all. For some reason, Katsuki particularly enjoyed it when Izuku tried to turn into different insects, but he spent the majority of his time trying out more battle-ready animals. He felt particularly cool transforming into a giant eastern lowland gorilla, towering over his 6-year-old friend. Izuku spent hours testing out his quirk, long after Bakugo got tired of it and went home, and was barely able to trudge home with Nozomi energetically bouncing by his side. I'm home, Izuku drawled out as he dragged his feet through the doorway. Oh, Izuku, you're back later than usual. Did you have fun on your adventures today with Katsuki-kun and Nozomi? Inko said, wiping her hands on her apron. Izuku was suddenly full of energy again, shooting to his feet with a wide smile on his face. Mom, guess what? I got my quirk today. Inko's jaw hit the ground before she scooped her son up into the air and twirled him around in circles. Oh, honey, I'm so happy to hear that. I'm sure you must be so excited to learn all about it and be the best you can be. The Midoriya matriarch wiped a few stray tears from her eyes as she led her son into the living room. Honey, show me your quirk. I want to know exactly what to expect from my little hero in the making. Izuku nodded vigorously before running to the center of the living room. He scrunched his eyes in a state of focus before transforming into a green Rottweiler puppy and leaping onto his mother's lap, panting happily up at her. Oh, so cute. Inko grabbed puppy Izuku and began rubbing their cheeks together affectionately. Izuku squirmed in her grasp and back onto the ground before transforming back to normal. Cool, huh? I can transform into any animal I can think of. It is amazing, sweetie. But ... why are you naked? Inko asked with a sweat drop. Oh, well, my clothes don't change when I transform, Mom. Actually, I had to take my clothes off so they wouldn't rip when I turned into bigger animals. When I get my hero costumes, I'm gonna have to get some kind of material that can stretch and shrink so I'm not naked all the time. I can't be a hero if my PP is out all the time. Izuku, I bet there are heroes that have transformations that can mess up their costumes unless they are made from special materials. Izuku, I wonder if I can get that kind of stuff too. Then I'd always have to have it on or else I could not use my quirk as much as I want. I wonder if I will want to eat what my animal eats after I transform. Oh, what else might happen after I become a certain animal? Izuku. Inko finally shook her son from his ramblings and held his shoulders square so that they were facing each other. Izuku, I just want to let you know, you're gonna be a wonderful hero someday. She pulled her son into a loving embrace, which he immediately returned with as much strength as his little arms could muster. Both Midoriyas had steady tears forming down their faces as they enjoyed the tender moment. Thanks, Mom. I'll make you proud and be the best hero ever. BASTMOD. Izuku and Katsuki rounded the corner on their way towards the park a few blocks away from their school. They found that this park was perfect for training, as it had a large jungle gym that they could maneuver through and a swing set because, well, swings are the best. Hey, the two turned around to see the group of boys from a while back, as angry and douchey looking as usual. Honchi was once again leading the pack, but he was now sporting a large burn spreading across his face, courtesy of Bakugo's attack. This time, he was much more prepared, already having activated his quirk to produce dull bone rods from his arms. You swipes aren't gonna get away so easily this time, Honchi shouted, as his cronies activated their various quirks and surrounded the two friends. You're gonna pay for this, he spat out, pointing to the mark on his face. Katsuki growled with anger and his palms started sparking. You talk a lot, but all I see is a bunch of beaches who are about to get their asses kicked. Come on guys, why do we have to fight? We aren't supposed to be using our quirks in public either. We could get in trouble. Kaken, don't let them make you ma. Izuku was interrupted by a sucker punch to the back of the head, knocking him down to the ground as he clutched his head in pain. That strike served as enough distraction for the group of almost a dozen to get the jump on Katsuki. Overwhelming his quirk and strength via sheer force of numbers, Katsuki managed to get a few solid explosions in on the mob. But there were simply too many of them for him to handle at once. He quickly found himself on the ground, trying his best to shield his face and sternum from the barrage of fists and feet raining down on him from above. However, he knew he could only keep his shell of defense up for so long, feeling the brunt of more and more hits as time went on. Just outside of the circle of boys beating down on Katsuki's fetal form, Izuku lay on his stomach, trying his best to make sense of what had just happened to him. His head was spinning, and could barely hear muffled grunting and yelling over the ringing in his ears. Beginning to shake the cobwebs off, his vision cleared and he made out the group kicking the crap out of Katsuki. Seeing his best friend in such a state made Izuku's blood boil. And as he shakily rose to his feet, the green-headed boy could feel his anger coursing through his body. Stop it, he mumbled, clutching the back of his head. Stop. Izuku found his bearings and felt a rage well within him that he had never felt before. Ghetto FFF him. The guttural cry of pure rage shook the playground to its very core, causing every one of the group to turn around and widen their eyes in fear. Katsuki let out a shaky breath and was barely able to keep his non-swollen eye open as he took on the form of Izuku. Despite the pain he was feeling all over his body, Katsuki let out a pained chuckle. Damn nerd. You beaches are fed. Honchi and his gang were frozen in fear, staring face to face with a literal beast, Izuku in the form of an enormous green Siberian tiger staring them down. Izuku bared his sharp fangs and slowly edged towards them, a low growl rumbling out of his throat. WWW, what the hell is that? He's a monster. Honchi barely had time to shriek in fear before Izuku pounced forward and knocked all of his cronies out with a single swipe of his massive front paw. He landed and snarled at the terrified boy, who was now on his behind, shuffling back as fast as he could. GG, get back. Stay away. Honchi swiped his arms wildly in front of him, trying his best to fend off the ferocious Izuku stalking towards him angrily. Izuku came to a stop mere inches away from the boy, growling quietly but staring him dead in the face. Izuku then let out a vicious roar, causing Honchi to scream in utter terror and scramble to his feet in attempt of escape. However, Izuku managed to grab onto his pant leg, yanking the boy's trousers down before tearing them to shreds. Honchi was left to run home crying, pantsless and in dire need of a new pair of underwear. Immediately after being left alone, Izuku, still in his tiger form, made his way over to Katsuki and began licking his face, trying to rouse him and clean off the blood caking him. Deku. Katsuki slowly came to, spitting out a few gobfuls of blood as he reached his hand towards Izuku's nose and let off a small explosion. Izuku jolted backwards, whining and rubbing the spot of impact. He transformed back to normal and sniffled as he held his nose. "Kaken, that hurt," he cried. "That's what you get, nerd. Don't ever lick me again." Katsuki rose to a sitting position and wiped a forearm across his mouth. "It really take me getting my ass kicked for you to finally grow a pair, you stupid F." Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, Kaken. I don't think they are gonna bother us anymore, at least. I would effing hope not. You made that beach piss his pants. Oh, and you know how yours couldn't figure out what the hell your hero name was gonna be? I'm pretty sure I got the perfect one." Izuku leaned forward expectantly. "But put some clothes on first, you freak." Izuku fell flat on his face. Kaken, despite the world being overrun by heroes and villains with as many quirks as the human mind could imagine, there always had to be some sort of mundane or ordinary things to balance out all that wonderment. School was one of those mundane things. Izuku was well aware of the importance of a strong academic background and actually enjoyed learning new things. But his junior high left a tiny little bit to be desired in terms of overall quality in both staff and curriculum. This was part of the reason why he tended to zone out of whatever rudimentary lesson that the less than enthusiastic teachers would be droning on about at any given point in time. No, instead, he made much more productive use of his time. Over the years, Izuku's passion for hero analytics had blossomed from a hobby to a full-blown obsession. He was currently on volume number 13 of his hero analysis for the future with no signs of slowing down. Even if his teachers cared a lot more about doing their jobs, Izuku had a feeling they would not bug him too much about his lack of attentiveness in class simply because his grades were so high. The only person keeping Izuku from taking the spot at the top of his class was his biggest rival and best friend, Bakugo. If there was one thing that was a widespread fact among the students and staff at Aldera Junior High, it was that if any kids from the school had a shot at becoming a pro hero one day, it was Bakugo and Midoriya. Nicknamed the ferocious duo by their peers, the two boys were at the absolute top of the food chain. They ate, trained, studied, and did just about everything else together. Boys wanted to be them, girls wanted to be with them. No matter the context, everyone wanted a piece of them on their inevitable rise to the top. "Izuku-kun, do you want to go to the arcade with us after school?" Yep, Izuku figured it was about time. At least a few times a day, different groups of girls in his class would try and get him and Katsuki to hang out with them. At first, Izuku just thought they were trying to be friendly, but Katsuki did his darndest to drill it into his head that the girls were nothing but attention seekers that wanted to be associated with them, much like most of the people in his class. At first, he thought his friend was just being paranoid, but after a while, it became clear that they all had ulterior motives. It was a somewhat sad reality, only being wanted for association's sake and not actual friendship, but Izuku had come to terms with it a bit. He learned to let them down easy and go about his business. It wasn't like he wasn't happy with Kaken, Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru, Nozomi, and his mom in his life. Turning to face the trio of girls standing in front of his desk, Izuku gave them a polite smile. "Good morning, Akina, Yue, Hiyori. I don't know. Me and Kaken were supposed to hang out after school. Maybe ask him if he wants to go." Redirecting girls to Katsuki was always Izuku's ace in the hole, as the blonde teen had no qualms with telling them off. "Katsuk, F off. We ain't got time to hang around with you losers." Short and sweet, classic Kaken. Usually, this would be the end of the conversation, but from the looks that the girls were giving each other, Izuku had a bad feeling that there would be some sort of scheme in the works. "Awa, don't be like that, Katsuki-kun," Akina whined, twirling a strand of her between her fingers. "The Katsuki-kun, your mom is a real estate agent, right?" Hiyori asked. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the question while Katsuki eyed the girls suspiciously. "Yeah, what's it to you?" "Oh, nothing." The girl casually swung her intertwined hands in front of her. "It's just that. My mom is a real estate agent too, and she has a Bakugo Mitsuki that works at the same agency as her. They are friends, even. And from what I am told, Mitsuki-san talks a lot about her son and when he will finally start talking to girls. Now, what would she say if she knew that you were voluntarily telling girls off that want to spend quality time with you?" She gave her friends a victory pose as Katsuki ground his teeth in anger. "Giorararar. Got him it. Fine. We can go to the stupid arcade after school for 1 hour. And UFS are buying." The girls squealed in delight with Izuku trying to contain his laughter from his seat behind his spiky-haired friend. If there was anyone scarier when mad than Katsuki, it was easily his mom Mitsuki. As much as Katsuki talked back to her, he always listened to his mother in the end, and for good reason. Izuku slightly shivered at the thought of an enraged Auntie Mitsuki. He had witnesses that many times over his years of friendship with Kaken. Katsuki shot around and slapped Izuku's desk with an explosion. "The F are you laughing about, Deku? If I have to go, you have to go, you effing nerd." Izuku stopped laughing and groaned. "Ugh, fine. I'll come." They were partners. After all, he couldn't abandon Kaken, even for trivial things like this. The girls cried in joy, causing Izuku and Katsuki to slump their shoulders in defeat. Effing bullshit. Damn old lady. Katsuki muttered under his breath, arms crossed and an angry pout on his face. They were saved from any further coercing by the morning bell, as their teacher came through the doorway and hushed them all into their seats. Good morning, class. Please take your seats so we can get started. As you know, you're in your 3rd year, so we need to start talking about career paths. So, I have these career aptitude forms to fill out. But you all are aiming for the hero course. He threw the forms into the air as the majority of the class activated their quirks and cheered their lungs out. Now, I get that you're all excited, but quirk use is still prohibited. I'm not about to miss out on tenure cause you kids can't take it easy. Hey, don't lump me in with all these extras, sensei. Katsuki leaped on top of his desk and stuck a thumb to his chest. I'm going to UA next year, where I'll claim the top spot again and destroy everyone else on my way to becoming the #1 hero. I'll be better than All Might himself and go down in history as the greatest hero there ever was. You don't have to rub it in our faces, Katsuki. Yeah, you don't have to act like such a damn hot shot all the time. Katsuki ignored the whines from his peers and continued on his egotistical monologue. I aced all the practice exams. And with my awesome quirk, there is no way I'm not getting into UA. UA? Huh, Midoriya. Don't you want to go to that school too? Everyone turned to the back of the class, where Izuku looked up from his notebook. Yep, I am definitely gonna do my best to get into UA. It was All Might's alma mater after all. The rest of the class murmured wildly about the possibility of both of their top students getting into the national school. UA was notorious as the most prestigious hero school in Japan with a minuscule 0.2% acceptance rate and was where many of the world's current pro heroes began their journey. Katsuki hopped down from his desk and leaned his face right in front of Deku's, a menacing smile on his face. Don't think that you're gonna do better than me, Deku. I am the one who is gonna surpass All Might. Try not to break an arm jerking yourself off, nerd. Despite Katsuki's visible aura of intimidation, Izuku showed no signs of backing down and simply shrugged to his longtime friend with a playful smirk on his face. I guess we'll see then, won't we, Kaken? All right, that's enough you two. Please settle down, and let's get started on some really interesting stuff. Who has heard of the War of 1812? Yep, school was definitely one of those mundane, boring things in life. BSTMOD. The F do you mean you gotta run an errand? What the F, Deku? In the general sense of the word, Izuku considered himself a pretty nice guy. He tried to be kind to others and took pride in his empathy and sympathy. With that being said, he couldn't help but not feel all that bad that his mom had just texted him to run a few errands after school, meaning that he could not accompany Katsuki and the 3 girls to the arcade. He did feel slightly guilty, but seeing all 3 girls clinging to his best friend like their lives depended on it, blushes to accompany their giggles of feminine delight definitely helped combat that feeling. My mom just texted me and said she needed some stuff from the store for dinner tonight, but can't get them herself because she is working later than usual. Sorry. Izuku smiled weakly at his fuming friend. I can get it quickly and meet you guys there. It should only take me like 15 minutes, tops. Katsuki grumbled under his breath, still not exploding at the girls hanging off of him, much to the impressed surprise of Izuku. Fine, let's go already, you're on the clock. Cringing at the squealing teenage girls, Katsuki shot a look back at Izuku as he was being dragged out of the classroom. The message was loud and clear in Izuku's head. Hurry the F up, or you're dead. BSTMOD. Checking the time on his phone, Izuku saw that he was ahead of schedule and sighed in relief that Katsuki would not have to be kept waiting much longer. I hope Kaken isn't being too difficult. I can't imagine how he is right now with just those 3 girls. Izuku stopped at an intersection, recognizing the area as a path he and Katsuki used to take sometimes as kids. Maybe I should take a shortcut. Adjusting his grasp on the plastic grocery bags full of dinner ingredients, Izuku headed through the tunnel. I keep my ideals soars or no tenmei. Pausing to fish his phone out of his pocket, Izuku fumbled with the device before managing to hit the answer and slide it between his shoulder and ear. Hello. Izuku chuckled at his mother's worrisome nature. Don't worry, Mom, I'll be fine. I got all the stuff for dinner, by the way. I'm just gonna head to the arcade with Kaken for a bit first. I'll be home in a bit to start prepping dinner. A loud metallic rattling caused Izuku to trail off as he turned around and saw something emerge from the manhole he had just stepped over. Ooh, I gotta go, Mom. Hanging up and putting his bags down, he peered up at the sludge monstrosity towering over him with wide eyes. Looks like I've found a new skin suit to wear. The garbly male voice yelled as tendrils formed on the sides of his body and edged their way towards Izuku. Don't move, kid. It'll only hurt a lot. The sludge man tried to engulf Izuku within his body, but the green-headed boy swiftly leaped back to a safe distance, thanking his years of training for sharpening his instincts. Hold still, you little sit. I'm just gonna take over your body. The villain gurgled out. Right, cause that is a super desirable situation that I want to get in. You've convinced me, Izuku quipped, looking around. Izuku didn't see anyone that could call for a hero or help in any way ... or to witness if he used his quirk or not. Shit, I could probably turn into something and get the hell out of here, or kick this giant booger's ass. Should I risk using my quirk in public? Izuku blamed Kaken for making him love a good fight so damn much. He was shaken out of his contemplation as the sludge villain lunged at him once more, causing him to backpedal rapidly until Izuku was cornered against the wall of the tunnel. You're a quick little runt, aren't you? But it looks like you are all out of places to go. Now be a good little meatbag and hold still. Detroit. Izuku's head snapped towards the source of the voice so fast. He was surprised he didn't immediately get whiplash. There was absolutely no way in hell. Izuku had heard that he was spotted in town recently, but there had to be abso-effing-lutely no way that he was here right now. Smash! The gust of wind that followed was not one that Izuku was prepared for, and he had to brace himself fairly hard in order to even just remain on his feet. The sludge villain, however, did not manage to keep his bearings, and promptly exploded into a million little goopy bits. As the dust and drips of whatever the hell that guy was cleared, Izuku's eyes almost fell out of his head when he was standing before none other than the greatest hero the world has ever seen. He pulled back his extended arm and fell into his classic pose with his fists planted on his hips, a shining smile on his face. He sent Izuku a thumbs up and walked in his direction. Now directly in front of him, Izuku realized just how much he towered over him. Izuku was a teenager still, sure, but standing at 169 centimeters, he thought he was decently tall for his age. But the tower of muscle looking down at him, he made Izuku feel like a goddamn toddler. Young man, have no fear, for I am All Might. Izuku finally managed to scream out before his world went black. BGMI. Izuku slowly stirred to the feeling of light slapping on his cheek. Opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with the symbol of peace himself, the All Might staring down at him. Ah, good to see you are all right, young man. You had me worried there for a second. It took a few seconds for Izuku's brain to register just what was going on. The scene in the tunnel before he passed out flashed through his mind, and his look of confusion was quickly replaced with pure childlike excitement. Oh my god, I can't believe it. You're All Might. I'm your biggest fan in the whole world. I've followed you since I was old enough to read. I know all about all your coolest feats and everything. Can I have your autograph? Hastily digging through his backpack, Izuku whipped out his hero analysis for the future Vol. 13 and flipped through it like a madman to find an open page for his all-time idol to sign. He already signed it. I already signed it, dear boy. By the way, those notes of yours are very impressive. I have not seen such detailed and thorough analysis in a very long time, and from such a young mind at that. I am always happy to meet a fan, but I must be off. I need to take this villain to the proper authorities. I have been chasing this guy all day. All Might held up a pair of soda bottles containing what looked to be the sludge villain that had attacked earlier. If the creepy blinking eye was anything to go off of at least. As All Might began limbering his legs up to depart, Izuku stood frozen, his mind running a mile a minute. There were so many things about heroics that he needed to know about. More than anything, he needed to talk to his idol about the thoughts that had been plaguing him more and more. What chance could he have like this again, with All Might literally right in front of him? All Might squatted down and sprang high into the air, not noticing the teenage boy just being able to grab onto his leg as he was leaving the ground. As he soared high over the concrete jungle that was Musutafu, All Might felt something squeezing on his calf and looked down to see Izuku holding on to him. Both of them looked at each other for a few moments. What are you doing, young man? I know I said I like to meet fans, but this is a little bit much. Let go of me. But if you let me go from this high up, I'm gonna die. Izuku could barely hear anything with the wind whipping so violently in his ears. He had gotten somewhat used to flying after practicing extensively as different birds, but he had never gone nearly as fast as All Might, and by extension, he was currently going. All Might seemed to legitimately take that in as new information. Good point. BASTMOD. This was so not how Izuku saw his afternoon going. Not only did he almost get attacked by some kind of sewer monster sludge villain thing, but he got saved by freaking All Might and even got his autograph. But none of those things combined could compare to what Izuku had learned after they had landed on the rooftop of a nearby apartment building. So you're saying that you're dying? Izuku tried his hardest to not let a crack in his voice come through his unsteady speech. It couldn't be, right? There was no way All Might was going to die. He was the greatest hero ever. Not me literally, per se, but the All Might that the world has come to know. The hero All Might will soon become no more. There was something about the scrawny skeletal form of All Might that just kind of creeped Izuku out. But he did his best to not think about it too much. You see, a few years ago, I suffered a terrible injury fighting an absolutely notorious villain. All Might raised his shirt up to reveal a gruesome scar on his torso. Izuku's breath caught in his throat seeing the damage caused to his hero. After countless surgeries and operations, my stomach and about half of my respiratory system are well beyond repair. Letting his shirt fall back down, All Might looked down at his hand, which was now clenched into a fist. At this point, I can probably keep my muscle form up for around 3 hours per day, and even then that isn't taking any extreme activity into account. He turned towards Izuku, a slight frown on his face. Now you know my secret. I don't think I have to tell you that this is not something that should be spread around. Izuku audibly gulped. How could he not be nervous out of his mind? He just basically got threatened by All Might. It didn't matter that he was skinny right now, he was still All Might. Now, if that is all, I must really be going. Wait, Izuku was not even sure himself what he was really going to get out of this conversation, but he had to try. Please, All Might, you're the greatest hero the world has ever seen, and there is no one more qualified to answer me. Izuku took a deep breath, willing himself to get everything out without sounding like a nervous little kid. I've wanted to be a hero more than anything else in the world for as long as I could remember. But everywhere I look, different heroes surface and all act for different reasons. I always thought you just have to save everyone no matter what. And as long as you can make people smile, everything would be okay. But the more I think about it, there is so much that goes into it. Politics, logistics, life, death decisions. What if you can't save everyone? What if I find out I'm not good enough to protect all the people that I would be responsible for? Izuku had definitely grown in confidence as he grew up, thanks in large part to Kaken pushing him and the abilities of his quirk. But sitting in front of his all-time idol, he just felt everything wash away and leave him vulnerable and in need of answers to all the doubts that had ever plagued him since he decided that he wanted to become a hero. He heard All Might let out a deep sigh. Midoriya, was it? Izuku merely nodded in response. I am going to be honest with you. If you think that any hero, myself included, can save everyone all the time, then I vastly overestimated your intellect. Being a hero means many things. But above all else, a true hero must not falter in the face of adversity and be the pillar of support that the public need them to be. From what you just told me, there is a heavy burden on your mind, and more importantly your heart. Heroes must defeat the fear inside themselves before they can even think about saving a single person. With that kind of mindset, I would have to say that you don't have what it takes to be a hero. Izuku froze. His head began spinning, his eyes began clouding with tears, his breath became ragged, and he had to sit against the wall to try and calm himself. Think about what I said to you today, boy. Heroes cannot hesitate when it comes to doing what is right. Sometimes that includes making tough decisions, and it surely includes making mistakes. If you cannot take those decisions to heart, freeing yourself of the burden they bring, and learn from them to do better in the future, there is no hope from you. Good day, All Might said before reverting to his muscle form and bounding off of the roof and down to the streets below. Via STMOD, Katsuki was going to absolutely blast that damn nerd to effing Kingdom Come. How the hell did Deku worm his way out of coming to the arcade and not have to deal with these 3 beaches? If that one girl didn't know his mom, there was no way in hell any of this would be happening right now. As he and the 3 made their way through the streets, the girls talking about just about anything and everything, Akina spoke up from her spot on his left arm. Katsuki-kun, do you have a girlfriend? No, was his irritated reply. Do you want one? The girls stepped forward and stopped in front of him, posing for him in what they thought to be a provocative manner. Katsuki didn't so much as blink as he continued walking by them with his hands dug into his pockets. No, and stop acting like such woes, you're 15. I wouldn't spit in weak girls like yours directions, anyway. Now hurry the hell up. I know a shortcut to the arcade through this back street. The trio of girls stood watching Katsuki's back as he kept walking. They each shared a determined pout and nodded to each other. Katsuki-kun likes to play hard to get. This caused Katsuki to stop in his tracks and he turned around with disbelieved scowl on his face. Huh, you beach's brain dead or something? Where the hell did you get that stupid as idea? Huh, you wanna effing die. Katsuki had both of his palms out, crackling slightly as his irritation grew into legitimate anger. The looks of utter fear on the girls' faces brought him some satisfaction, but looking at their eyes, he was confused by the fact that their gazes weren't on him. Behind him. Well, if it isn't just my luck. Another potential skin suit to camouflage in, with such a strong quirk too. I'm gonna enjoy this, Blondie. Katsuki slowly turned his head around to see a wave of sludge leap in his direction. Getting his palms out in front of him, Katsuki let of an explosion strong enough to propel himself back out of harm's way. You 3, get the F out of here. The girls, presumably too scared to move, looked at Katsuki in disbelief, but Katsuki-kun, go, I'll take this prick on. Waiting for the girls to escape out of the other end of the alleyway, Katsuki turned back to the sludge villain and rolled his sleeves up. You think you're some kinda hot sit? Huh, let me show you just who you're messing with, you big pile of snot. launching himself forward with an explosion. Katsuki zipped across the alley in an instant and stopped above the villain, where he aimed his hands down, wrists connected. Eat sit. Kaboom! Katsuki landed and smirked as the smoke cleared from his attack, and all that was left was a mess of a pile of goo. Haha, take that, you city effer. Turning around to step out of the alley, he heard the slimy battle cry a second too late as he suddenly found himself engulfed completely. Via STMOD. Izuku could not remember a time where he had felt so defeated. How could he not, after being told what he is by one of the people he looked up to most in the world? Walking aimlessly down the street, the harsh but fair words of All Might rang throughout his mind. Am I really not cut out to be a hero? Wanting to be a hero who makes people feel safe with so much as a smile. That's all I've ever known to want. I have a burden on my heart that I need to overcome. I know I can overthink sometimes, but how can I just completely shut my thoughts out when there are so many things that can happen? Izuku sighed heavily as he slumped his shoulders. Oh sit, I should probably call Kaken and let him know I'm on my way. I hope he didn't blow up at those girls too hard. Wouldn't put it past him, though. Izuku tapped his foot impatiently as the line rang. Voicemail. Not like Kaken to not answer his phone. I guess it's probably loud in the arcade or something. Just as Izuku pocketed his phone, a massive explosion rumbled the ground beneath him. What the hell? He looked to see a massive plume of smoke in the sky in the exact direction of where the arcade was. Shit, he exclaimed, breaking into a mad sprint towards the source of the explosion. Via STMOD. Please stay back, everyone. The villain is unstable and could launch attacks in this direction at any moment. Izuku panted as he came to a stop, just outside the scene, being barricaded by pro-heroes and the police. Digging his way through the crowd, he eventually made it to the front, where he saw a plethora of pro-heroes trying to contain the situation. Notably, Backdraft putting out fires, Kamui Woods rescuing civilians from the blast zone, and Death Arms and Mount Lady just standing there. Why aren't the heroes trying to go in and confront the villain? Apparently their quirks aren't suited to deal with a villain made of sludge. The only one that could is probably Backdraft, but he is busy trying to put out the fires from the explosions. Izuku turned from the people talking in the crowd and back towards the center of the square, where his eyes widened when he saw the same sludge villain that had attacked him earlier in the day. How did this guy escape? All Might caught him in those soda bottles and put them safely away in his pants pocket, the same one that Izuku grabbed onto before they went up in the air. Shit. Izuku had his head in his hands. This is my fault. I need to do something to fix this. But, can I really? Do I have what it takes? Even if I do, with all these people here, there is no way in hell that I can get away with using my quirk. I'd get fined out of Maya's for sure and undoubtedly get blacklisted by UA. Shit. The villain suddenly began flailing wildly, letting off several more explosions, before it separated a bit at the center, revealing a distressed pair of eyes that Izuku immediately recognized. KICCHAN. Before he could even register what he was doing, Izuku had hurdled the police barricade and was running as hard as he could towards his best friend. He heard several calls for him to stop, but paid them no mind as he grabbed his backpack and flung it right at the sludge villain's face. The sludge man yelled in pain as his many books and school supplies impacted with his eyeball, causing him to falter enough for Katsuki to free his face and mouth. Deku, what the F are you doing? Get the hell out of here. Despite the fear coursing throughout Izuku's body, he somehow managed to give Katsuki a shaky smile. No can do, Kaken. Even though I'll probably never live to hear you say it, we're partners and best friends. Be sure to make a name for yourself at UA. For the both of us, okay. Izuku's nervous grin may have fooled some people, but Katsuki was not just some people. He knew exactly what the nerd was going to do. He could see it in his eyes. Deku. His call was for naught, as Izuku had already jumped several feet back and shed his school uniform, leaving him in only a green and black bodysuit, the same suit that Bakugo and his parents had helped Inko pay for to keep Izuku from being naked when he used his quirk. Izuku wasted no time in transforming into an elephant and kicking over a nearby fire hydrant, causing a pillar of water to shot out of the ground, taking as much as he could into his trunk. Izuku turned towards the sludge villain holding Bakugo and sprayed it as hard as he could, tuning out the garbled yells of the villain, along with the shouts from both heroes and civilians behind him. Izuku focused on nothing but using all his strength to free Katsuki. There is no way I'm not gonna catch a case for quirk use in public with all these people here. I guess this is it. Just as he was about to run out of water in his trunk, he saw that Katsuki was mostly free from the sludge. But if it means I can save someone, no regrets. Breaking into a run, Izuku quickly morphed to his gorilla form and grabbed Katsuki by the waist, yanking him completely free of the sludge villain and tossing him to safety. Izuku was about to make a break for it himself, but the sludge villain somehow managed to trap him by the leg with one of its slimy tendrils. URGGHHH. You are gonna die, you little brat. Detroit. Izuku's head shot up. Damn you, All Might. The villain screeched. SMNAASH. The villain was once again obliterated by the sheer force of All Might's punch, completely freeing Izuku of entrapment. The wind caused by All Might's attack soared upwards, separating the clouds above, and causing a dark overcast to quickly form above them. Holy shit, it's All Might. Wait, it's raining. Look at the clouds, they're moving. He changed the weather with a single punch. That's the #1 hero for you. Izuku looked on in disbelief. All Might had saved him again, even after what was said between them. Rushing in to help, doing your best to help save the day no matter the cost. That's the true test of a hero. BASTMODE. After getting thoroughly reprimanded for recklessly rushing in to save Katsuki while simultaneously being praised for his quirk, Izuku was making his way home, Katsuki by his side brooding the whole way. After several minutes of silence, Katsuki was the first one to speak. I didn't need your help, you damn nerd. I don't owe you anything, you got that? Izuku chuckled wistfully at his friend. I know, Kaken. I was just doing what anyone else would do. What a hero would do, right? TCH. None of those so-called pros had the bowels to do anything. Bunch of pee. Izuku said nothing, but smiled at Katsuki and kept walking. Izuku, said boy froze in place, turning around to face his best friend. Izuku hadn't heard Kaken call him by his name in over 10 years, so he knew what he needed to say was serious. Katsuki's face was unreadable for the most part, but Izuku could easily read the look in his eyes. You better not try and throw your damn dream away again like you did today. If you think that I am gonna accept being the best hero in the world without kicking yours on the way up, you got another thing coming. Izuku could have sworn he saw a genuine smile flash across Katsuki's face for a split second, but it vanished as soon as it appeared. The boys said nothing else to each other as Katsuki turned down his street to head home, hands dug into his pockets. Izuku stood there for a moment, staring at Katsuki's back. A small grin broke across his face as he shook his head and continued on towards his own house. I am here. Izuku jolted backwards in shock as All Might suddenly appeared out of nowhere and skidded to a halt in front of him. All Might, where did you come from? Weren't you getting hounded by like a million reporters? Ha ha ha. All Might let out a booming laugh. I stand for justice, not sound bites. Because I am All Might, blurg. All Might puffed back into his skeleton form, wiping the blood dripping from his mouth. Young man, I came here to thank you, and also to discuss our conversation from earlier. If you hadn't told me what you had, if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from the crowd. You showed no hesitation to rush in and save your friend from a villain even pro heroes on the scene were wary to deal with. Tell me something. What were you thinking when you ran in to save that blonde kid? Izuku rubbed his chin in ponderance. Well, my legs kinda moved on their own. Before I knew it, I was there trying to save him. I even used my quirk knowing I would probably get in a lot of trouble for it. But Kaken is safe, so that's really all that matters to me. An excellent answer. You know, when recounting tales of heroics from the youths, all pros share a common element in their answer. They moved without thinking, seeing someone in need and immediately going to their aid without any worries or fears to hold you back. That is the true essence of a hero. And to hear that you were willing to get into legal trouble just to save your friend, well, that's something that simply can't be ignored either. Izuku's insides were doing backflips and he stared his idol right in the sunken eyes. WW, what are you saying? All Might. All Might smirked. I'm saying, I spoke too hastily earlier on the roof. From what I've seen from how you acted today, there is no doubt in my mind that you can become a hero. Those 5 words from his idol, from his hero, they meant more than anything Izuku could think of. He could not hold back the emotions welling up within him and ended up hunched over on the ground, failing to hold back steady tears. I'm not done. Your heroic actions today, even with the doubts and worries I knew you had on yourself, it inspired me to act, to be the hero I'm supposed to be. I have been in town, searching for the right person, for a protege to take under my wing and eventually be my successor as the symbol of peace. He looked up at All Might with wide, glistening eyes. Midoriya Izuku, I choose you. I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit. So let me get this straight. Your quirk is something called One for All, and it was passed down for several generations, gaining more power each time it was handed down to a new successor. And you want to pass it down to me next. All Might hummed. That about sums it up. Yes, though your explanation is a lot less awesome and climactic than mine. But anyway, I have been in town looking for a successor, so this works out well for both of us, wouldn't you say? Izuku gnawed on his lower lip, trying to take in the insane information that he was being given. He eventually opened his mouth to speak, but All Might beat him to it. Before you say what I think you are going to say, yes, I am sure I want to choose you to inherit One for All. I can see the fire in your eyes, the burning desire to be a hero more than anything else. I saw a sliver of your untapped potential back there with the Sludge villain. And I'll admit, You remind me a lot of myself when I was your age. While not entirely untrue, the things I said on that rooftop were products of my frustration at being found out so easily, paired with the fact that I was chasing a disgusting slime man all day. So what do you say, young Midoriya? Will you accept my power? Izuku's head drooped as he stared at his clenched fists. Can I really do something like this? Inherit All Might's power, have the strength and will of previous symbols of peace as a part of me? Oh, who am I kidding? Yes, I accept. Izuku was at least glad he didn't start crying again, as emotional as he was. An immediate answer. I like that. I'd expect nothing less. Izuku looked up at All Might, the sunset framing his lanky body. He had an expectant smile on his face, just begging to know what would next. So, first things first, young Midoriya. Do you have plans this series? BGMI. Izuku sighed as he finally reached home and plopped down in his entryway to take his shoes off. Man, what a day. Izuku massaged his sore feet. He had hardly a second to relax before he was glomped and found himself on his back with a very excited Rottweiler hovering over him and licking his face. Hey Naomi, he greeted, scratching her up and down the sides of her belly. You would not believe the day that I had. Putting his things away, Izuku changed out of his uniform. Ugh, gross. His clothes reeked, probably from almost being swallowed by that sludge monster. Izuku looked up at the many pieces of All Might memorabilia on his wall and sighed wistfully. I still can't believe I met All Might, disappointed him, and impressed him to the point of picking me to be his successor all in the same day. He suddenly heard his phone buzz from his nightstand. Leaning over his bed, he grabbed it and slid it open. Mom, hey honey, I'll be home in 5. Meeting got cancelled. You started dinner already. Izuku's stomach dropped. He held a hand over his mouth, staring wide-eyed at his phone. Shit, sit. Izuku scrambled to his feet, barely managing to keep himself from slipping on the hardwood floor, and made a mad dash for the kitchen. Woof woof, Naomi barked, running back and forth between the hallway leading to the door and the kitchen where Izuku was standing. Hey, Mom's on her way upstairs. Izuku frantically looked around the room for the groceries he bought for dinner. Trying to retrace his steps, Izuku thought hard about where he had last placed his grocery bags. Okay, so I bought them and had them on the way to the arcade. And in the tunnel, Izuku held his head in his hands. In the tunnel, just then, he heard the front door open and the shuffling of feet to signal his mom coming home. Izuku, Naomi, I'm home. How's dinner coming? Izuku fell to his knees with a rain cloud over his head as he heard his mom's slippered feet pattering on the floor getting louder. Naomi walked over him and peered at him curiously. I wonder if All Might will still be able to train me after I'm dead. Izuku rubbed his eyes as he slowly trudged down the sidewalk towards the beach he was supposed to meet All Might. He yawned into his hand. Geez, it's way too early. Izuku woke up early almost every morning to train, but waking up at dawn was a little bit too much, even for him. Going down the steps and onto the sand, he saw All Might sitting on top of a steel barrel, gazing at the sun beginning to rise over the horizon. Ah, young Midoriya, good morning, All Might said, turning around to face the drowsy teen. Mornin' All Might. Don't get me wrong, I understand the idea behind training so early in the morning, but why are we here? Izuku looked around Dagaba Beach, barely able to see anything outside of directly in front of him past the massive heaps of trash and waste piled up along the shore. All Might hopped off of his seat and gazed around the beach as well. A good question, my boy. You see, I read online recently that this beach was once a beautiful place that many people used to come and enjoy on a regular basis. But then trash and junk began to wash up on the shore and it eventually got out of hand to what it is today. Yeah, once trash started showing up, people started dumping their trash along with it. But I still don't really see where you're going with this, All Might. Izuku scratched his cheek in confusion. Right to the point, my boy, All Might replied with a pointed finger at his young protege. You see, many people, heroes included, tend to forget that the original role of heroes in society is community service. So, in order to help instill a foundational value of heroics and to help train your body better to inherit my quirk, not to mention the fact that I have property near here and you cleaning up the entire beach will help the value skyrocket. You are going to clean this entire area and restore the gorgeous view for the whole beach. Izuku looked around at the massive piles of junk surrounding the two of them and encompassing about 99% of the beach once more. This is the first real step. He was interrupted by a tin can hitting him square in the back of his head. Hey, what's with all this standing around? We're burning daylight out here. You want to get strong enough to handle my quirk, don't you? How much stronger do I have to get? I thought I was in pretty good condition. I work out all the damn time. He trailed off with a small pout on his face. Well, yes, I agree that you are in good shape for your age, but we are talking about you inheriting the quirk to make you the next symbol of peace. All Might buffed himself up and flexed his biceps. If I gave you my quirk right at this moment, there is a very good chance that if you activated it, your limbs would blow off of your body. Don't want that, do we? Izuku paled at the idea of his arms and legs bursting off of his torso. Why didn't you tell me that before? All Might chucked another tin can at Izuku, eliciting a cry of annoyance. Doesn't matter. With my super duper make my successor into a suitable vessel workout plan, you will be ready in no time. Now get to work. I have a lot more things heavier than cans that I can hit you with, you know. High. BASTMOD. Days, weeks, and eventually months passed as Izuku continued his training with All Might and cleaning up the beach. At first, the meticulously scheduled routine was absolutely brutal for the young man, making him feel like what was essentially a walking corpse for most of the day. He did his best to deflect any questions or concerns from his classmates, but he was sure that if it kept up the way it was, everyone would become way too suspicious for him to handle properly. But as time went on, he got more and more used to the grueling work and eventually began to seem at least slightly alive when he was at school. No one, not even his mother, who, while worried, was placated by the excuse that he was just training extra hard for the UA entrance exam coming up, was more suspicious than Katsuki, a brilliant mind in his own right, and very adept at reading Izuku. It was expected that the ash blonde would not be so easy to fool, and even harder to keep entirely in the dark. However, with All Might's consultation, Izuku managed to solidify the story that he was just training on his own, so that when UA came around, he could surprise Katsuki with his growth. If it was anyone else, there might have been more questions asked, but knowing Katsuki's competitive nature and love of a good challenge, it was relatively easy to keep him from prying too much. Izuku wiped the beads of sweat dripping from his forehead as he lugged an old refrigeration unit across the beach to the dump truck that All Might had parked nearby. Grunting in effort as he lifted the hunk of metal up and into the back of the truck, he stood for a moment, taking a breather. It had been 5 months since his extreme training had started, and Izuku couldn't help but smile when he thought about the progress he had been making. He had already been decently muscular thanks to his years of training, but with All Might's help, he had gone from lean and fit to much more filled out and muscular. He definitely noticed the looks he was getting from girls in his class, and it made him almost equally as proud as he was embarrassed. He had also grown a bit, now just a hair taller than Kaken, something that the latter was not happy to find out and griped about on a semi-regular basis. Getting back to work, Izuku began pulling an old set of lockers across the sand, straining and sputtering as he did his best to bring the large object towards the truck. Come on, come on. Pulling with all his energy, Izuku felt a sudden sharp pain shooting up his arms, yelling out and dropping to his knees holding his triceps. He sucked air in sharply to try and somehow ease the pain coursing through his body. Hey, what's with all this sitting around? Huh, you're gonna fall behind schedule if you keep wasting time, young Midoriya. All Might scolded, coming up to the kneeling boy on his Segway, doing circles around him and shaking his fist. Peering a bit closer, All Might noticed the throbbing and twitching coming from his ward's arms and skidded to a halt. He crouched down to examine them and began shaking his head. What did I tell you about overworking yourself? I made the training schedule with your exact body type and muscle growth in mind. Any more than that and you won't be able to recover enough to get any stronger. Breathing heavily through the pain, Izuku gritted his teeth. I have to get stronger as fast as possible so that I can handle your quirk. I have no time to sit around. I need to be ready. You said it yourself. You only have so much time left. I have to be ready to be there when you can't anymore. He was stopped by All Might chopping down on the top of his head. My boy, I appreciate and understand the method behind this madness, but you must understand that you are still young, and there is plenty of time to improve without destroying your muscles beyond repair. I said I was going to make you a suitable vessel and help you hone in one for all, didn't I? So trust me when I say you are doing just fine. Incredible, in fact. Izuku blushed at the praise, but said nothing to interrupt. But I like the fire you're showing, as hard-headed as it is. Tell you what, maybe I can take another look at that workout plan and see some places where extra time can be allocated to training. Huh. Izuku, despite not being able to lift his arms just yet, nodded vigorously and rose to his feet. Thank you, All Might. Okay, back to it. All Might chuckled at Izuku's relentless behavior, about what I'd expect from you, my boy. Although, I don't see why you don't want to use your quirk to help you clean up faster. I would think using it would still help you train in whatever animal you use to carry the trash, though I am not entirely sure if that is how it works. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks at All Might's words. Wait a minute. I could have used my quirk to help with my training this entire time. All Might let out a hearty laugh. Well, I never said you couldn't use it, and you also never asked, young Midoriya. His laughter died down, however, when Izuku turned back to him with a disturbing look on his face before All Might found himself face to face with a ravenous lion snarling at him. Why, young Midoriya? Let's calm down for a moment, the skeleton man pleaded, waving his hands frantically in front of him. You know I've already used up my time for today, so would you really want to harm a defenseless, injured old man like myself over something so trivial? All Might could have sworn he saw what looked to be a sadistic smile on the animal Izuku's face, but started running away too hastily to verify it. BASTMOD. Ha! The chilly December air nipped at All Might as he breathed into his hands in attempts to keep them warm, adjusting the scarf tied snugly around his neck. He made his way down the steps towards the beach. He stopped dead in his tracks as he looked around and saw a completely clean beach. Oh, my goodness! All Might excitedly yelled, buffing up for a moment. He walked further down the shore to look for his wonderful protege, only to find the boy passed out in the sand, a tired yet satisfied smile on his face. All Might shook his head with a chuckle and decided to let him enjoy his well-deserved rest. He sat down in the sand and pulled his cell phone out of his trench coat. Ring, 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 ring. Hello. Yes, sir, it's All Might. Yes, he has done well in such a short amount of time. It's quite impressive. The same time we agreed on. Okay, thank you, sir. Goodbye. He turned at the sound of Izuku beginning to stir, smiling at the boy as he rose to a sitting position. Oh, hey All Might. I finished cleaning up the beach. That you did, my boy. I'm surprised you aren't more excited about it. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, I kinda burned myself out at the end when I cleaned the last of the junk. Believe me, I feel great about finishing what was set out for me. Izuku was definitely not going to mention the 5 minutes Izuku spent screaming in victory at the top of a giant heap of junk into the sky, which was what caused him to pass out in the sand on the first place. No, that was just for him. Young Midoriya, you've exceeded my expectations. You finished cleaning the beach, a feat that I estimated would take at least 9 months to complete, in just over 7.5. Seeing Izuku's face light up with pride brought a warmth to All Might's heart. You've done extremely well, and have earned your place as a suitable vessel to inherit my quirk. Pulling his phone out, All Might showed a picture he took of Izuku when the training first began. Whoa, I looked like that only 7.5 months ago. Izuku couldn't believe his eyes. He was not scrawny before by any means, but he was almost twice as built as he was in the photo. Tell me something. How much could you bench before training started? Izuku took a second to think, maybe like 0.150 pounds. All Might grabbed a bench press station from the junk pile and dragged it in front of Izuku. The boy laid down and All Might spotted him with the barbell. Go ahead, my boy. Seeing Izuku bench the bar with relative ease brought a smirk to All Might's face. Hahaha, that was 350 pounds, young Midoriya. Izuku almost lost his grip on the bar, but managed to safely secure it on the rack and shot up from his lying position. Seriously, he looked at his own body in amazement. Wow, I knew I was getting stronger, but I didn't think I would see this much progress this quickly. All Might patted him firmly on his shoulders. My boy, you worked very hard to get the results you see before you. Now that your body is finally ready, it is time for me to pass one for all down to you. Izuku's eyes lit up and he nodded so hard, All Might thought his head would snap off of his body. Izuku's mind was going waywire with his excitement. How was one for all passed down? Would he go through some amazing and epic ritual where the essence of All Might's power is extracted and transferred into him like in one of those cool movies he's seen? Would he have to consume a special heart-shaped herb and buried alive in some kind of mystical dirt? Would he have to find a bunch of orange orbs, gather them in a circle and summon a giant magical dragon in the sky? He just had to know. Now, All Might began, plucking a long blonde strand of hair from the top of his own head, holding it out to his successor. Eat this. Astmode. After a few moments of confusion, and a few more moments of disgusted acceptance, Izuku finally managed to swallow the hair that All Might offered to him. All Might had decided that Izuku earned a day off after all of his hard work, so he was to go home and relax, to both recover his worn muscles and let one for all fully integrate with his DNA. Walking down the street with his arms crossed behind his head, Izuku's thoughts wandered all over the place. All Might said that the hair would have to digest before I would be able to use one for all, and he won't let me work out anymore today. So what the hell am I supposed to do until tomorrow? For most teenagers, a free Saturday would be a blessing of a gift. But for Izuku, who spent the last 7.5 months training nonstop, he found himself starting to get antsy with nothing to do to keep himself occupied. I can't even ask Kaken if he wants to hang out. His parents took him on that cruise to South Korea for that super spicy Tteokbokki festival. Man, Izuku said with a pout. Guess I'll just go home or something and oof. Not watching where he was going, Izuku bumped into someone, causing them to fall and drop their bag onto the ground. Immediately, he got on the ground and collected the things that fell out of the dropped bag. I'm so sorry, are you okay? Izuku said, handing the bag back to the girl he knocked over. Yeah, I'm fine. I wasn't looking where I was going either, so it's all good. The girl said, giving Izuku a friendly smile, showing an interesting set of sharp teeth. Taking a good look at the girl, Izuku blushed a bit at how cute she was. Her hair, a pale blonde similar to Kaken's, was pulled back into 2 spiky clumps on either side of her head, and a long bang framing the right side of her face. She was wearing an aquamarine turtleneck sweater, paired with a pair of dark blue jeans, not hiding much of her curvaceous figure, much to Izuku's embarrassment. "Ooh, hello." The girl waved a hand in front of Izuku's face, causing him to flinch backwards in surprise. Oh sorry, hee. I kinda spaced out there for a second." Huh. Izuku inwardly cringed at himself for being such a socially awkward goof. The girl was eyeing him curiously, yet he could see a small hint of playfulness in her eyes that somehow put Izuku slightly at ease. "I am Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you. Sorry again for knocking you over, hee." Izuku finished, rubbing his neck awkwardly. The girl giggled at him, causing a blush to reappear on his face. Damn it, she has such a cute laugh. She fixed her bag strap around her shoulder and put her hand out. "Nakagame Tatami." Izuku took the handshake and the two shared a friendly grin. "It's nice to meet you too, Midoriya-kun. And don't worry about bumping into me. I was kinda not paying all that much attention either. I am in town on vacation and I can't make heads or tails of these streets. I tried looking at a map but it only made me more confused," she said with a slight chuckle. "Oh, well, I know this area pretty well. Would you like some help?" Tatami giggled into her hand at Izuku's nervousness. "Look at you swooping in to save a damsel in distress. Is this some sort of pickup strategy?" She lost her composure and fell into full-blown laughter at seeing Izuku's burning blush at her words. She punched him playfully in the arm. I'm kidding. Gosh, lighten up a little, Midoriya-kun. I would love your help if you're offering." Izuku, while still blushing, managed a genuine smile. "I'll do my best. So where to, Nakagame-san?" "Stmode." Izuku really did not expect for his day to end up spent with Tatami going all over the city sightseeing. He definitely didn't expect to have the time of his life either. Tatami was incredibly easy to talk to, and the two quickly learned quite a bit about each other. It was interesting for Izuku to learn that Tatami was already in her first year at Ketsubutsu Academy. Hanging out with Tatami really reminded Izuku what it was like to have genuine interactions with someone that just liked him for the kind of person he was, and not just because he was strong or bound to be successful. He honestly couldn't remember the last time he laughed so hard and smiled to the point of his face aching. After months and months of harsh training, he really needed to just kick back and have some well-deserved fun. Food stalls, parks, monuments, you name it. The pair went all over the city, enjoying the sights and each other's company more and more as the day went on. At one point, Tatami somehow convinced Izuku to go to a maid cafe with her, where she spent the entire time laughing at his flusteredness around all of the cute waitresses calling him master and waiting on him hand and foot. After a long day of walking around, the two found an empty park bench to rest their weary feet. The pair sat in comfortable silence, happy smiles on their faces as the wonderful day they shared replayed in their minds. Izuku absently let his hand hang off the bench, where a small bird hopped towards him curiously. The creature pecked lightly at his fingers before Izuku extended his index and gave the bird a perch to stand on. "Hey there, little one," he cooed, getting a delighted chirp from the bird and a surprised stare from Tatami. "Whoa, that's like nature, dude. How are you doing that, Midoriya-kun?" Tatami said, still staring wide-eyed at Izuku playing with the little chick. Not looking away from the bird, Izuku smiled wistfully at the little creature, petting its head softly with his free hand. "It's probably because of my quirk. I can transform into different animals, and since I was little, I've had this unspoken connection with animals and I get along with pretty much everyone that I meet." He gently thrusted his hand upward, letting the bird fly off towards whatever it needed to be doing, and turned to meet Tatami's amazed expression. "That's so cool. Your quirk sounds awesome, Midoriya-kun. Way cooler than mine," she admitted sheepishly. "Mine is called telescopic. I can instantly retract my limbs and head into my body, kind of like a turtle does." She demonstrated by holding out her arm and sucking it into her torso. She looked up at Izuku and was taken aback with just how genuinely impressed he looked. Midoriya. As if she had opened up the dam holding back a great lake. Izuku's quirky quirk-loving flooded out faster than she could even keep up with. "That's an incredibly cool quirk, Nakagame-san. Just think of how useful that would be in combat scenarios. A villain could think they have you on the ropes throwing a right hook at your head, and poof, retract your head and dodge like a champ. Or even, imagine someone tries and restrain you with rope or something. They turn around for 1 second and poof, you're like a magician. You can escape from anything. You can even use it to hide. You could retract your limbs and hide in crates or barrels or anything else that other people wouldn't be able to." As Izuku carried on in his intense rambling, Tatami went wide-eyed at how much he was praising her quirk and all the things he thought she could do. She was always a bit self-conscious of how her quirk wasn't all that flashy or strong, like her classmate Shindo's was, for instance. Hearing Izuku say all those things brought butterflies to Tatami's stomach, and she couldn't help but blush at his words. "I just know you're gonna be an awesome hero someday." That was the last straw on the camel's back for Tatami. turning to the freckled teen with a warm grin. She gently turned him by his shoulders so that they were facing each other, somehow not even breaking him out of his rambling trance. Midoriya-kun. Nothing. Midoriya. He didn't even pause to breathe. Izuku. Izuku finally was broken out of his spell. Tatami guessed the shock of her calling him by his first name was enough to do it. Once he actually registered that she had done that, he immediately went red as a tomato and began sputtering uncontrollably. Once again amused by his reactions, Tatami couldn't help but giggle. He really was too cute for his own good. Growing uncharacteristically shy, Tatami couldn't look up from her fidgeting hands. You don't mind if I call you Izuku, do you? Getting what somewhat resembled a no. I don't mixed in with flustered gibberish, she carried on. I just want to tell you how much what you said means to me. I've always been kinda self-conscious about my quirk and how it isn't all that good for hero work and all that stuff. And to hear all those things you said, it really makes me happy, you know. So thank you, Izuku, for putting up with me today, for letting me drag you all over the city, and most of all for this. She gave Izuku a smile that knocked the breath out of his lungs and made his heart clench like he had never felt in his life. Gulping out of nervousness, Izuku twiddled his thumbs, unable to meet Tatami's gaze after the look she gave him. Why, you're welcome. Nakagame-san. Tatami pouted at him and lightly shoved him in his shoulder. Hey, if I get to call you by your first name, then you gotta call me by my first name too. Okay. Izuku let out a deep breath, trying his best to calm his nerves. Come on, Izuku, get a hold of yourself. You are better than this. Sure, she is cute, beautiful, charming, funny, sweet, fun, cool, and a million gazillion other good adjectives, but that does not mean you have to sit here and act like you've never talked to a girl in your life. You can do this. Oh god, she's probably sitting there thinking I'm a weirdo cause I just stopped talking. Say something. Anything. I think you're gorgeous. What? Tatami said, a blush quickly creeping up on her pale skin. Really? Why yeah, I really do. Izuku was screaming to high heaven internally, but he supposed there was no backing out now. Tatami let out what sounded almost like a faint squeal as she held her burning cheeks. Thank you, Izuku. The two fell into a terribly awkward silence, with neither teen knowing what to say next. Before they knew it, it was late in the evening, and the sun was setting as most people were on their way home for the night. Izuku, I kinda have to go soon. My train back home leaves first thing tomorrow. Oh, okay. That's all you have to say to her. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Izuku, you're applying to UA next year, right? Tatami said, staring off at the sunset, the orange hue shining on her face in a way that made Izuku's insides do somersaults. Yeah, I am. Well, promise me that you'll make it, and the next time we see each other, we'll talk about all the cool stuff we've done. Next time, of course. You think you aren't gonna get drug around all day for adventures by me at least a dozen more times? Well, think again, buddy. You're stuck with me, got it? Izuku turned to meet Tatami's gaze, and they both smiled widely at each other. Got it. Stmod. So, where are we going again? Izuku curiously gazed out the window of All Might's sedan as the cityscape passed by, beginning to enter an area that Izuku had little to no familiarity with. A special spot for training, my boy. I pulled a few strings and got us time at a private training facility where you can let loose and really see how you deal with one for all without worrying about anyone asking too many questions. Being the #1 hero has its perks after all. All Might said, rubbing his nose smugly. Izuku nodded. I guess that does make sense. Wouldn't want random people to walk in on me using a quirk as powerful as yours. Correct. All Might exclaimed. Now I need you to reach in the glove box and put on the hat that's inside. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku slowly reached to open the glove box and pulled out what looked to be a burlap sack. Ooh, All Might, put on the bag, my boy. We are about to enter a super secret location that no one but myself and a few others know the details. So please, the bag. Sighing to himself, Izuku complied and pulled the sack over his head. I hope someone sees us and thinks you're kidnapping me. What was that? Nothing. Stmod. Alright, here we are, my boy. Behold, All Might, I still have the bag on, Izuku said with a deadpan tone. Oh, right, sorry. All Might pulled the burlap sack off of Izuku's head. Behold, Izuku looked around the large room All Might had brought him into, the younger of the two staring starry-eyed at the countless concrete pillars of various size littering the floor. Whoa, Izuku yelled with joy. You brought me to UAS Gym Gamma. The LRGHH. Blood shot out of All Might's mouth in shock. How did you know that? Izuku turned with a dead stare. Come on. It's me. You really think I wouldn't try and learn every possible thing that I could about the school I'd be training to be the greatest hero ever? Also, you lied when you said only a select few others knew about this so-called super secret location. Every student at UA has access to this place. All Might grinned sheepishly. Ooh, yeah, about that. You were not joking around when you told me that you found yourself quite the impressive young man under your wing. All Might. The two turned towards the source of the voice to see some white. mouse thing. It was wearing a suit and had a scar running over its right eye. The creature walked up to Izuku and smiled up at him. Hello, young man. I am Principal Nezu. Am I a dog, a mouse, a bear? Who knows? Overcoming his initial shock, Izuku bowed in respect to the principal of UA. It's very nice to meet you, sir. After exchanging pleasantries, All Might led Izuku to the middle of the training grounds before buffing up to his muscle form. Okay, young Midoriya. Now that OFA has had the time to fester within you, we can finally begin your training. So, the basic premise of OFA is to act as a physical enhancer to your strength and speed. Let's just try it out and see how you feel. Yes. Now, I want you to throw a punch at that pillar in front of you, and when you do, clench your butt cheeks and yell smash deep in your heart. Nodding in understanding, Izuku turned to the pillar and crouched slightly, pulling his arm back. Okay, clench butt cheeks. And smash. Izuku focused as hard as he could in drawing the energy of OFA into his arm and felt an overwhelming warmth flooding his system as his arm began glowing bright orange with several red marks appearing up his forearm and bicep. Throwing his fist forward, Izuku put all he could into the swing, completely shattering the base of the pillar and causing the rest of it to tumble to the ground. Coming down from the adrenaline of his success, Izuku suddenly felt searing pain in his arm and looked down to see it hanging lifelessly by his side, completely red and mangled. Struggling to fight back tears, Izuku fell to his knees holding his floppy appendage as All Might, Principal Nezu, and a short elderly woman in a nurse's outfit came to his side. Young Midoriya, are you all right? All Might helped Izuku to a sitting position, eyeing him worriedly. What the hell happened? Izuku said through labored breaths, still clutching his broken arm. My, what a mess you've gotten yourself into, young man. Let me fix that right up for you. The old lady kissed Izuku on the forehead. And before his very eyes, he saw his arm glowing bright green and felt it healing to be as good as new. He curled and uncurled his fists several times before looking up to his savior and gasping, "Recovery girl, I'm such a big fan. Thank you for healing me." The old lady patted his head. "No worries, sonny. Now please don't do that again. My quirk heals from your stamina, so I can only do that so much before you keel over like a sack of potatoes. And I know Toshi's secret, so don't worry about that." Toshi? Oh, she must mean All Might. Izuku nodded and turned to his teacher. What happened, All Might? I thought you said I was ready to handle OFA. All Might looked thoughtful for a few seconds. Well, my boy, you must remember that One for All is a stockpiling quirk that gains power each time it is passed down. You are the 9th carrier, so it stands to reason that the essence of One for All that you possess within you is much stronger than when I first inherited it. Add that to the fact that I was older and more physically gifted than you when I received it from my master, and I guess you could say it was just too much for you to handle. Seeing Izuku deflate and frown at the ground, All Might put a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't get too down on yourself, my boy. It is clear that you can harness the oomph behind One for All. All we need to learn now is to control it. To demonstrate, All Might pulled a pair of tin cans out of somewhere and crushed them carefully in his hand, showing his finesse and fine-tuned control. Let me ask, what did it feel like when you were gathering OFA? Oh, you know how like when you have a really tasty burrito. And I'm not talking about lame as taco gong burritos. I'm talking like high quality, warm tortilla, real meat, fresh veggies, the whole shebang. It felt like when you are too excited and take a really strong bite out of it and everything just explodes out the other end and gets all over your new pants. All Might and Recovery Girl both face-faulted, while Nezu nodded his head in agreeance. I hate when that happens. All Might stood back up and shrugged with a smile. Not the analogy I would immediately think of, but sure kid, whatever works for you. Anyways, over the next 2.5 months, we are going to get you to take the tastiest first bite out of that burrito and none of that delicious filling is gonna fall out. And we are gonna integrate your other quirk and have a fabulous fiesta of heroic proportions. Now let's spar, young Midoriya. As mentor and student yelled in excitement and dove right into their training, Recovery Girl leaned over and whispered to Nezu, "Is it just me, or are you also craving Mexican food now?" "Way ahead of you," Nezu said, phone already on his ear. "Yes, hello lunch rush. BASTMOD. Try it once more, my boy." Skinny All Might watched as Izuku got into the horse stance for about the 100th time that day and closed his eyes in concentration. A faint orange glow covered Izuku's right fist as he opened his eyes. Izuku thrusted a right jab, sending a small gust of wind forward and knocking over the cardboard villain cutout that was placed a few meters away as a target. Izuku pulled his fist back and stood straight up, panting. "I did it." "That you did. Your control is already jumping leaps and bounds. How much of OFA would you say you used just now?" Izuku scrunched his lips and thought, maybe like 2 or 3%. Not bad for a full day's work, I'd say. I figured you would be moving relatively quickly. What with your years learning to control your animal quirk. Good work. All Might seemed to read Izuku's thoughts and put a hand up to stop him from talking. Don't worry, getting a good level of control is the most important point right now. We can worry about incorporating more and more power as your control increases. Now, back to training while I enjoy some delicious burritos. Ignoring Izuku's grumbling, All Might picked up one of Lunch Rush's famous bean burritos and chomped down. The other end burst open and a generous blob of beans and cheese splattered all over All Might's lap. NOOO, my control. Damn you and your analogy, young Midoriya. You're gonna have to do better than that, my boy. All Might taunted as Izuku barely ducked under a strike aimed for his head. He lunged back to a safe distance and held up his left hand. Delaware smash. Sending a shockwave with the flick of his finger, Izuku landed a hit directly at All Might, forcing the hulking man to shield his body with his forearms. Not missing a beat, Izuku surged one for all through his legs and closed the distance between them in a fraction of a second, stopping in front of All Might and charging up his fist. Detroit. Smash. All Might countered out of nowhere, catching Izuku squarely in the chest with a strong right and sending him careening backwards. The young man hit the ground with a loud thud, groaning in pain. All Might dusted himself off and reverted back to his skeleton form. Too slow, my boy. You are wasting precious time transitioning one for all from your legs to your arms. It might work most of the time against small-time criminals, but any experienced fighter will telegraph that in an instant and strike back before you even have the chance to react. Izuku slowly got up, clutching his chest. Damn it, he had been training with one for all for about 3 weeks. And while he had gotten his control up a considerable amount, he was not as adept at a complete fight with it as he wanted to be. There has got to be something I'm missing. Scratching his chin in deep thought, Izuku dug through every corner of his mind in order to find an answer to his problem. Activating one for all in one part of my body and then switching to another takes way too long because I have to focus on the transition. And even if I only kept it in one part, I have to focus on limiting the power or else I lose control and my limb breaks. Pinpointing on one specific part of my body takes way too much brain processing that I can't afford to waste in a fight with a capable opponent. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. That's it. Slightly bending his knees, Izuku clenched his fists and began flooding one for all throughout his body, causing green sparks to emanate from his person. The telltale red veins ran up and down him from head to toe, and he took on the orange glow that he had come to know whenever he activated his gifted quirk. Instead of putting one for all into one part of my body and having to focus on cutting it off there, I just let some of it flow throughout my entire body. Izuku whipped his arms back, letting green sparks shoot off of his body in the most epic of manners. One for all, full cowl. Off to the side, All Might smirked. Didn't take him long to figure it out. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, he mumbled to himself, absolutely brimming with pride. He walked up to his orange glowstick of a student and gave him a wry grin. Nice look, kid, but can you move in that state? Through gritted teeth, Izuku nodded. I-I-T-T-T Henka so. Izuku took a few test trudges back and forth, trying to get the hang of feeling one for all coursing throughout his entire body. After a few minutes of testing out different movements, Izuku began limbering up and turned to All Might. I think I'm ready to go again. You up for it, old man? He gave his mentor a challenging grin. Oh ho ho. Well, aren't we getting a big head? Don't think just because you have, maybe 20% of one for all running through your body, you can handle me. Izuku responded with almost maniacal laughter. Ha. Joke's on you, All Might. You wish it was only 20%. I am running on 28%. That's 7% per limb. Buffing up and getting into a combat stance, All Might gestured for Izuku to come at him. Okay then, Mr. 28%, let's go. BASTMOD. Make sure to study hard for final exams, everyone. Class dismissed. As the class began packing their things and chattering excitedly, Izuku remained seated in his desk, writing away furiously in his notebook. So there's 2 weeks left until the entrance exam. Full cowl is going well. We are supposed to start trying to integrate Animorph this week, so there's that to look forward to. I already finished studying for finals, and UA entrance exam material I need to go over a few more times just to make sure I have everything down. He was stopped from his rambling by Katsuki, who had slammed a hand onto Izuku's desk. Deku, for God's sake, shut the hell up. Anyway, get your sit together, we're going to the mall. Izuku narrowed his eyes at his best friend. Why? What the hell do you mean why? Cause I gotta buy sit. Still not convinced. Izuku stared at Katsuki with his eyebrows raised. So you're telling me that it has absolutely nothing to do with the girls you saved a while back who have not left you alone since. And your mom found out and gets mad at you anytime you try and tell them off. And you aren't telling me to come because they are taking you to the mall and you don't want to be there with them by yourself. Katsuki and Izuku stared at each other for a few seconds. F you. Cringing at the trio female voices calling Katsuki-kun. Bakugo picked up his bag. You coming or what? Chuckling to himself, Izuku quickly packed his things. Yeah, I'm coming. I would really hate to take another precious second away from you to spend time with your girlfriends. Izuku immediately ducked under an angry swing and made a mad dash for the door. Kaken. Mercy. Get back here, nerd. BASTMOD. Walking home from the mall after dropping the girls off like the gentlemen they were, the two boys decided to stop by a ramen bar they frequented many times growing up. So, Deku, Katsuki said in between bites, you gonna tell me about that special training you've been doing or what? Izuku froze, ramen hanging from his chopsticks a few inches from his mouth. He calmly lowered his chopsticks back into his bowl and looked towards his best friend out of the corner of his eye. I thought I said I wanted it to be a surprise. What's the big deal? You sit back. Just tell me. Not like whatever you're doing is gonna make you stronger than me, anyway. Izuku sighed. Kaken, you know I've been relying on you since we were kids. I want to do this and prove that I can get stronger without you. We always get lumped together, and you'll always be my best friend. But I need to show that I'm strong too. That we're equals. Izuku frowned at his now lukewarm bowl of noodles. I'm sorry, Kaken. I want to tell you, but I promised All Might. What I said isn't untrue, so I guess I'm not technically lying. Katsuki stared at Izuku for a few seconds, in an almost scrutinizing manner, before abruptly turning back to his own meal. TCH, whatever. Keep your city secrets. But you better get second in the entrance exams then, you effing nerd, he exclaimed before slurping up the rest of his food. Izuku amusedly shook his head at Kaken's unique way of showing that he cared. You want anything else before we go? Katsuki slammed his fist down on the table. Don't rush me, D-face. Oi, old man, give me another plate of takoyaki. Extra spicy, he yelled to the chef behind the counter. Katsuki turned back to Izuku and slapped his wallet out of his hand. F you, you're not paying for sit. Don't look down on me, nerd. Yep, real unique. BASTMOD. Izuku took a deep breath, letting the long intake of oxygen calm his system as he tried to focus as best he could. He could do this. He had made so much progress in learning to properly use One for All. This was just another step along the way. He could do this. All Might Recovery Girl stood by and waited, interested to see whether or not the green-haired teen could really pull it off. Remember, young Midoriya, the best place to start is with what you're most comfortable and familiar with. We can start there and see where to go after that. Nodding in response, Izuku shed his workout clothes, leaving only his special morph suit on, rolled down to his waist, exposing his chiseled frame to the cool air in the gymnasium. Okay, here we go. One for all, full cowl. The orange glow of the legendary quirk overtook his body, and Izuku took another deep breath, ready to take his skill set to the next level. Izuku then tried to incorporate his own quirk into the equation, going with the transformation that he was most accustomed to, the gorilla. What the boy felt something off, however, and before he knew it, he was transforming wildly and out of control. Oh, panda, Might, eagle, help, rabbit, me, iguana. The two adults watched in confusion, concern as Izuku writhed on the ground, rapidly transforming back and forth between his base human form and various animals. Young Midoriya. All Might rushed to Izuku's side. Take it easy, my boy. Not knowing what else to do, All Might buffed up and trained to restrain the out-of-control teen, finding it increasingly difficult as his size, shape kept changing. After a few minutes, Izuku finally ran out of stamina and went limp in All Might's arms. Recovery Girl came to check on him, as both she and All Might had worried expressions on their faces. My goodness, what happened to the poor boy? All Might, Recovery Girl said as she checked Izuku over for any injuries. I am not sure, All Might replied, still recovering from what he had just witnessed. I suppose One for All and young Midoriya's Animorph are combating within him, and he has yet learned to let them function simultaneously. I never had this problem, because, well, you know. But I maybe remember Master talking about her initial struggles with One for All and its synergy with her original quirk. And how did she get over said struggles? All Might frowned as he peered down at Izuku's sleeping face, a lot of trial and error. The youthful heroine pinched the bridge of her nose. That's not entirely reassuring, you know. And I'm not even the one that is going to have to go through it. She sighed tiredly. Just bring him to the infirmary, and we will deal it once he wakes up. Nodding, All Might hoisted the unconscious boy over his shoulders and they made their way over to the main school building. BASTMOD. Izuku's eyes slowly fluttered open, only for him to squint at the bright sunlight shining in through a window on the wall facing him. Sitting up in the bed he was somehow laying in, he saw Skeleton Might sitting in a chair next to his bed, reading the newspaper. Hey All Might, where are we? Glad to see you're awake, my boy. He folded the newsprint closed and tucked it under his arm. We are in the UA infirmary. Do you remember what happened before you passed out? Izuku crossed his arms and furrowed his brow in thought. We were in Gym Gamma. I was trying to use full cowl and Animorph at the same time. I felt really weird. And then everything went black after that. Yes, you lost control of your transformation and began changing wildly. My guess would be that One for All is still a relatively new entity in your body compared to your natural quirk, so it was difficult for the two to be in harmony and completely under your control. taking in this new information. Izuku nodded slowly. So, what should I do? I can't give you all the answers, young man. This is something that is specific to you and your quirks. At the end of the day, only you can figure it out. I want to help you grow into a strong hero, my boy. You'll never get there if I tell you everything every step of the way. This is as much of a test for you as it is for me. Izuku swung his legs over the bed and slowly got to his feet. Flexing his limbs, he nodded to himself. I feel pretty good. Let's get back. I have a lot of work to do. All Might smiled widely. After you, young Midoriya. BASTMOD. Stepping back into Gym Gamma, Izuku froze in his tracks when his eyes landed on the new person in the room, standing next to Principal Nezu. Glad to see that you're already up and about again. I heard what happened earlier, and decided to enlist in the help of one of our faculty members to control the situation in case your quirk gets out of hand again. Izuku gulped as Nezu gestured to the pro hero standing next to him. Why, you're... That's right, young man. Midoriya Izuku, please meet current UA teacher and pro hero. Midnight, said woman exclaimed, chuckling sheepishly at Nezu. She clasped her hands together, handcuffs rattling on her wrists at the motion. Heh, sorry, I just got a little excited. She turned to Izuku and licked her lips provocatively. Now, aren't you a little cutie pie? It's very nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. I hope you'll be a good boy and won't cause me too much trouble. Though, that might just turn me on. Izuku shivered in fear and backed up a few paces, only to have Midnight's whip inches from his face. Now, don't be scared, young man. I'm here to help. She gave him a reassuring grin, pulled her weapon away, resting her hands on her hips. I'm honestly interested to see this animal quirk in action, so I'll let you get started. And don't worry, anything goes wrong, I'll come calm you down using my quirk. Think of me as a sort of ultra-beautiful, SXY, youthful, angelic zookeeper with the best tranquilizer on the market. Swaying her hips as she walked over to the side of the room to take a seat in the comfy recliner she had brought in. What? Just because she was on duty didn't mean that she wasn't allowed to do it in luxury. She giggled to herself as she heard Izuku's flustered stammering. Man, I love my job. Finally recovering from Midnight and her provocations, Izuku readied himself to attempt to integrate his two quirks once more. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. Izuku repeated his mantra over and over in his head. He activated full cowl and spread his legs shoulder-width apart. Okay, and transform. Gorilla Izuku was visibly straining, barely able to move before he morphed back to normal, panting heavily. Shaking it off, he tried once more, now opting for a different animal in his repertoire. Izuku encountered the same issue. Barely able to move before Izuku had to transform back, looking much more drained than before. Damn it, Izuku racked his brain, trying to find the solution to his pressing issue. Not wanting to give up, Izuku kept at it, trying any animal that he could think of while keeping full cowl activated. I need to do this. I've come this far. I can't let this hold me down. One for all in Animorph. Control them both. They're both yours to wield. Young Midoriya, don't overexert yourself. All Might came up to the panting boy, only to be met with a defiant stare. No, All Might, I can do this. I have to. The glow around Izuku intensified as dust around him began to whip up into the air. The green sparks coming off of him shot around sporadically, before he was enveloped in a shining white light. All Might had to cover his eyes to shield them from the bright light emanating from his pupil as Midnight rushed to his side. What the hell is happening to him? All Might. Midnight was about to pull her sleeve down to activate her quirk and stop Izuku from getting any more out of control, but a firm hand of All Might's kept her from doing it. Wait, Kayama-san. Look. They both turned their attentions to Izuku, and their response was identical. Holy shit. BASTMOD. Anybody that's ever been in school at some point is well aware of the absolute nerve-wracked mess that students can become any time an assessment or examination of some sort comes around. You worry that you're forgetting something, or that you're going to be late, or literally anything else that could possibly go wrong will go wrong. Now, of course, that's not taking examinations for adolescents with superpowers aiming to become professional heroes into account. I'm freaking out. But from a logical standpoint, those types of examinations would probably be even more nerve-wracking. The time had finally come. It was the morning of UAS annual entrance exam. Izuku rocked back and forth in his seat at the table in his kitchen, scarfing a bowl of katsudon down his gullet, somehow screaming in absolute angst as he ate. His mother sat across from him, trying her best to calm him down, but to little avail. Honey, you just need to relax, okay? Everything is going to be fine. Not getting a response from her son, she resorted to unorthodox methods in order to get his attention. Using her quirk, Inko attracted a phone book from across the room, directly behind Izuku's head. The book connected with a thud and managed to snap him out of his anxiety attack. Wah. Inko got out of her seat and crouched by Izuku's side, planting her hands firmly on his shoulders. Sweetie, just take slow breaths. I need you to listen to me, okay? Getting a shaky nod from her precious son, she continued, gently caressing his cheek. I know you're nervous. It is a big day after all. But you've worked so hard to come this far. I just know that you're going to do great. This is just another step for you. You're strong, smart, and there is no one I can think of that deserves this more than you. Pressing her forehead gently against Izuku's, she closed her eyes and smiled. Go show them what you're made of, okay? Izuku sniffled and wiped a few tears rolling down his cheeks. He nodded and embraced his mother tightly, feeling all the tension washing away as she rubbed his back affectionately. Gathering his things, he hugged her once more for good luck, and quickly made his way out the door. He had an exam to get to, after all. EASTMOD. Despite the fact that Izuku had been to UAS grounds many times over the past few weeks, he still found himself astounded staring up at the humongous building where the exam orientation was being held. Some other examinees gave him odd looks as they walked by him, but he paid them no mind. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, making sure he remained calm for what was to come. Okay, I got this. He didn't got this. The first step he took, his back foot caught on his front, causing him to trip and fall face first towards the ground. Or I'll just fall and hit my face on the pavement. This is it, isn't it? This is where it all ends. I'm sorry, All Might. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Lord Helix. Huh? Izuku opened his eyes in surprise to see that he was no longer falling towards the ground and was just floating there. Sorry, I used my quirk on you without asking. I just didn't want you to fall. It would be bad luck to trip and fall right before the exam. Izuku turned his head to see a girl standing next to him, large brown eyes looking into his own, a friendly grin on her face, accentuated by 2 permanent blush marks on her cheeks. Oh, sorry, I should let you down. She scratched the back of her chocolate brown hair and pressed the tips of her fingers together. Release. She straightened Izuku out and stepped back to give him another smile. There you go. Izuku couldn't help but be affected by her infectious personality and soon found himself grinning as well. Thanks a lot. You really saved my ass there. Huh. Your quirk is pretty interesting. Do you mind if I ask what it is? Oh, sure. I don't mind at all. I'm Uraraka Ochako, by the way. And you are. Ochako sweat dropped when she saw that Izuku had pulled a notebook and was writing something in it. How did he do that so fast without me even seeing? It's very nice to meet you, Uraraka-san. My name's Deku. The teens turned to see Bakugo scowling at them as he walked up in their direction, hands dug into his pockets. Oh hey, Kaken. How's it going? Shut the F up. Don't give me none of that sit. What the hell are you doing standing out here talking to some chick? You Trina F yourself up for the exam or what? Come on, Kaken. We were just having a friendly conversation. She saved me from falling and I was thanking her. Katsuki shifted his piercing gaze over to Ochako, who squirmed uncomfortably and kissed his teeth. Whatever. You should have let the damn nerd fall and break his dumb effing face. Just hurry up and finish talking to your girlfriend. I'll see you inside. With that, Katsuki brushed past them and made his way into the building. Ochako and Izuku watched Katsuki as he walked away. What was that all about? Oh, that was my best friend. He's here taking the exam too. Uraraka looked at him in disbelief. You guys are best friends? Izuku chuckled lightly. Yeah, I get that a lot. Kaken is a bit on the abrasive side, but he's a good guy, trust me. He pulled his sleeve down and checked the time on his watch. Oh, we better get inside. Don't want to be late and get locked out or penalized or something. Ochako nodded in agreement, and the 2 aspiring heroes briskly made their way inside. BASTMOD. Thank you very much. Bidding farewell to the service attendant, Izuku made his way towards the auditorium, scanning his examinee identification card over once more to make sure he was headed towards the correct seat. Combing up the aisles, he found his assigned seat and scooted his way past the other examinees and sat down, seeing Katsuki already there. About time you showed up, nerd. Katsuki mumbled through the hand he was resting his chin on. That written exam was such a waste of effing time. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Well, they have to weed people out in as many ways as they can, I guess. But you're right, it was pretty easy. I think I finished it in about 45 minutes. TCH, get your sit together, Deku. I finished it easily in 35. Maybe if you weren't flirting with that round-faced chick, you would have been more focused. You gotta lighten up a bit, Kaken. I told you already, I was thanking her for helping me, that's all. You really gotta get over your vendetta with girls, dude. You're gonna wind up dying alone with no one to hold you at night if you're not careful. F you, Deku. Just because you wanna waste your time around with distractions doesn't mean I'm going to. And don't act like you got any girls after you or anything like that, either. Katsuki's voice went quiet as he saw the nervous look pass over Izuku's face for a brief second. You don't have any girl after you, right? Suddenly finding part of the ceiling very interesting, Izuku exclaimed when the lights went dim and a spotlight shone down on the podium on the stage below them. Oh look, it's starting. Whoa, it's present mic. Cool. Izuku's eyes glimmered with excitement at seeing the pro hero about to give the introduction for the next segment of their exam. Hello there, all you listeners. We are just about to get started, but first, can I get a why? Present Mike chuckled nervously at the complete silence resonating throughout the room. Tough crowd. I'm sure you're all just nervous and want to keep it mellow. Anyway, let's talk about how this practical exam is gonna go. The blonde pro hero clicked towards the giant screen behind him with his controller, showing a blueprint of several artificially constructed city blocks. As you know, you rockin' young folks are gonna complete 10-minute-long mock battles in these kick-ass urban settings. After I'm done dropping all this hot knowledge, you're all gonna go to your specified battlegrounds listed on your examinee ID card. Yeah. Guess they want to separate people in the same school so we don't help each other, Izuku muttered, looking over at Katsuki's card indicating that his was in ground instead of ground B like him. Yeah, they probably want to maximize the chance to see what each person can do on their own in a foreign environment. TCH, you better not F up without me there, Deku. Izuku turned to his friend with a slight grin. Don't worry about me, Kaken. I'm ready for this. All right. Present Mike resumed. Let's take a look at the unlucky targets that you will be combating today. The screen changed to show silhouettes of 3 different robo-villains, each with a different numbers over them. There are 3 different types of villain, increasing in point value as they increase in difficulty. The goal of this test is to see just how you can use your quirks to show these robo-villains who's boss. But make sure you're keeping things clean. Attacking other examinees is a big-time no-no. You catch my drift, party people? Suddenly, an examinee shot up from their seat. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question that requires immediate attention regarding this examination. Hit me with the good stuff, my man. A spotlight shined down on the examinee, and he held up the information sheet that was given to everyone that was taking the exam. According to this supposedly official printout provided to each and every examinee regarding the practical assessment, there should be 4 villains that can appear, not 3. Are you meaning to tell me that a prestigious institution such as UA is distributing false information to its potential students? The boy pushed his glasses up and suddenly turned to Izuku and Katsuki with a glare. And you too with the unkempt hairstyles. You have been causing a disruption to this vital information session with your incessant chatter. If you two can't bother to take an occasion like this seriously, then leave. You're distracting the rest of us who are actually trying to become respectable heroes. Katsuki bared his teeth in anger. The F did you say? 4 eyes. How about you come up here and say that to my face? As angry as he was himself, Izuku still managed to hold Katsuki from jumping down to the other teen's seat. Kaken, take it easy. You're gonna get disqualified this way. Forget about him. Katsuki ultimately relented and sat back down. TCH, effing a hole is lucky I don't blow his stupid face up right now. Izuku made eye contact with the blue-haired teen once more, returning his unapproving stare with full force before Present Mike spoke up. All right, calm down everyone. Now, good question. Examinee 7111, thanks for calling in. The 4th villain type is worth a whopping 0 points, so think of it more as an obstacle than a villain to face. It's not that it's impossible to beat, but there is really no point. There's one in every battle center. Try to avoid it if you can, MMK. The blue-haired teen bowed, almost headbutting his desk. Thank you very much. Please continue. Present Mike threw his arms out in a grandiose fashion. Well, that's all I got, folks. I'll be signing off with some departing words, a sample of our school motto. As the great Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. Oh yeah, now that's a tasty sound bite. Now, Present Mike said, giving the crowd a smirk, are you ready to go beyond? Plus Ultra. EASTMOD. Battle Center B. Stepping off of the bus that brought all the examinees to the battlegrounds, Izuku found himself a spot near the large entrance gates to mentally prepare himself. He idly pulled at the sleeves of his bodysuit as he stared up at the giant doors leading to the battle site. Phew, this is it. Time to put all my training to the test. Once those doors open, there's no looking back. Taking a second to look around, Izuku caught sight of a familiar brown head of hair. Oh, it's Uraraka-san. I should go thank her again and wish her luck. Izuku began walking in her direction, but a firm grip on his shoulder kept him from moving any further. He turned around to see the tall, blue-haired guy who called him out during the information session, glaring at him disapprovingly. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the teen. You need something? That girl over there looks like she's trying to focus on what's to come. What are you trying to do? Distract her and hurt her chances at success in the examination? Izuku frowned and brushed the hand off of his shoulder. Have we met? No, we haven't. Fine. Then don't try and act like you know everything about me. With that, Izuku walked off, leaving the bespectacled teen to stare askance at his back. Hey, Uraraka-san, Izuku called, walking up to the girl. She turned and gave him a small wave. Oh hey, nice suit. She gave an approving thumbs up to the freckled teen. Man, I'm feeling kinda nervous for this battle test. I thought I did pretty good on the written exam, but this is something totally different. Achako patted her chest to try and calm her rapid heartbeat. Nah, I'm sure you're gonna do just fine. I can tell. Izuku reassured her with a smile. Returning the grin, Ochako breathed out slowly. Thanks. I appreciate the faith. What about you, Deku-kun? You seem pretty cool and collected about it. Well, Izuku stopped mid-sentence when he realized what Ochako had called him. Wait, where did you hear that name? Ochako looked at him confusedly. That's what your friend Kaken called you. Deku, right? Ah, I see. Izuku nodded in understanding. Those are nicknames we have had for each other since we were little kids. My actual name is Midoriya Izuku. Oh, I'm so sorry. But I kind of like the sound of Deku. It sounds sort of like Dekuru. And it's saying like I never give up, Ochako said, pumping her fist in the air. Izuku's face fell into a soft grin. You know what? I kinda like that. Call me Deku if you like, Uraraka-san. Ochako cheered and leaned forward with her fists balled in front of her. Okay, let's both do our best and pass the exam, Deku-kun. Alright, let's start. Everyone looked up towards the tower on the corner of the wall surrounding the site, where Present Mic was positioned. What are you all standing around for? Huh. There are no countdowns in real battles. Let's rock and roll. The large gates swung open, and instinctively, Izuku dashed ahead and made his way into the site, not even sparing a glance to anyone else behind him. He has the right idea, Present Mic yelled, swinging his arm in a circular motion. Yeah. As soon as Izuku made it a block into the battle site, he smiled to himself. Man, am I pumped. Quickly morphing into a rhinoceros, Izuku plowed through a group of one-pointers and skidded to a stop behind the wreckage as he went human again. I guess there's no reason to hold back here. Gotta make the most of my lead while I got it. Izuku exhaled and closed his eyes. No, All Might. I can do this. I have to. The glow around Izuku intensified as dust around him began to whip up into the air. The green sparks coming off of him shot around sporadically, before he was enveloped in a shining white light. All Might had to cover his eyes to shield them from the bright light emanating from his pupil as Midnight rushed to his side. What the hell is happening to him? All Might. Midnight was about to pull her sleeve down to activate her quirk and stop Izuku from getting any more out of control, but a firm hand of All Might's kept her from doing it. Wait, Kayama-san. Look. They both turned their attentions to Izuku, and their response was identical. Holy shit. After the bright light faded, the two pro-heroes found themselves face to face with Izuku in the form of a grizzly bear, green fur tinted with full Cowl's orange glow, and the signature green sparks shooting off his body every few moments. Somehow, this form of Izuku managed to convey what looked like a proud smirk as it took a few steps forward. As he moved, he tried a multitude of animals, all much more powerful than he could ever remember them being. All Might couldn't believe his eyes. The raw power that young Midoriya is giving off is incredible. It's almost as if his animal forms are more physically gifted and fit than they were before. I can't believe you managed to sync one for all with your being. I'm so proud, my boy. The results of my training. I'm going to show exactly what I'm capable of. Activating full Cowl, Izuku cracked his neck and put on a smirk that Katsuki would be proud to see. Now let's have some fun. The rest of the examinees who had finally caught up stared slack-jawed at the glowing orange panther speeding away into the heart of the city, leaving cracks in the ground where it trod. Via STMOD. Battle Center A. Die. Katsuki let off a massive explosion between his palms, blowing the entire top half off of a three-pointer as the rest of it crashed into the ground. Katsuki landed nimbly and cracked his knuckles. Haha. That's 73 effing points. Out of the corner of his eye, Katsuki saw a three-pointer come zooming out of an alley and try to blindside him. Nice try, effer. Katsuki spun around on his heel, palm sparking and ready to strike. But before he could make contact with it, a giant hand came flying in and smashed the robot into the ground. Katsuki followed the hand to its owner and saw some chick with an orange ponytail running down the side of her head land in front of him. Are you alright? She asked, shrinking her giant fist back to normal size. Hey, what the F are you doing stealing my points, you fat hand beach? Katsuki yelled. The girl looked disbelieved. I just helped you and you thank me by insulting me. What's your problem? You're my effing problem. Katsuki pointed an accusing finger at the girl. I didn't need your city help, now stay out of my way. He spat at her feet before launching himself off to find more robots to destroy. The girl stood there, scowling at Katsuki. What in a hole? Whatever, I don't have time for this, I need to keep getting points. She ran down the street, only to be cut off by a group of 4 three-pointers and quickly found herself surrounded. She turned to and fro, trying to make sure none of them attacked her blind spot while she formulated a plan. One of them managed to catch her off guard and smack her across the back, sending her flying across the street. The orangeette gripped her side in pain as she slowly pulled herself up. Oh, she heard the rumbling of the robots coming towards her, but she could hardly move due to the impact she just felt. Eat sit, metal bastards. Her head shot up to see Katsuki rocketing down from the sky, impacting one of the three-pointers on the back with a powerful blast. before he propelled himself through the air, literally blowing through the other 3 giant machines. He leaped down to the ground and landed nimbly in front of the girl he just saved. I guess you're gonna come rub it in my face that you got those points, huh? He glowered at her for a few seconds before pulling her up and throwing her arm over his shoulder. What are you doing? You got beat the F up. I'm saving you. I didn't ask for your help before, so we're effing even now, got it? Katsuki said, keeping his eyes forward as he helped take the girl to safety. Thanks, she said quietly. Whatever. I'm Kendo Izuku, by the way. She shifted slightly to support more of her own weight. I think I can walk by myself. Katsuki said nothing, but he did not let go of her or stop walking. Did you hear what I said? I'm fine. Kendo began squirming in Katsuki's grasp, causing him to growl in frustration. Shut up and stop moving. I'm already carrying your sorry ass. Just take it. Kendo pouted, but refrained from fighting anymore. BASTMOD. Battle Center B. Woo. Izuku was having the time of his life. He forgot just how fun it was to let loose and use his quirk. And now that he could add one for all into the equation, it made it that much more awesome. Leaping off the top of a building, Izuku swan dived towards a pack of robots, morphing into an African bush elephant and body slamming down on an unsuspecting 2-pointer. He was amazed by just how much more power was packed into his animal forms now that he could use full cowl at the same time. As Kaken would say, it was effing badass. Swinging his glowing trunk from side to side, Izuku easily smashed away 2 more 2-pointers, bringing his total score up to 49. He turned back to normal and looked around at all of the wreckage left by all of the examinees. I wonder if there are any robots left. BASTMOD. UA monitor room. The camera panned out to show the street Izuku was on, next to countless other screens showing live footage of other examinees throughout the battle sites. Rows of examiners were scribbling away at what they were observing. Obviously, none of the examinees know how many villains are present, or where they might be at any given moment. That sense of mystery drives a sense of urgency into their beings. The pale light from the display shined eerily on Principal Nezu's face. I'd say this year's batch of potential candidates is quite promising, one of the examiners observed. Nezu chuckled to himself. Well, there is still some time before it's over. Let's give them the real test, shall we? A panel opened up on the dashboard under the monitor to reveal a large red button reading big as robot release switch. Nezu pushed the button. Let's see how they react. BASTMOD. Battle Site B. The ground began rumbling violently as giant clouds of dirt were thrown up into the air. All of the examinees stopped and turned to see a massive shadow looming over even the tallest buildings in the site. Holy shit, it's the 0-pointer. Are they insane? That thing is huge. As the massive mechanical villain menacingly trod through the street, its sheer size caused surrounding windows to shatter and it felt like the very earth was shifting as it moved. Izuku caught up to the large crowd that had formed once the 0-pointer was released, staring up at the metal monstrosity. Everyone there had the same thought reach their minds. Run! Dozens of feet rapidly pounded on the pavement just as the giant villain reached down with its giant hand and reduced an adjacent building to a heap of rubble. Izuku transformed into a cheetah and was about to make a break for it himself, but his ultra-sensitive feline ears picked up the faintest of cries amidst all of the chaos. Izuku whipped his head towards the source of the sound, and his eyes widened when he saw Ochako sprawled out on the ground, her legs seemingly trapped under a large piece of debris. Uraraka-san. Before he could even tell his body to move, Izuku was zooming towards his fallen friend as fast as he could, passing by and confusing many other examinees that were running away from the 0-pointer. He stopped before her and went gorilla to fling the piece of debris off of her before turning back to normal. Are you alright? Deku-kun, my ankle. I don't think I can walk. Izuku looked back up at the 0-pointer, which was coming closer and closer. Uraraka-san. I'm gonna help you get to safety, okay? Ochako nodded. Thanks, we probably still have time to run away if we hurry. Izuku laughed out loud. Hell no, we are beating that thing. Seeing Ochako's stunned face, he gave her a thumbs up. Trust me, I know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna need just a tad bit of help, okay? So here's what we are gonna do. BASTMOD. UA monitor room. Everyone stared fascinatingly at the scene unfolding before their very eyes, as Izuku put his plan into motion. There are no combat rewarded for defeating the humongous villain, but there is opportunity. The screen zoomed in on Izuku in his gorilla form, carrying Ochako on his back as he rapidly scaled the side of the tallest building right next to the 0-pointer. Reaching the top, Gorilla Zuku leaped off of the roof, sailing through the air towards the head of the massive villain. A chance to shine, to show us what you're really made of, show who you are, embody what it truly means to be a hero. There is nothing nobler than giving your all to protect those in need. BASTMOD. Battle Site B. As Ochako and Izuku sailed through the air towards the 0-pointer, the brunette girl breathed deeply to calm herself. Okay, I can do this, Deku-kun can do this. Just follow the plan. So here's what we are gonna do. Izuku began. I'm gonna carry you on my back in gorilla mode and scale the building right here. Once I get to the top, I'm gonna jump towards the 0-pointer, and I want you to use your quirk on me so I can maximize my air time. Right before we make it within range of that thing, you release your quirk and I will be in position to finish it off. But the thing is, I can't talk when I'm in my animal forms, so I will need your help with something on that front, okay? The pair flew within striking range. Ochako pressed her fingertips together, release. Feeling slightly nauseous from using her quirk, Ochako did her best to shake the feeling and hold on tight as Izuku prepared to destroy the 0-pointer. Izuku began rapidly swinging his right arm backwards in a circular motion, feeling the power of one for all coursing through his arm as he charged up, counting 11 spins in her head. Ochako readied herself for Izuku's attack, simultaneously in awe of his glowing and crackling right arm. Izuku cocked his fist back, and Ochako took the deepest breath she could. Every awesome move has to have its name called out or else it really isn't a special move. Since I can't yell it, I want you to yell it when I do. Clench your butt cheeks and yell deep from within your heart. Kongo SMAASHH. Izuku's large fist flung forward and impacted the 0-pointer with an earth-shattering crash, sending the Goliath reeling backwards with a sedan-sized crater in the middle of its face. The explosion that the strike had caused multiplied down the robot's body, causing it to collapse in heaps to the ground below. Ochako and Izuku bulleted towards the ground at breakneck speed, stopping just before they became a splat on the pavement thanks to Ochako's quirk. She released it, allowing them to touch down, before she hunched over with a sickly green face. Izuku rubbed Ochako's back comfortingly, trying to help alleviate her motion sickness. He completely ignored the many bewildered stares he was receiving from the other examinees, only looking up when he heard the siren sounding off to signal that the examination was over. Very nice, good work all around, you young whippersnappers. You're heroes in my eyes. Every one of you, Recovery Girl said as she hobbled through the crowd. Here's some gummies, don't be shy. She pulled the candies out of her pockets and handed them out to whomever she passed by. Yes, don't eat them all at once, okay. She made her way up to Izuku and Ochako, and smiled knowingly at the boy. You look like you could use some help, sonny. Izuku chuckled as he looked down at his slightly burnt arm. Let me take care of that for you. Recovery Girl smooched Izuku on his head, causing the teen to sigh in relief as the pain washed away from his body. She turned to Ochako, who had suppressed her motion sickness. Oh dearie, your ankle looks pretty banged up there. Recovery Girl extended her lips and used her quirk on the injured girl, watching her ankle reset itself under the green glow of the healing factor. Ochako stood up and tested her ankle. Wow, it feels as good as new. Thank you so much. Yes, that's quite all right, dearie. Recovery Girl waved her off with a swing of her cane. Now if you're all not injured, go home. We gotta clean up this place now, you know. BASTMODE. You were so cool, Deku-kun. You were like punch, smash, smash, smash. And it was so cool getting to yell out your special move. We gotta do that again. Izuku laughed at Ochako's excitement as they made their way outside. Yeah, it was really cool. We make a pretty good team, Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck. Ochako nodded happily. Totally. Izuku turned in confusion when he noticed Ochako had stopped walking. Hey Deku, let's play a game, alright. On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. Don't even think about it, just name it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor. Divided by Velociraptor. Visibly impressed, Izuku posed his own question. Favorite song to have a dance party to? Every Time We Touch by Cascada. Divided by Every Time We Touch by Cascada. If you were an egg, how would you want to be cooked? Scrambled with cheese. Divided by Scrambled with cheese. What? Ochako exclaimed. Did we just become best friend? Yup. The two high-fived, then immediately broke out into uncontrollable laughter. F off. Their laughter ceased as they heard Katsuki yell his profanity and turned to see him stomping in their direction with his hands in his pockets, being followed by some orange-haired girl neither of them had ever seen before. Oh, hey Kaken, how did the exam go for you? Shut up, Deku. Let's get out of here. This damn chick won't stop following me. He stuck his thumb behind him towards Kendo, who was glaring at the fuming teen with her arms crossed. This damn chick has a name, UD. I already told you I don't care what your effing name is. Thoroughly confused, Izuku thought it was as good of a time as any to find out what the hell was going on. Kaken. Who is this? Before Katsuki could reply, Kendo butted past him. Kendo Itsuka, nice to meet you. She shook Izuku's hand, pouting at Katsuki the entire time. Ooh, nice to meet you too, Kendo-san. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and this is my friend Uraraka Ochako, he said, pointing to the brunette by his side, who then waved to the other girl. Hey, round face, what the F are you doing here? Kaken, I literally just said what her name was. Izuku rubbed the bridge of his nose. Well anyway, how do you know Kaken, Kendo-san? Oh, so Kaken is your name. Was that so hard to tell me? Katsuki stuck a finger in Kendo's face. F you, fat hands. You don't get to call me that. PFFFD. Ochako burst out laughing at the scene. You guys are so funny. Izuku stepped in between the two arguing teens. Okay, that was my fault. Kendo-san, this is Bakugo Katsuki. Now please tell me, how is it that you two know each other? We helped each other in the exam. F you. You didn't help me. You stole my points. Katsuki growled. Izuku sighed wearily. Okay, this is going to go on for a while. Kaken, you want to go get ramen at the spot? Getting a grunt of approval from his oldest friend, he turned to the two females. You guys want to come? Sure. Ochake beamed. We can talk about how the exam went and stuff. Deku, don't invite fat hands. Kendo smirked smugly at Katsuki. I would love to come, Midoriya. Alright, so that's that. I'm starving. Izuku and his two new friends began to walk away, leaving Katsuki to stay rooted in place, grinding his teeth in anger. F you guys, he yelled before quickly walking after them. There is a world-famous saying that many people try and live by. Patience is a virtue. Now, this proverbial phrase was one that Izuku was very familiar with. His mother had never had problems with him being overly restless as a child, and oftentimes Izuku found that he could wait patiently for things very easily. Oddly enough, waiting on his acceptance letter from UA was not something he found that he could be patient about. It also did not help to Izuku's peace of mind that he hadn't been able to contact All Might since the day of the exam. Izuku was sitting on the sofa in his living room, idly flipping through the channels as his mind was preoccupied with thoughts regarding his acceptance into his dream hero school. Naomi laid next to him, curled up and enjoying the warmth of the blanket draped over her. Man, you're so lucky. You don't have to worry about anything, do you, girl? He sighed, scratching her behind the ear. He turned towards the front door and stared at it wistfully, trying to mentally will the mailman to come and slide his acceptance letter through the mail slot. Grabbing his phone from the coffee table, he leaned back in his chair and began typing out a message. Super duper hero friends group chat. Izuku, hey you guys, did anyone get their UA acceptance letters yet? Katsuki, F you, Deku. Why are you messaging me so late? I'm trying to sleep. Itsuka Bakugo, it's like 8:43 p.m. Katsuki, F you, fat hands, I wanna sleep. Ochako, I haven't gotten my letter yet either. It's been a week already. Wonder what they're taking so long for. Itsuka, yeah, me either. They will probably come soon, just be patient. Izuku, easy for you to say. I'm going crazy over here. Well, when you guys get yours, tell me. Ochako will do, Deku. Itsuka, yeah, no problem. Though, old man Bakugo will probably be long asleep if it comes today lol. Katsuki, you're asking to die, you orange-headed F. Ochako, PFFFTLMAO. Izuku, honey. Dinner's ready. Izuku shook his head amusedly and pocketed his phone and stood up, stretching his compressed limbs after sitting for so long. UA could wait till dinner was done, at the very least. BASTMOD. Holy cow, am I full? Izuku collapsed onto his bed holding his distended belly, groaning as the full force of his meal began to kick in. Naomi hopped up on the bed and laid down next to him, tongue hanging out in a satisfied manner. Oh girl, don't I know it. Mom makes the best ribeye. I'm pretty sure I ate like 45 pounds of food. The food coma is setting in. Just as Izuku felt his eyes begin to droop and fatigue begin to take over, he heard a furious rapping on his door. Looking up startledly, Izuku saw the door swing up to reveal his mother crawling on the floor towards him. Aye, Izuku. She held out her hand, and in it was a white envelope with a seal of Yua's crest on the front. It's here. AHHH. Izuku jolted out of bed and was in front of his mother in an instant. He carefully grabbed the letter from her and stared at it disbelievingly. It's here. His mom slowly stood up and pushed Izuku's hands towards his body. Go on, honey. Open it. I'll give you some privacy, but tell me all about it afterwards, okay? I just know you got it. Trust your mother's instincts. And Ko gave her son the brightest smile she could remember having on her face since her wonderful Izuku was brought into the world and she got to hold him for the first time. Mom, sniff, I'm so proud of you, sweetie. And Ko gently kissed Izuku on the forehead and quickly wiped away her steadily flowing tears. Now hurry up and open it. Izuku nodded vigorously and sat down at his desk as his mother left the room to give him some privacy. Phew, okay, this is it. Gently now. Pausing for a second, Izuku stared at the envelope before ripping it open as fast as he could. Some sort of silver disc clanked onto the table, causing Izuku to squint in confusion. What the hell is this? He pressed the button in the center of the disc and recoiled backwards when a beam of light shot upwards from it and began shining onto his wall. I am here, coming to you as a projection. Jesus Christ, Izuku exclaimed, clutching his heart. Effing All Might. Wait, isn't this from UA? Why is he on the projection? I know it's been quite some time, but you know a pro hero's schedule can get swamped in the blink of an eye, and with great power comes with an even greater amount of paperwork. Sorry, the truth is, I didn't come to this town just to fight villains. I also got hired as the newest UA faculty member. Whoa, you're seriously gonna be a teacher at UA? A hand popped out of the corner of the screen and began making a hurry-up motion. Yes, what's the problem? I'm spending too much time showboating. Okay, sorry, I'll wrap it up, but I have to. Wait, I have to do how many of these videos? Wasting time and money for the broadcasting department by even having this conversation right now. Okay, sorry, I'll be quick. Izuku rolled his eyes and impatiently drummed on his desk with his fingers. This is the #1 hero in the world. So, moving on. All Might cleared his throat. I must say, young Midoriya, your scores on the entrance exam surprised even me. You passed the written exam with a score of 96%. And the practical portion. Wooey, my boy, did you show who's boss? You scored 46 villain points, good for 6th place. Izuku wasn't sure how he felt about that. I'm glad I passed, but 6th place? Come on. All Might believed in me, Mom, Kaken, everyone. 6th place is dog sit for what I know I can do. Not even top 5. Now 6th place is where you would be, if that were the only parameter around this examination. The green-haired teen's head shot up. What you talking about, All Might? Everyone knows that the true meaning to being a hero is not defeating villains, but doing our best to help those in need, to save people at all costs. That's why we have rescue points as well. All Might clicked a button on his remote to show a profile screen of Izuku, listing his candidate information and test results. For your bravery and noble actions in the exam, you Midoriya Izuku were awarded 60 rescue points. That's right, 60 rescue points brings your total score up to 106 points. Good enough for a comfortable 2nd place, my boy. Izuku's face lit up with pride. I got over 100 points. I got a top 3 score at the best hero school in the country. I wonder if Kaken got 1st place. You've made me proud as a mentor, my boy. Your score ranks in the top 10 of all-time UA exam scores. Enjoy this accomplishment, but remember that it only grows more and more difficult from this point forward. Welcome, Midoriya Izuku, to your Hero Academia. With that, the projection faded, leaving Izuku alone in the room, the only light source being the small lamp he had on just barely illuminating the face-splitting grin he had on his face. He made eye contact with the All Might poster taped above his desk and made a face of inspired determination. I won't let you down, All Might. Izuku picked up the torn envelope and saw that a letter had come with the projection disc and unfolded the paper to read it. Dear Midoriya Izuku, hello, I write this letter to you to inform you of your excellent performance in this year's UA entrance exam. You put on an impressive display and accumulated 46 villain points and 60 rescue points. Your score ranked you in at 2nd place of all examinees this year, so you should be very proud of yourself. Izuku skimmed through most of the rest of the letter outlining school conduct and all of that boring stuff until he got to the next most important piece of information to him. As you may or may not already be aware, UA has an on-campus dormitory system, and all incoming students are expected to be moved in no later than 1 week before the day of orientation. Any required assistance for moving your personal items from your home to the dormitories will be happily provided by the school as long as the request is made at a reasonable time. The rooms provided are accompanied by the following amenities: 2 single beds, a full bathroom, 2 computers with desks, bookshelves, a small kitchen, a balcony. Each room is assigned 2 students of the same gender chosen at random. Your room assignment is as follows. Dorm 1, a room 3-1. Midoriya Izuku, Todoroki Shoto. Do not hesitate to contact the school faculty if there are any concerns or questions you have regarding the move-in or anything else leading up to the beginning of the school year. I am looking forward to seeing you at the orientation. Sincerely, Principal Nezu. Todoroki Shoto. Why did that name ring such a bell? Izuku quickly slid across the room in his swivel chair and spun towards his hero drawers. Combing through his stacks of notes, he eurekaed when he found his 3rd volume, flipping through the pages until it landed on his hero analysis of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Flame hero, Endeavor. Legal name, Todoroki Enji. Yada yada. Father of 4. I wonder. DASTMODE. What the F? You're bunking with Endeavor's kid. Izuku and his little group of friends sat around his dinner table, knee-deep in a discussion about their exam results and what was to come once hero school finally started. Katsuki snatched Izuku's acceptance letter from his hands and scanned through it to confirm his friend's claim. I saw him on the news with his kids one time. The one that looked closest to our age has some weird effing half and half hair or some shit, I think. Oh, Katsuki rubbed his arm where Kendo had just pinched him. What's your effing problem? Stop insulting people behind their backs, she scolded. Anyways, great job on getting 1st and 2nd on the exam, you two. Ignoring the pair's bickering, Izuku rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Endeavor's son? I wonder what he's like. Yeah, you both got such high scores, Ochako added, resting her chin on the table with a pout. Even with my 45 rescue points, I still only managed to get 73. Kendo patted Ochako's head. Don't be like that, Uraraka. You still did really well. You got higher than I did, so if you feel bad, how am I supposed to feel? I only got 1 point more than you. Deku-kun got like 30 more. Bakugo-kun got even higher than that. Exam scores don't mean sit now, round face. Once school comes around, I'm gonna show everyone that I'm the best. UFS included. Easy for you to say. You got 120 points, Kaken. Izuku chuckled. Oh, by the way, who did you guys end up getting roomed with? Izuku was interrupted by his phone vibrating on the table, notifying that he was receiving a call. Much to his misfortune, the caller ID and photo appeared on the screen as well. Before he could even realize it, Ochako had snatched the phone from off of the table. Well, what do we have here? Deku-kun, who is Tatami and why is her caller ID photo a selfie of you two cheek to cheek? Izuku yelped and tried to reach for his phone, but found himself trapped in a large pair of hands. What the? Sorry, Midoriya. This has officially become an interrogation. Uraraka, answer the phone and put it on speaker. Izuku frantically tried to squirm out of Kendo's enlarged hands and get his phone back. Kendo-san, Uraraka-san. Please, it's not what you think. Kaken, help. Izuku turned to his oldest friend in search of aid out of his embarrassing situation, only to see Katsuki getting up and walking away. Later, comical tears sprung from Izuku's eyes. Judas, he hissed, still squirming. He shrieked when Ochako placed the phone on the table and hit the answer button. Hello. I am sorry. I was a little overwhelmed by all of it yesterday, and I got the letter late in the evening, so I went to sleep not long after I got my results. Izuku replied, trying his best to ignore Ochako and Itsuka's giggling fits. Izuku had to stifle a laugh because he could hear the pout Tatami had on her face. I came in second place with 106 points. Apparently my score was also good enough to be ranked top 10 of all-time UA exam candidates, too. Tatami squealed in delight, clapping her hands excitedly. Izuku blushed at the praise, doing his best to avoid the teasing looks that Ochako and Kendo were giving him. Oh, okay. Ochako had to cover her mouth with her hands to mute her laughter, and since Itsuka's were occupied, she resorted to biting down on her ponytail. Yes, I do. Tatami giggled. Bye. The line cut, and the room was immediately filled with relentless giggling. Itsuku let go of Izuku and had to lean on Ochako from her fits. You guys are so cute. Ochako exclaimed. Tell us everything. Where'd you meet? How long have you been dating? Have you kissed? Do you have more photos? Can we meet her too? Where does she live? Is she in the hero course too? Ochako was stopped by Itsuka's hands coming over to cover her mouth. Whoa there, let's take it easy. We don't want to overload the poor guy's brain. Izuku sighed in relief. Thanks, Kendo-san. Oh, you still are going to answer all of our questions, Midoriya. And if you try to run, well, our quirks are pretty well suited for keeping you from doing that, wouldn't you agree, Uraraka? Ochako matched Itsuka's evil grin with one of her own, wiggling her fingers out at Izuku. Don't make it harder than it has to be, Deku-kun. Katsuki returned to the room, wiping his still damp hands on his pants as he came back from the washroom, to see Izuku scampering around the room as a mouse being chased by Itsuka and Ochako. Get back here, Midoriya. Tell us all of it. Spill the tea, Deku-kun. Katsuki saw Izuku scurry over to his feet and crawled up his pant leg to hide. Looking up, all Katsuki could see was the two girls lunging his direction. There was heard throughout the room, followed by a resounding thud. Where did he go? Ochako said, frantically looking around. Damn, he got away. Hey, are you making popcorn? Ochako tilted her head to the side. No. Why? Well, don't you hear that popping noise? They both looked down and realized they were sitting on top of Katsuki, who had a look of pure anger on his face. Ah, that's the popping noise. Run. Via STMOD. Izuku stretched his arms high in the air, sighing as his spine decompressed from sitting in the car for so long. He and Inko had just driven from their home to UAS campus for Izuku's move into Heights Alliance, the hero school's on-campus dormitory buildings. His mother walked up to his side, followed by Naomi, who jumped around excitedly at the new environment. These dorm buildings are bigger than our entire apartment complex, Inko yelled as she gawked up at the row of dormitories lined up before them. You're gonna be okay all on your own, right, Izuku? Izuku wrapped a comforting arm around his mother's shoulder. I'll be fine, promise. Still slightly worried, as any mother sending her child off to boarding school should, Inko looked up at her son with a nervous expression. You have all the recipes I gave you, color-coded and neatly filed in binders. Laundry, wash on cold to make sure nothing shrinks, and wash darks first because I have more of those than lights. Oh, I don't know if I'm ready to let you go, Izuku. Inko buried her face in her son's shoulder, pouting sadly. Izuku turned his body so that he could properly embrace his wonderful mother. I know. I'm gonna miss you too, Mom. Make sure you call me every day to tell me all about everything you do, okay? And you. Inko pulled away from Izuku and bent down to scratch Naomi under the chin. Make sure this little mister doesn't get into too much trouble, okay, girl? Naomi barked in reply, causing Inko to smile. She stood back up and held her Izuku by the shoulders. I tell you this all the time, but I'm so proud of you, Izuku. I love you so much, baby. Be good, okay? Izuku smiled brightly and pulled his mom into a tight hug. I will. I love you too, Mom. Thank you for always believing in me. The two shared one more smile before Inko got back in her car and drove off, leaving Izuku and his trusty canine companion alone to go about their business, adjusting the strap on his backpack. Izuku pulled the information sheet out of his pocket and read it over. Let's see. Everything got packed in our rooms for us, so all I need to do right now is go to the first-year student center to get my key. Easy enough, let's go. The pair were about to set off before Izuku heard a loud Deku being yelled out. Turning around, he saw Katsuki walking up towards him, backpack slung over his shoulder with one hand with the other dug into his pocket. About time you showed up, nerd. What took so long? Katsuki said as he bent down to pet Naomi, an action that brought great joy to her. Not everyone is as excited to move out as you know. TCH, the old bat and geezer would have kept me there all damn day if I didn't yell at them to hurry the hell up and take me here. Anyway, you got your key and sit yet. Let's go. Nodding in agreement, Izuku and Naomi followed Katsuki down the road towards the FYSC to pick up their room keys and orientation package. BASTMOD. The pair of boys and dog had just reached the first-year student center and were about to go inside when the loud roar of a motor ripped through the air in the direction of the parking lot beside the building. Curious as to what was causing the commotion, the trio walked over to the lot to see a dark red sport bike rolling to a stop. Katsuki couldn't peel his eyes away from the sight of the obviously female driver park her bike. Curves on full display in the skin-tight motorcycle bodysuit she was wearing. He watched her every move as she cut her engine and put her kickstand down, swinging one of her long legs over the side of the bike, standing up and slowly pulling her jet black helmet off, revealing locks of orange hair tied in a ponytail on the side of her head. Katsuki's eyes almost bugged out of his head when he saw Kendo turn in their direction and wave. Did I just? Kendo tucked her helmet under her arm and walked up to them, smiling the whole way. Hey guys, unaware of his best friend's state of shock. Izuku greeted Kendo with a wave. Hey, Kendo-san. Nice motorcycle. Very cool looking. Oh, that old thing. Kendo chuckled. It was a gift from my parents for getting into UA. It rides like a damn dream. Don't worry though, I got a special permit so I can only drive it on campus. You wanna go for a ride? Izuku waved his hands in front of his face. Nope. No way I'm getting on that thing. Suit yourself. Bakugo. Huh. Snapping out of his trance, Katsuki met eyes with Izuku, causing him to blush and turn away. Shut up. I wasn't looking at Sit. Ooh, okay. Are you alright, Kaken? You look kinda frazzled. Katsuki crossed his arms and whipped around so he wasn't facing the two of his friends. Screw you. Let's go get our effing keys already, he shouted, before stomping up the stairs and into the building. What was that all about? I know he gets mad all the time, but I don't get what the problem was. Your guess is as good as mine, Kendo-san. Izuku and Itsuka shared a look of confusion before shrugging and following after their spiky-haired companion. BASTMOD. There you guys are. As soon as the trio of teens walked through the door of the building, they caught sight of a brown-haired blur plow into Izuku and pull all of them into a quick hug. Oh hey, Uraraka-san. Did you get here long ago? Yeah, I wanted to wait for you guys, though. We can all get our room and homeroom assignments together. Achako's boundless enthusiasm was infectious and brought smiles to both Kendo and Izuku. Achako turned and held her arms out. Naomi, said Dog leaped into her arms, knocking her onto her bottom. I'm happy to see you too. Achako managed to squeak out between ticklish giggles at being licked all over her face, still upset with himself for his faltering earlier. Katsuki found himself with a shorter temper than usual. Can we hurry the hell up? I want to get to my room and take a effing nap. Party pooper. Achako pouted as she got to her feet. Walking up to the service desk, the quartet of students gave their information and received their respective room assignments. What room are you in, Kaken? Izuku asked, leaning over to see his friend's information sheet. Want a room 4-1. I'm right above you, nerd. Heh, like always. My roommate is some guy named Ajiro. Katsuki shrugged. Uraraka-san. Want a room 3-2. Hooray. We're all in the same class. Oh man, but Itsuka-chan isn't my roommate. Mine is someone named Yaoyorozu Momo. I hope she's nice. The three turned to Kendo to find out what room she was in, but were surprised to see her frowning down at her sheet. Itsuka-chan. I'm in room 3-4. Then we're neighbors. In dorm 1B. Izuku and Achako looked on in concern. Oh man, this sucks. Yeah, I was hoping that all four of us would be in the same class, Kendo-san. It won't be the same without you. Itsuka's hands fell limp at her side. Yeah. TCH. Katsuki stomped up to Itsuka and brushed past her shoulder. If you're gonna cry about something as dumb as being in a different class, then you got no place being in the effing hero course, fat hands. Kaken, you know I'm right, you effing nerd. You think someone who mopes around for something like this is gonna be of any use out there in the real effing world when villains are trying to end you? And you, Katsuki shouted, turning to Izuku once more, you really gonna let a different effing homeroom slow you down? What happened to the chick from the entrance exam that was smashing the shit out of robots? You look effing pathetic. I'm outta here. Katsuki stormed out of the building, leaving several stunned faces watching him leave. Geez, who pooped in his cereal? What'd he have to be so mean about it for? Izuku came up and put a hand on Itsuka's shoulder. I'm sorry about him, Kendo-san. I'll go talk to him once he cools off a bit. Itsuka's fists were clenched at her side. He's right, though, isn't he? How can I call myself a potential hero if I get sad over something like this? I'm really being dumb about it, aren't I? It's not like we're never gonna see each other. We can always hang out after class and stuff. This is nothing. You do have a point there, Kendo-san. Relatively speaking, it really isn't that big of a deal. Sure, it would be nice for all of us to have class together, but like you said, we will surely still be able to see each other on a regular basis. I'm sure it'll be just fine. Anyways, we should go to our rooms and get set up. Uraraka-san. Yeah, let's go to our dorm. See you later, Itsuka-chan. With that, Izuku, Ochako, and Nozomi left towards the wanted dorm, leaving Itsuka alone in the lobby. I never would have thought Bakugo cared so much. He definitely needs to work on his phrasing and delivery. But it's nice to know under all that psychotic rage, he at least tried to make me feel better. BSTMOD. Now, Izuku and Ochako were well aware just how much of a prestigious institution UA was. But they were in no way expecting their dorm building to look so incredible. The pair stepped into the entryway and were immediately amazed. Whoa, it's so big and fancy, Ochako shouted. Izuku was in an equal state of shock. This is crazy. If this is just the common area, I can't even imagine what our bedrooms are gonna look like. Hey you two, come on in. Izuku and Ochako turned to see a pink-skinned girl bound up to them with a bright smile on her face. Her bright yellow irises shone against the blackness of her sclere, and two pale yellow horns sticking out of her unruly mess of pink hair helped to complete her unique appearance. Hi there, I'm Ashido Mina. Are you guys gonna be in class 1 at 2? Izuku was practically blinded by how wide the girl was smiling, and felt a similar sensation with Ochako in that her bubbly personality was almost overwhelming. It's nice to meet you, Ashido-san. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and this is Uraraka Ochako, said girl waved with an eye-closed smile. Hello. Woof. Oh, I'm sorry, Izuku said, stepping aside to let his dog through. This is Nozomi. AHHH doggo. Mina cooed, instantly crouching down and nuzzling her face against Nozomi's. She wagged her tail happily and ran in circles around the pink-skinned girl, rubbing her side up against her as she went. Anyways, come meet some more of our classmates. Following Mina, Izuku and Ochako entered the dorm common area, where several other students sitting in small groups chatting amongst themselves. Come meet the gang. Mina led them up to a pair of boys, the first with bright yellow hair and a black lightning bolt-shaped streak running across one side of it, the second also blonde with a noticeably large tail coming out of his behind. This is Kaminari and Ajiro. Guys, meet Midoriya and Uraraka. Hey, how's it going? Denki said, finger pistoling the pair. Ajiro, say, Ajiro-kun, you wouldn't happen to be in room 4-1, would you? He raised an eyebrow. How did you know that? Ah, so you're Kaken's roommate. It's nice to meet you, he said with a nod. You too, Kaminari-kun. Yeah, nice to meet ya, Ochako added. So have you met Kak? Have you met Bakugo yet? Ajiro chuckled nervously. Yeah, he's something alright. He's an acquired taste, for sure. But believe me when I say he actually cares in his own way. And he wants to be a hero as bad as anybody else. Ochako nodded in agreement. Plus, seeing him yell at everything is really funny. Uraraka-chan, over here. Mina beckoned, sitting next to a group of girls. Ochako looked to Izuku, who gave her a nod to shoo her towards their new female classmates, before skipping off towards them. Here, sit down, man, pulling up a chair next to them. Izuku gladly accepted the invitation. So, Denki began, giving Izuku a sly grin. Uraraka is really cute. Is she your girlfriend? You two seem really close. Oh, no, Izuku replied. We're really close friends. But that's it. We met on the day of the entrance exam actually. Izuku's face unconsciously lit up with pride. We took down the 0-pointer at our site together. You took down a 0-pointer. The trio turned to see a boy with spiky red hair come up to them and sit down. That's so manly, dude. Oh, Kirishima, by the way. Nice to meet you guys. You really took down a 0-pointer, Midoriya. You must be really strong, Ajiro commented. Izuku blushed slightly at the praise and attention he was getting. I'm sure anyone could have done it. And then Deku-kun was like smash, pow, boom, and punched the giant robot right in the face. The boys turned to hear Ochako animatedly recounted the story from the entrance exam, causing her group of girls to peer over at Izuku in curiosity. He really did that. One girl with short purple hair and long flesh-colored earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes said, That's pretty impressive, Kiro. Another girl with dark green hair and wide eyes added, putting a large index finger on her chin. Izuku felt a firm clap on his back. Look at you, dude. Already the hot topic in our class. Excuse me, can you elucidate a bit more about this zero-pointer? The group turned to the tall and slender girl with her onyx hair tied back in a spiky ponytail. You didn't see it. I thought there was one in every battle site. Ajiro asked. The boys all nodded, agreeing in their confusion. Oh, Yaoyorozu-chan was accepted through recommendation, so she took a special exam for those students, Kiro. All the boys had amazed looks on their faces, causing Momo to blush nervously. Whoa, you must be amazing then, Kaminari exclaimed. Yeah, to be chosen for a school like UA through recommendation must mean you gotta be the best of the best. Ajiro nodded in agreement. Gee, thank you for all your kind words, but that's quite an exaggeration. Momo was then startled by Mina, who had jumped on her back and flung her arms over her shoulders. Come on, don't be so modest. You're a recommended student. That automatically makes you badass. Not to mention your quirk sounds incredible. At the mention of the word quirk, Izuku's eyes took on an unmistakable twinkle, and before anyone could react, he was standing right before Momo, notebook in hand and an expectant look on his face. Would you mind telling me about your quirk, Yaoyorozu-san? Everyone in the room sweat dropped, and Gyro leaned over to Uraraka. Is he always like this? Chuckling sheepishly, Ochako nodded. When it comes to learning about quirks and hero stuff like that, Deku-kun is like a kid in a candy store. Still with a raised eyebrow, Gyro watched Izuku scribbling away madly while several of their new classmates went in depth about the nature of their quirks. But where was he keeping that notebook? His backpack is in the other room. Ochako stared at her green-haired pal with narrowed eyes. I still haven't figured that out. BASTMOD. Izuku's cheeks hurt from smiling so much. He had filled his notes to the brim with information and analysis on many of his new classmates, and he had almost immediately gotten along with all of them. So 15 profiles, and eliminating Kaken, Uraraka, and I from the equation. There are 2 more people I haven't met yet, one of them being Todoroki Shoto. Maybe he will be here tomorrow. Turning the corner, Izuku fished his key out of his pocket and quickly unlocked the door, swinging it open so that Naomi could run inside. Izuku followed after her and was immediately floored by how luxurious his room was. Whoa, it's like a hotel room. The room had 2 single beds separated by a retractable partition across from 2 connected desks with high-end computers on top of them. Directly to the left of the desk closest to the door was a small kitchenette fitted with a sink and several burners on top of a mini fridge and cabinet. To the right of the nearest bed was a door that presumably led to the bathroom. Oh, I guess he's already here, Izuku said to himself, noticing the bag and personal items already on the bed by the screen door leading to the balcony. Izuku placed his things down on his own bed and started unpacking. He opened his closet and begun unloading the boxes that UA had delivered for him. Just as he had finished unpacking his things, he heard the door open and turned to see a boy with a large burn mark on the left side of his face, partly covered by his ear-length half-white, half-red hair. Oh, you must be Todoroki-kun. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, Izuku said, extending out a friendly hand. Shoto stared at him for a few moments, before slowly returning the shake, keeping the same monotone expression he wore from the moment he walked in the room. I completely forgot. This is my dog Naomi. I hope you don't mind dogs. It makes no difference to me, Shoto coldly replied, walking over to his own bed and going through his things. All right. Well, since we are going to be roommates, I hope we can get along and become friends. Not interested. What do you mean? I'm not here to make friends. You or anyone else are wasting your time if that is your goal, Shoto replied, not even looking up from what he was doing. I'm here to be the best and nothing else, so save your breath. Okay, whatever man. Izuku collected his toiletries and went into the washroom to clean himself up for the night, splashing some water in his face. Izuku stared thoughtfully into his reflection. What in a hole. Sigh. Well, I guess there's no use worrying over it. There's more important things to think about. Izuku nodded resolutely to himself. Tomorrow is where the real journey begins. BASTMOD. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. I'm coming. Hurriedly running to the door, Izuku opened it to reveal Katsuki and Ochako standing there, the former with an annoyed scowl and the latter with a bright smile. Mornin' Deku-kun. Ochako waved. We thought it would be nice to wait for you so we could go to class together. Grumpy McMeanie over here didn't want to wait, but he came anyway when I said I was gonna wait for you. She laughed. Screw you, round face. Bakugo yelled. Deku, are you an idiot? The F is wrong with your tie. Bakugo yanked on the stubby piece of fabric tied, causing Izuku to stumble forward. Listen, it's hard to tie a tie, okay. And why are you talking? You aren't even wearing a tie. All 3 of them looked to Katsuki's loose color and evident lack of tie, causing the ash blonde to kiss his teeth and spin around. F you, just hurry up and come downstairs. I'm not gonna be late on the first day because of your dumb ass. Here, Ochako said, nimbly untying Izuku's monstrosity and retying it so that it looked properly. She straightened his collar and brushed his jacket down straight. There we go. So what do you think is gonna happen at orientation today? Izuku tapped his chin thoughtfully. I'm not sure. If it's anything like regular orientations, the principal will give a long speech about the school and stuff, then we will meet upperclassmen who take us on tours and things like that. But this is UA. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to expect. Good point. Welp, only one way to find out. Now let's hurry and catch up to Bakugo-kun. Izuku grabbed his bag off of his bed and dashed out the door after his friends. Bye, Nozomi. Wait, Uraraka-san. I need breakfast. Breakfast. BASTMOD. Okay, 1A.1A. Aha. Here it is. Izuku and Ochako finally came upon their homeroom classroom, staring up at the enormous red door. Whoa, it's huge. It must be to accommodate students who are larger because of their quirks. Well, anyway, are you ready to go in, Uraraka-san? Scrunching up her face in determination, Ochako nodded. Let's do it. Okay, here we go. Izuku grabbed the handle and slowly slid the door to the classroom open. You better get the F out of my face, 4 eyes. I find your vulgar language to be incredibly deplorable. Not to mention your hooliganish behavior of putting your feet up onto your desk is extremely disrespectful to the honor of our upperclassmen who have been here before us. Izuku and Ochako had walked into quite the scene, seeing Katsuki and the tall blue-haired boy from the exam right in each other's faces having a screaming match, while several other students were in their seats watching uncomfortably, disapprovingly. Whoa, take it easy. Izuku instantly got between the two and got Katsuki to take a few steps back. What the hell's going on here? This F is getting on my goddamn nerves. You're the one from the entrance exam who defeated the 0-pointer. My name is Ida Tenya, from Salme Academy. No wonder you're such a douchebag, you damn elite. Ignoring Katsuki's outburst, Ida pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Midoriya Izuku, correct. You clearly saw the true purpose of the exam and earned your high ranking. You are a much better student than I, he said, bowing a perfect 90 degrees. The entire class sweat dropped. Ooh, okay, Izuku said, mostly confused by what was happening. Furthermore, I must apologize to you for my words on that day as well. I clearly overstepped and jumped to a conclusion when I said that you two were unfocused and unfit for this program. I hope that you will be able to forgive me. And, despite some eccentricities that I do not entirely agree with, I can easily see the skill set you both possess. Giving it a second of thought, Izuku smiled at Ida. You know what? Apology accepted. How can I call myself a hero in training if I can't let go of petty grudges and let bygones be bygones? Right, Kaken. Izuku gave Katsuki a look, causing him to scoff. Whatever. Great. Izuku turned to the rest of his classmates, who were all looking at him after such a display. Sorry about the disruption. If you're done with your little show, we can get started. Everyone turned to the door to see a scruffy male face poking out of some sort of yellow sleeping bag. Oh, what the hell is that? It's talking. A zipper went down, allowing the man to step out of his bag, revealing a ragged black outfit paired with a dark gray scarf around his neck. You kids really need to get some more sense before you can think of calling yourselves worthy of being UA students. His intimidating gaze somehow shone through his tired-looking eyes as he scanned the room. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that and be in their seats and ready before I even showed up here. Well, in any case, welcome to UA. I am Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. HOMEROOM teacher, was the collective thought among the class. Aizawa reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a blue, white, and red tracksuit. Well, let's get right to it. Put these on and head outside. But first, reaching into his sleeping bag again, he pulled out sort of pouch and sucked out the contents in one fell swoop. The entire class sat in awkward silence as Aizawa smacked his lips repeatedly after finishing whatever drink he had just ingested. Alright, let's go. BASTMOD. The entirety of Class 1 patiently stood out in the field behind the main school building in their UA gym uniforms, anxiously waiting to see what their homeroom teacher had in store for them. Okay, now that we are all here and changed, we can get started. For today, what is going to happen is I am going to put all 20 of you through a quirk assessment test. A quirk assessment test. Everyone shouted. But wait, what about orientation, sensei? Ochako asked. One of the perks of being a teacher at UA is that I have free reign as to how my class is conducted. If you're going to be at the top hero school in the country, you don't have time for frivolous things like orientation ceremonies. You've been taking standardized tests for the majority of your lives. But I see no rationality behind ignoring the cultivation and testing of quirks in the superhuman society that we live in. He turned to Katsuki. Bakugo, you got the highest score on the entrance exam, so we'll use you as a demonstration. He pulled out a rubber ball and handed it to the team. Take this and stand in the circle over there. Obliging, Katsuki took the ball from Aizawa and stood in the circle to await further instruction. How far could you throw in middle school? Like 75 meters. Nodding to himself, Aizawa pulled a phone out of his pocket. Okay, throw the ball using whatever means you wish, as long as don't leave the circle. That includes use of your quirk. Whenever you're ready. Katsuki immediately smiled ferociously and stared at the ball in his hand. Winding up, he flung the ball forward as hard as he could, letting off an explosion from his palm just before the ball left his hands. Eat sit, rubber F. The ball rocketed out of Katsuki's hand, leaving rings of smoke in the air as the trail of heat behind it propelled it forward. It disappeared into the distance, the only signal of it landing being the ping that sounded off on Aizawa's phone. Everyone need to know the upper threshold of their capabilities. He turned his phone screen towards the class, revealing Katsuki's score to be 841.7 meters. It's the most reasonable way to see where you stand in becoming pro heroes. Whoa, are you kidding me? 841 meters, Kaminari said, utterly shocked. This looks like it'll be so much fun, Nina exclaimed, bouncing from side to side excitedly. Fun, eh? Everyone turned to Aizawa, who had a dark expression on his face. So you're here to have fun and slack off? Huh? Today, you're competing in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last place will be deemed hopeless and kicked out of UA for good? Got it. The looks of shock and horror among the class brought a sadistic grin to Aizawa's face. I already told you that I can run my class however I want. So if you don't want to be expelled, well then don't come in last. The words of challenge brought varying reactions from the students. Well then, let's get started. 8 events, 20 competitors. First place sent a message to those around them that they were here at UA for a reason. That their quirks had the capabilities that pros look for in potential hero candidate. Last place, well according to Aizawa-sensei, that meant the end of the line at UA and a one-way ticket home. Izuku wasn't particularly worried. He never really liked bragging about his skills or anything like that. He much preferred to fly under the radar and go about his business without bringing too much attention to himself. But that didn't mean he knew what he was capable of. And he was definitely confident in his chances to do fairly well in the assessment. Okay, first we have the 50-meter dash. First 2 students step up to the starting line. Izuku wondered if Aizawa always sounded this dead. When was the last time he got a good night's sleep? Somehow he found it hard to believe that Aizawa-sensei would be very much of a motivating type of teacher. Asui, the frog-looking girl, and Ida stepped up to the starting line, preparing for the signal to go. As soon as the starting horn sounded, Ida pushed off his front foot and zoomed down the track, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. He skidded to a stop and turned to see his time. 3.04 seconds. As I thought. 50 meters is not quite a long enough distance for me to shift into third gear. Izuku looked closely and saw several metallic-looking cylinders sticking out of the back of Ida's calves, slightly smoking from the bespectacled student's run. Ah, so his quirk is some sort of motor in his calves that power his legs. So he's a speed-based hero. You must be sitting yourself with all these effing quirks to mutter your egghead off about, nerd. Izuku turned to Katsuki, who was stood beside him staring at Asui, who had froggy hopped down the track, earning her a decent time of 5.58 seconds. Both of their quirks revolve around their legs. Ida-kun's quirk definitely does. But I took plenty of notes on Asui-san's quirk based on what she told me yesterday. She has many other frog-like qualities besides her appearance, mannerisms, and leg strength. As an animal user myself, I was really interested to get some insights from her. In fact, Katsuki felt a vein forming on his forehead and he smacked Izuku upside the head. Will you shut up? Are you gonna do that every effing time anyone brings up anything that has to do with anyone's quirk? Rubbing the sore spot on his head, Izuku smiled apologetically. Sorry, I'll hold it in. Next 2. We don't have all day, you know. Sato and Yaoyorozu were up next to run. And as they made their way to their starting position, Izuku found himself staring at the dark-haired girl in curiosity. From what she told me yesterday, she can create any non-living material as long as she knows its molecular structure. I wonder what she's going to make for this particular test, because the possibilities are endless. As the 2 lined up to run, Momo reached into her shirt and a faint glow appeared on the exposed part of her body. She pulled her hand out and was now holding what looked to be some sort of grappling hook gun. As soon as the signal went off, Sato bounded down the track as fast as his burly form could allow him, clearly not built for speed or agility with his muscled physique. Next to him, Momo fired the grappling gun, the hook looping around a tree branch ahead of the finish line. She clicked the trigger on the gun once more, causing the rope to retract and yanked her forward across the finish line at breakneck speed. Yaoyorozu, 3.66 seconds. Sato, 7.14 seconds. Most of the class was in awe of Momo's quirk in action, but the girl kept a game face on, seemingly not wanting to be distracted from getting the best results. A grappling gun? Huh, how creative. I never would have even thought of something like that. I would have probably tried to make some sort of transportation like rollerblades or something. And based on how her quirk works, she is much more efficient in her energy consumption than many would be. That's really impressive. At this point, most of the class had noticed and begun listening to Izuku's incessant rambling. I think Midoriya is broken again like yesterday, Kaminari said with a weak chuckle. Deku-kun always gets like this when it comes to quirks. You should have seen him when we first met. Ochako laughed. It took Bakugo-kun threatening to blow his action figures up for him to stop. Uraraka-san, Izuku whined, gaining several bouts of laughter from his classmates. Well, it looks like I'm up, Ochako said as she and Ajiro stepped up to the starting line. After watching an impressive display of Ajiro's tail-powered propulsion forwards and Ochako's interesting strategy of lifting the weight off of her clothes, somehow not taking into account the odd drag that would affect her running, it came to Izuku and Katsuki's turn to run. Try not to eat too much dust getting blazed by me, nerd, Katsuki jabbed as he bent down at the starting line. I'll try my best, Kakin, Izuku replied. Alright, 50 meters isn't far enough to hit top speed, but it should be fine. Kakin is gonna be suspicious as hell if I use OFA on top of Animorph, but I'm supposed to be here to be the best hero I can be. Can I really call myself worthy if I don't give it my all like everyone else? From behind the school building, All Might peered around the corner at the quirk assessment test in progress, staring intently at his ward. He watched the varying emotions washing over Izuku's face as he prepared to take his sprint and immediately knew what he was thinking. The weight of a hero's decision, no matter how seemingly small, can become incredibly cumbersome depending on the consequences. Young Midoriya, we have agreed for you not speak of one for all, but when and how you decide to use it is entirely within your discretion. You must deal with the power you possess responsibly and use it to the best of your ability to be a hero, no matter what anyone around you thinks about it. Watching the look of fierce determination spring onto Izuku's face, the skeletal man couldn't help but smile. I see. I respect your decision, my boy. Back on the field, Izuku cracked his neck and crouched down next to Katsuki. He couldn't help but slightly smirk before he activated OFA, causing green sparks to shoot off of his person, before he transformed into a dark green cheetah, bent down low to the ground waiting to start his run. Whoa, so that's Midoriya's quirk, huh? Transformation quirks aren't all that common. Glad to know I'm not alone, Kirishima said, pumping his fist in the air. So he can transform into a cheetah. A versatile quirk, indeed, Takoyami added. Actually, I saw him transform into a panther, an elephant, and a gorilla in the entrance exam. It seems as though Midoriya-kun can transform into many different animals. Ida pushed his glasses up. Not to mention that incredible strength he possesses. Are you both ready? Receiving nods from both boys, Aizawa readied his timer. The moment the siren went off, Bakugo let a series of explosions from his backwards-facing palms, propelling him down the track. Blast Rush Turbo. Eat sit, nerd. Huh. Katsuki saw a glowing green blur zoom by him out of the corner of his eye. Everyone's jaw dropped when they saw Izuku slide to a stop and transform back to human form at the end of the track. Bakugo finished moments later, eyes still wide in disbelief at Izuku's insane display of speed. Bakugo, 4.01 seconds. Midoriya. Aizawa slowly turned the phone screen to the rest of the class with a bewildered expression. 1.33 seconds. WHAAT. Was the collective scream from the rest of Class 1A. Midoriya ran 50 meters in less than 2 seconds. Not even real cheetahs can run that fast. He was going like 135 kph. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Hee, I had the same problem that Ida-kun did. 50 meters isn't a lot of distance to be able to fully accelerate. You're saying that wasn't the fastest you can go? Hagakure yelled, waving her arms frantically. Look at the ground. Everyone looked to where Minta was pointing to see deep divots in the dirt where Izuku stepped during his sprint. He broke the track. Wah, these guys are too scary. The poor purple-headed boy shrieked, clutching himself in fear. At least Yaoyorozu looked hot doing her crazy run, completely ignoring Minta's last remark, except for Aizawa, who gave the small boy a glare that made his bladder screech. The entirety of Class 1 had turned their attention to the student that had almost quite literally blown them away with his show of athleticism. Deku. A chill ran down everyone's spine as Katsuki stalked towards Izuku with a demonic aura surrounding him. What the hell was that? A few beads of sweat rolled down the greenette's face. Izuku gulped a lump forming in his throat. That was my quirk, Kakin. He felt bad for hiding things from his best friend. But he promised All Might to keep OFA as secret as possible. And he technically wasn't lying, it was his quirk. You know that's not what I meant. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at Izuku and was about to get up in his face. But a series of bandages suddenly wrapped around his wrists and torso. That's enough, you two. Wasting time on useless conversation is highly irrational. He eyed the explosive teen. You'd do well to keep yourself in control, Bakugo. Considering trying to resist for a moment, Katsuki scoffed and let his arms go limp so that Aizawa would take the restraints off of him. Whatever. He crossed his arms and turned on his heel to go back to where the rest of the class was standing. We're talking about this later. Izuku pursed his lips nervously as Katsuki walked off, not even paying an inkling of attention to the praise and words of awe from his other classmate. That look Kaken had in his eyes. What was that? Midoriya. He was shaken by his sensei gruffly calling out to him, "Hurry up and get a move on. Like I said, we don't have all day." "Oh, sorry," Izuku said before running after the rest of the class to the next event. BASTMOD. As the rest of the events went on, the gap in results among the students became more and more apparent. For almost every single event, Izuku or Momo were in first with the other narrowly behind, while Katsuki and Shoto rode near the top the entire day as well. There were of course the rare wild card scores, such as Minda using his purple balls to bounce back and forth 290 times and the repeated sidesteps, or Shoji using his many arms to achieve 540 kilograms of force on the grip strength test. Finally, it came to the final event of the day, the ball throw. Katsuki was exempt from this test, considering that he had already done it in the demonstration at the beginning. So he was resigned to fuming off to the side at the fact that he hadn't come in first or second in a single event. He wasn't sure what he was more mad about. The fact that he wasn't doing as well as he wanted to, the fact that Deku was definitely hiding something, or the fact that both of them were losing half the time to the ponytail beach with the stripper titties. Katsuki wasn't the only one that wasn't in the cheeriest of states either. Shoto's icy glare found its way to Izuku's and Momo's backs on several occasions throughout the day, definitely upset that he wasn't standing at the top of the leaderboards. He found solace in the fact, however, that when it came to actual hero work and combat, he was confident that he had no equals in the class. Izuku tapped his chin thoughtfully as the rest of the students went up to the ball throw one by one. "I have come in first in 3 of the events so far, and Urazu-san has come in first in 2 of the events so far, so my lead is safe as long as she doesn't come in first in the ball throw. More importantly, the last place spot is a toss-up between Minda-kun and Hagakure-san. Neither of them have quirks that will help them in this last event, so there's really no telling who will come in last." His muttering was halted when he heard several amazed yells from his classmates. Whoa, the ball disappeared into the sky like it was about to say, "We're blasting off again. When the hell is it gonna land?" Boop Aizawa turned the screen to his students, showing an infinity symbol. "Never, apparently." "Infinity? How did she get infinity?" "Nice one, Uraraka. No one can top that score." Achako scratched the back of her head and chuckled sheepishly. Hee, thanks. First place." Izuku threw his fist in the air, but quickly realized his outburst and coughed into his hand. Good job, Uraraka-san," he said to his brown-haired friend. "Midoriya, you're next. Just because you secured first place today doesn't mean you can slack off on this attempt." Aizawa's eyes glowed dangerously as his hair floated around him. "If I think you are giving anything less than your all, there will be severe consequences." Izuku shivered slightly and nodded. "Hi, sensei," he replied before stepping into the circle for his throw. Staring at the ball for a few moments, Izuku mulled over how he was going to go about his throw. "Any day now, Midoriya." Nodding to himself, Izuku shocked the entirety of the class by lobbing his ball straight up into the air and turning his back to the direction he was supposed to be throwing. What is Midoriya doing?" Kaminari asked as his eyes followed the ball high into the air. "TCH, just shut up and watch, Blondie. Deku wouldn't do dumb shit like that for no reason." Katsuki crossed his arms and watched with the rest of the class to see Izuku's throw. Izuku rolled his shoulders casually and suddenly gave a smirk to the rest of his class, surprising them slightly. As the ball made its way down, Izuku transformed into a green and black zebra and compressed his hind legs into his body like a glorified spring. "I see," Ada said, slamming a fist into his open palm. "Zebras have some of the most powerful strikes in the entire animal kingdom. An innovative approach to this test, to be sure, considering the sheer number of options that Midoriya-kun has at his disposal. Are zebras really that strong?" Ashido pondered. "Aren't they just sort of like mini horses?" "Not quite, Ashido-san," Momo butted in. "It is a common misconception that zebras are simply defenseless animals of prey that live in fear of predators like lions or crocodiles. If provoked, it is entirely feasible that a full-grown zebra could defend itself from more than one lion at a time. There have even been recorded cases of zebras decapitating lions with their powerful kicks." Everyone's eyes widened at that. "And UFers already saw from the other events that Deku's animal forms are more powerful than the animals are naturally. Look for yourselves if you don't believe me." Bakugo pointed a finger at the greenette in the throwing circle. Zebra Zuku began crackling with the familiar green sparks that everyone had come to see multiple times throughout the day. "I inherited one for all proudly, and I have the responsibility to use it as a part of who I am. And who I am is someone who always gives his all." The ball dropped right at level with his hind legs, and with precise timing, Izuku fired his hind legs out, smashing into the ball with a resounding crack. The poor sphere was rocketed out of sight, the only evidence of its existence being the trails of smoke following its path and the shrill whistling of it hurtling through the air. Dropping her arm that was put up to protect her eyes from the wind that picked up due to Izuku's kick, Ochako looked on in amazement at her friend's incredible feat. Way to go, Deku-kun. You crushed it. Several of her classmates could only nod dumbly at Ochako's fairly apt description of what had just occurred. The pregnant pause that befell everyone was finally lifted after the distance recorder finally pinged to notify that the ball had landed. 1,734.2 meters. After the number of times it had happened over the course of the day, regarding Midoriya in particular, one would think that most of the class would be desensitized and not yell in shock at whatever result the green-haired teen got. But alas, today would not be the case. Izuku could swear that his ears would be permanently damaged by the end of the day. Gyro-sen must be in hell if I'm complaining. 17 meters. Kaminari, Zero and Minta all muttered with terrified smiles on their faces, holding themselves and rocking back and forth. Well, that concludes the quirk assessment test. Here are the results. Aizawa pressed a few buttons on his phone in rapid succession, resulting in a large projection to appear with the rankings on the test. These are the overall rankings that tallied up your total scores based on where you placed in each event. Midoriya Izuku, Yaoyorozu Momo, Todoroki Shoto, Bakugo Katsuki, Ida Tenya, 20, Hagakure Toru. Several students sighed in relief when they saw that their name was not at the bottom of the rankings, but no one could help but feel bad for the floating gym uniform trembling with tears before them. Hagakure Toru. Aizawa turned to the girl, who was sniffling profusely. You ranked last overall. I'm sure that you recall at the beginning I said what would happen to whomever came in last place in today's test? Yes. He received what looked like a nod. The only real indicator he got was the slight bend in the collar of the floating top. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Toru wiped a few falling tears from her face. Well, I'm sad that I couldn't do better. Sniff, my quirk didn't really help me in any of the events, but I really tried my hardest. So, at least I can leave knowing in my heart that I did everything I could today. Everyone was visibly impressed by Toru's maturity, which contrasted greatly to her cutesy personality, and couldn't help but smile at the girl's resolve. Aizawa crossed his arms over his chest. I see. Well then I suppose that's that. Now, please pick up the syllabi over there before you go. I will see you all 20 of you first thing tomorrow. Dismissed. Everyone stood shocked as Aizawa slowly trudged away with his hands dug into his pockets. The scruffy man paused in places and turned to his class. Oh, by the way, I was lying about expelling whoever came in last place today. I just said that so everyone would try their hardest. Ignoring the gasps and cries of dismay, Aizawa scratched his messy mop of hair and yawned. I find it highly irrational to expel someone if they have no control over if their quirk provides them with specific physical enhancements that will help them succeed. I can tell that you, Hagakure, made the most of what you were given today. As far as I am concerned, that shows you have potential. Don't get comfortable though. You could have trained your body more so that your base athleticism was at a much higher level. Never settle, never waver. That is what UAS motto of Plus Ultra embodies. Good day. With that, Aizawa walked off. Hagakure's knees finally gave way, and she collapsed onto the floor clutching her chest. I can't believe it. Several students came to comfort her and congratulate her for being able to stay at UA, causing Momo to sigh wearily. I had a feeling that Aizawa-sensei was deceiving us when he said he would expel someone today. It was fairly obvious if you all think about it. Why would UA waste time and resources to move us into their dorm facilities and such if there was a possibility that we would be dismissed as soon as school started? I'm surprised the rest of you didn't figure it out for yourselves. I suppose I should have said something. She sweat dropped at the looks of dismay washing over her classmates' faces. I wouldn't be so sure, Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku got the attention of the dark-haired teen along with the rest of the class. Remember when sensei said every teacher has absolute free reign over their classes? I feel like he could have easily dismissed anyone that he saw was not worth teaching. Izuku recalled an offhand conversation he had with Midnight during a break in his training, but made sure not to mention where he heard it from. I heard a rumor that last year Aizawa expelled his entire first-year class because he deemed them as hopeless on the first day. Momo gasped and held a hand to her mouth. I see. Well, I will keep your words in mind. Thank you. Izuku gave her a thumbs up as everyone grabbed their syllabi and begun making their way to the locker rooms. Midoriya Izuku. He blew everyone out of the water today, myself included. He seems like quite the formidable one, to be sure. Stmode. Aizawa-kun. Wait up a moment. Aizawa stopped in his tracks and his shoulders drooped slightly. He let out a long sigh and lazily turned around. So you were watching, All Might. Any particular reason as to why? The burly man shrugged his shoulders. Is it too hard to believe that I wanted to get a good look as to how capable our students are? I am new to this teaching thing after all, so Nezu thought it would be a good idea for me to be as prepared as possible. Aizawa internally debated whether it was worth it to pick up on the very obvious fact that All Might was hiding something. If his nervous hand trembling and avoidance of eye contact was anything to go off of, who knew the symbol of peace was such a terrible liar? Well, I don't have time to waste with standing around, you know. Yes, of course. I was just curious is all about what you said to the students. I read in your file that last year you had no problems with expelling an entire class because they were not deemed any good. So what made you decide to take such a light-hearted approach today? Aizawa rolled his eyes and sighed. As rough around the edges as all of those kids are, not one of them has zero potential, that's as clear as day. If there was any indication in my mind that any of them were unworthy of being here, I would have sent them packing as soon as the opportunity presented itself. It's cruel to let a kid keep dreaming of something that will never come true. After all, from top to bottom, everyone in this class has potential to be something, but everyone in this class also still has miles to go before they can call themselves respectable. If that's it, then I have things to do. All Might stared at his colleague as he walked off, finger tapping on his chin thoughtfully. Despite the way you carry yourself, you show kindness in your own odd way, Aizawa. Here's hoping he stops giving the students near heart attacks at least. EASTMODE. The first official day of class at UA did not go exactly as Class 1 thought it would. For a world-renowned institute that pushed out notorious heroes like All Might and Endeavor, most thought it would be a whole lot less, well, boring, coming in with the expectation of cool stuff like large-scale combat training or rescue scenarios. But instead coming face-to-face with algebraic expressions and sonnet writing, it was hard to not feel a little underwhelmed. Izuku was trying his best to pay attention as Cementos introduced his first lesson in The Catcher in the Rye, but his mind wandered all over the place. In his defense, a lot had happened yesterday. Flashback. Deku, tell me how you got so strong. Immediately after everyone had changed and gone back to the dorms, Katsuki had cornered Izuku and wasted no time in picking up on their conversation that was stopped by Aizawa earlier. Katsuki's face was inches away from Izuku's as the former held the latter firmly by the collar of his shirt, burning red eyes piercing into deep green. Kaken, I told you, didn't I? That personal hell training I went through on my own. It was for me to grow and get stronger as an individual. Why are you getting so mad at me? Katsuki grit his teeth and felt his knuckles going numb from gripping onto Izuku's shirt so hard. What the hell kind of training did you do in 10 effing months to do so much better than me? You did better than me on the entrance exam, didn't you? This caused Katsuki to loosen his grip slightly. I'm not gonna sit around and just live in your shadow, Kaken. There's people out there better than you at some things, just like there's things you're good at. What happened to all that talk growing up that we were partners? You expect me to be able to face you if I can't stand on my own 2 legs first? Kaken, I want to tell you everything, I do. But I can't yet. The F do you mean, you can't? Izuku clenched his fists together and his eyes screwed tightly. I made a promise. Hiding things from Katsuki was a lot harder than Izuku thought it would be. You made a promise. Katsuki released Izuku and turned around. You don't want to tell me yet? Fine, F you too. Keep your city secrets, but don't think this is over. I'm gonna show you. That Ponytail Beach, that Neapolitan ice cream looking F, and anyone else who wants a piece of me. I'm just getting started, you hear me? Flashback end. Kaken has been uncharacteristically calm since yesterday. He hasn't yelled at anyone today or anything. Izuku couldn't help but stare at his best friend's back right in front of him before a piece of chalk impacted him square in the forehead. Is there a particular reason you seem to be spacing out, Midoriya? Cementos called across the room. You know, sensei. Sorry. Izuku bowed his head with a blush, earning a few giggles from his classmates around him. Just make sure it doesn't happen again. Anyways, I may as well end my lesson there. Please make sure to read up to chapter 3 for next class. Good day. As everyone packed their things and prepared for next period, Cyril leaned over to Midoriya's desk. Hey man, you alright? You looked even more spaced out than yesterday, except you weren't muttering this time. Oh, he was, Gyro interjected, earlobe jacks hovering behind her head. He was just doing it really quietly. I could barely hear him. Izuku blushed and scratched the back of his head. Whoops, my bad. And I'm fine, Cyril-kun. No need to worry. Just wondering what's gonna happen today, is all. Yeah, I'm kinda worried. I mean, yesterday wasn't even technically the first day and someone almost got expelled. Minta leaned over his desk, nodding his head vigorously. Yeah, I was so scared that I was gonna get kicked out of here. Aizawa is a psycho. Getting back to putting his books away. Izuku's ears picked up on something that sounded like rapid tapping against the floor, and it was getting louder. You hear it too, Midoriya, Gyro said to the boy, leaning back in her chair so she could look at him. He nodded to her and they both looked towards the door. At this point, everyone had stopped talking and were wondering what the sound was. I am. The back door of the classroom suddenly burst open, revealing All Might hanging from the doorframe in his red and white Silver Age costume. Here ready to greet you like a hero. Huh, he came through the wrong door. Everyone deadpanned. But they quickly grew excited to see the #1 hero in their class. All Might proudly strode into the room amongst the murmurs of amazement until he reached the podium at the front of the class. Welcome, young students, to UA High's most important class, Hero Basic Training. In this class, you will learn the basics of what it takes to be a pro and what it means to fight in the name of justice and peace. Today's lesson, Battle Training. The class erupted in cheers of excitement at getting to let loose in fight training. But Izuku was slightly worried at how collected Katsuki seemed to be. Heck, you better be ready, nerd. Today I'm gonna show everyone just what I'm capable of, Katsuki said, not even turning around to look at Izuku. Before Izuku could say anything else, All Might hit a switch and several panels opened up from the wall. And all great heroes know that you gotta look good. Get yourselves suited up and meet me at Training Ground Beta. Everyone ready? Yes, sir. BASTMOD. They say that clothes make the pros. And you're all looking great, All Might shouted, giving his students a thumbs up. As the seasoned veteran eyed his students in their newly minted costumes, he felt excitement welling up within him. This is getting me all amped up, students. You look so lit. Oh no, All Might, please no. Kaminari groaned with his head in his hands. What? Present Mike gave me pointers on how to be young and hip. I am a teacher who is with it, as you kids say. The collective groan was ignored by the in-denial adult as he noticed that a certain greenette was missing from the lineup. Where is young Midoriya? Sorry for keeping you waiting, everyone. The class turned to the tunnel to see Izuku jogging up to them with a wave. I was making sure everything fit properly and didn't restrict my mobility. Izuku wore a skin-tight dark green bodysuit with black trim and a large design of blood gashes on his chest resembling claw marks. He accessorized with a silver belt, black gloves, and his signature red boots on his feet. On his neck was a respirator with tiger-like fangs on it, which Izuku locked onto his face with a click. Wow, Deku-kun, you look really cool, Ochako said. I guess I'm not the only one who ended up with a skin-tight suit. Huh, your muscles are totally showing. She chuckled, pointing to both of their costumes that left little to the imagination. I love this school, Hagakure and Minta both muttered, completely ignored by the rest of their class. Now that everyone is here and ready, we can begin our combat training. Now your entrance exam took place in a large area in a free-for-all type format, but realistically, most of the fiends you will apprehend will be indoors. So today, you'll be split into pairs of heroes and villains to fight 2-on-2 battles indoors. The name of the game, Hostage Scenario. Isn't this a little too advanced for our first lesson, Kiro? Asui pondered. Nonsense. The best kind of knowledge is gained on the battlefield. Now, what will be the criteria for victory? How are we going to be paired up? Based on skill, compatibility. How badly can I beat the shit out of the other people? Isn't my cape just the most fabulous thing you've ever laid your eyes on? Can I go to the bathroom? Please, hold on to your questions until I've finished explaining. All Might whined, listen up. The two villains will keep the hostage somewhere in their hideout, and it is up to the heroes to foil their plans by rescuing the hostage and bringing them to safety. Heroes and villains are eliminated by being captured with this special binding tape. The heroes win once they bring the hostage safely out of the building, but lose if they are captured, run out of time, or jeopardize the safety of the hostage in any way. Understand? Wow, the heroes have a huge disadvantage here. They only have one way to win and have a lot more to worry about. That's almost always the case, young Nishido. As heroes, we must face plenty of adversity and find a way to persevere with our heads held high. Now, let's draw lots to see what the teams will be. Team A, Kaminari and Sato versus Team B, Hagakure and Ajiro. Team C, Midoriya and Gyro versus Team H, Yaoyorozu and Kirishima. Team D, Todoroki and Shoji versus Team E, Takoyami and Koda. Team F, Ashido and Asui versus Team I, Uraraka and Aoyama. Team J, Bakugo and Siro versus Team G, Ida and Minta. Okay, now that the teams and matchups are set, here is your hostage. All Might pointed towards the tunnel, where a scantily clad woman sauntered in with a sensual smirk on her face. It's the R-rated hero, Midnight, Kaminari shouted, wearing a blush that most of the class was matching. I love this school, Minta shouted, pumping his little fist in the air. Let's do this. Hello all. Oh, seeing you in your hero costumes, in the prime of your youth. I can't help but get excited. Remember now, I am a hostage, so that means neither party can jeopardize my safety, okay? Alright, Team A and Team B, you have 10 minutes to prepare. Everyone else, to the monitor room. Away. BASTMOD. So, who do you think is gonna win, Deku-kun? Izuku's eyes were glued to the screen as he took in his friend's question. Mine running rampant with analyzes. I'd probably have to say Hagakure-san and Ajiro-kun have the advantage. Sato and Kaminari are not particularly built for infiltration. and Kaminari doesn't have enough control over his quirk that he could guarantee that he wouldn't shock Sato or the hostage. Plus, with Hagakure-san's invisibility, the villain team definitely has the element of surprise on their side. Arazu nodded her head in agreement. I agree with Midoriya-san. In close quarters, there is no doubt that the villain team has the advantage, and adding that to the advantage they have with it being their territory. Yes, it does not look to be the most promising situation for the hero team. But, let us cheer both sides on to the best we can, Ada declared, waving his arm up and down stiffly. Well said, my students. Now, hero team, are you ready? All Might said into his headset. We were born ready, All Might. Villain team, are you ready? Yup, we're ready to go. Alright, remember hero team, you have 10 minutes to secure the hostage and bring them to safety. Your time starts now. BASTMOD. Alright, Sato my man, let's do this. Kaminari burst through the front door of the building with a yell. We know you're here, villains. Give up now and we'll bring the pain a little less. Sato pounded his fists together and began knocking down doors as they ran, gradually making their way up the building. Reaching the 3rd floor, they paused to rest for a moment before moving forwards again. They probably kept the hostage on the top floor so it would be hardest for us to save them. So let's keep moving and get up there. Right, Kaminari said before the two boys broke into a run up the stairs. BASTMOD. So, I guess they decided on the in-your-face approach, huh? Ajiro scratched his cheek as he heard the loud noises of Kaminari and Sato entering the building. He and Toru had decided to hole up in the large storage room on the top floor, keeping Midnight behind a stack of wooden pallets on the opposite wall of the only door into the room. So what do you want to do, Ajiro-kun? Should we stick to the plan of me sneaking around and trying to capture one of them? Well, if they're just running around trying to find us, it might be a little difficult for you to catch either of them. And if you get found out, it will be pretty hard for you to get away. And they might see your shoes and gloves too. Oh, I am gonna take them off too. I have to be completely naked for my quirk to be used at full effect. Hagakure nonchalantly said as she stripped of her remaining clothing, causing Ajiro to turn around with a sweat drop. There's something strangely unsettling about that. Way to go, Hagakure-san. I love your style. I'm all for solidarity, but as you can see I'm a bit incapacitated at the moment. But I'm naked in spirit, Midnight said from her spot in the corner where she was tied up. There's something very unsettling about that. This is the last door. Let's do this, Sato. Footsteps were heard on the other side of the closed door, causing Ajiro to leap to his feet. Welp, looks like we have no choice but to stand and fight. Hagakure, stand on the other side of the door and capture Sato as soon as he comes in. I'll cover the hostage. Right, Hagakure replied as she got into position, capture tape at the ready. Not moments later, the door slammed open and smashed against the wall, Sato and Kaminari bounding into the room. Get ready, villains. We're here to spoil your day. Sato, let's get him. Sato, Kaminari turned to see white tape wrapped around Sato's arm, and the large teen standing there with an apologetic expression on his face. Next to him was a single glove holding up the victory sign. Boomed All Might's voice over the intercom. Oh man, well then I guess I'll have to save the day. Kaminari turned just in time for Ajiro to sweep his legs out from under him and pin his waist down with his body weight. Ajiro wasted no time in wrapping the capture tape around Kaminari's wrist, ending the match. Sorry Kaminari. Better luck next time, I guess, Ajiro said as he got off of his classmate and helped him to his feet. You sure got us good. Kaminari patted the dust off his behind and wrapped an arm around Ajiro's shoulder. That leg sweep was so Cobra Kai Dojo, man. We did it, Ajiro-kun. Ajiro turned to see a pair of gloves excitedly waving in front of him. We totally kicked butt. Kaminari looked on with a sweat drop and leaned over to Sato, who had just caught up to them as they headed back to the monitor room for the results. Dude, is it just me, or is she like naked? Sato nodded. Yeah, it kinda startled me too. I guess it's not that big of a deal since we can't see her. Hey, is it just me, or do you feel like we're forgetting something? Kaminari tilted his head to the side and thought, yellow bangs sliding across his forehead. Now that you mention it. Hey you brats, come untie me. All 4 students stopped dead in their tracks. BASTMOD. After successfully keeping Midnight from incurring her wrath on the 4 students who had just conducted their battle trial, All Might had finished writing his report on the first match and turned to his class. Alright everyone, now that the first match is complete, I want to hear what you all thought of it. Who was the MVP of this match? Momo's hand shot up immediately, and once All Might called on her, she cleared her throat and spoke confidently before her peers. Well, it was clear from the get-go that the villain team had the advantage in this bout, despite being rushed at in the room that they were stationed in. They quickly apprehended both heroes and used the hastiness of their opponents against them. Both villains did well to do their part in taking the hero team down. But I believe that Hagakure-sen was the most valuable. She used her quirk to full effect in catching Sato-sen off guard and capturing him as soon as he entered the room. Haha, W. Will said, young Yaoyorozu. Very informative indeed. I could not have said it better myself. All Might turned away and coughed nervously into his hand. Holy shit. She said so much. I thought young Midoriya was bad. Looks like he has a rival when it comes to overcomplicated and over-detailed explanations to things. He cleared his throat and flipped the page over on his clipboard. Well, anyways. Wait, All Might Sensei. Izuku called out with his hand up, getting his teacher's attention. I think there are some things that may have been overlooked by Yaoyorozu-san regarding the last match. Oh, well, sure, go ahead. Izuku turned to his classmates. I think most of you aren't giving enough credit to Kaminari-kun and Sato-kun. He turned to the blonde. It was your idea to rush in head first and start searching up and down for the hostage, right? Getting a nod, he continued. You did that on purpose, taking Hagakure-san's quirk into consideration, right? Huh, what do you mean? Asked Ishido. How would that help? Think about it. No offense, but Hagakure-san isn't the most athletic person, so in order for her to capture either of the heroes, she would have had to rely solely on the element of surprise. If Kaminari-kun and Sato-kun slowly made their way around and constantly paused, there would be plenty of chance for her to sneak up and catch one of them off guard. Also, blitzing into the room and at Ajiro-kun was really their best plan of attack, since he was the only one that would have been able to defend well in a hand-to-hand scenario. Kaminari-kun also had no option to use his quirk since he could risk hurting Sato-kun or the hostage, as stated earlier, so all he could do was work best with the situation that was presented to him. If Hagakure-san had failed to capture Sato-kun right away, I think that the fight could have easily gone in their favor. Most of the class began nodding in agreement, causing Momo to frown to herself. That never even occurred to me. How is it that 2 times in a row, Midoriya-san keeps beating me? Physical tests are one thing, but I thought I would at least have the advantage in bouts of logic and analysis. Midoriya. Kaminari bounded towards the greenette and threw his arms around him with tears comically pouring from his eyes. You didn't think I was a pathetic loser like everyone else? While Izuku patted the crying teen's back and tried to pry him off of his body, bouts of chatter began to arise from the rest of the class. Man, I thought the heroes really blew that one big time, but Midoriya raises some good points, Zero said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the hero team did well, all things considered. Takoyami looked at Kaminari blubbering into Midoriya's shoulder pitifully. Despair has its own cons. It looks like Yaoyorozu-chan has competition, Kiro. Asui stated, getting nods from Uraraka and Gyro. Deku-kun is a real smarty pants. I wouldn't be surprised if he was at the top of the class this year. Or one of them at least. Bakugo-kun is pretty smart too. F you round face. Deku have sit on me. Gyro rolled her eyes. He sure doesn't act like it. So loud. Anyway, it's our turn next. So we should go get ready. Midoriya, said Boy turned at the mention of his name. Finally able to be free of Kaminari after Ajiro and Sato had pulled him off. Oh right, good call. Can we go prep? All Might. Huh. Oh, sure. Remember, once you get down there, both teams have 10 minutes to prepare. I'll call the start over the intercom once it's time. All right. Izuku turned to leave with Gyro, but caught himself and whipped around. Good luck, Kirishima-kun. Yaoyorozu-san. I hope we have a good match. Hell yeah. I'm bringing my A game. Kirishima excitedly replied before turning to his partner. Let's do this, Yaoyorozu. Said girl looked lost in thought for a moment before she was shaken out of it. Oh, of course. I'll do my best as well, Kirishima-san. Momo replied before exiting the room towards the trial building. Okay, hero team, villain team, your 10-minute prep begins now. EASTMODE. Okay, that's the last of them. Man, your quirk sure is handy, being able to make thick metal sheets like these. Kirishima wiped some beads of sweat forming on his brow as he and Momo finished barricading all of the windows to the room that they were keeping their hostage. Now what should we do? Just wait till they come. Momo pulled the top of her leotard closed and twirled a metal bow staff in her hand. Gyro-san's quirk will allow them to pinpoint our location almost immediately, and Midoriya-san's quirk gives them an advantage if we tried to stay on the move, so I think that staying here and shoring up our defenses is the best approach to this situation. I want to save some of my reserves for an emergency, so I don't think I can make anything else too big either. Taking a moment to brainstorm for a moment, Momo surveyed her surroundings, hoping to find a spark of inspiration that would give her team an edge in this battle. Okay, so since the only possible way of entry is the door on the opposite wall of where we are keeping the hostage, we can funnel them through there. And if they do manage to somehow get through us, it's a straight shot to Midnight Sensei. Unless, Momo clapped her hands as the gears turned in her heads. Yes, that could work. She wasted no time in activating her quirk and creating the objects necessary for her plan. Kirishima-san, your quirk allows you to make your skin extremely hard, correct? Pretty much. The redhead activated his quirk in his arm, causing it to become jagged and sharp. I can break through stuff as strong as concrete, and can keep the form up pretty long as I'm not getting hit too hard. Why? The black-haired teen gave her partner a fierce look that exuded nothing but determination. Could you successfully curl up into a ball in that state? ESTMOD. As soon as Izuku and Gyro made it to the base of the building where the hostage would be held, the greenette began going through a series of stretches to limber himself up for the upcoming bout. Leaning against a railing, Gyro looked up at the building, twirling one of her jacks in her finger. So what's the plan, Midoriya? Izuku stood back up straight from touching his toes and began stretching his arm across his chest. Knowing Yaoyorozu-san, she'll know that there's no point in hiding or staying on the move because of our quirks. So it's most likely that we are gonna have to power into whatever room they're holed up in, and it'll be a head-on fight. Gyro raised an eyebrow. So we are just gonna let them funnel us into whatever traps they have set up. Look dude, you're obviously strong as shit, but are you sure we can manage something like that? I don't know how good I'll be in an actual fight. Izuku gave his partner an amused grin. The key to beating someone as smart as Yaoyorozu is to make her think she's the one in control. He poked his index finger against his temple several times. We'll give her exactly what she wants. But who says her traps will be able to stop us? We can go up floor by floor, you using your quirk to listen in for where they are, and I can use the air vents to get around faster. Once either of us finds them, we regroup outside their room and get ready to breach from there. No doubt they have some kind of barricades or reinforcements on the entrances to slow us down. But I have a solution to that. Izuku smirked at his clenched fist, the glow of OFA hidden by his gloves. Looking at the slightly unsure look on Gyro's face, the boy patted her on the shoulder and gave her his most all-might-wise smile he could muster. And you should believe in yourself a little more than that, Gyro-san. You're here for a reason, just like the rest of us, so show us why, okay? The moment you stop doubting yourself is the moment you really start to shine. Trust me. Gyro stared into Izuku's eyes for a few seconds before guffawing into her hand. Dude, that was so lame. She stuck out her fist. But thanks, let's do this. Izuku's smile widened and he bumped fists with his teammate. Energized by her newfound resolve, let's do this. The intercom bonged in their headsets. All right, prep time is over. Your time starts now. ESTMOD. Midoriya, come in. Gyro pulled her earphone jack out of the wall and crouched down, finger to her headset in her ear. I hear some shuffling up on the top floor, northeast corner. That's gotta be them. I'm gonna head up and get a better listen, so meet me a floor below that on the southwest staircase. Izuku scurried through the air vent and swiftly transformed back to human from his mouse form and answered the call. Got it, I'll be right there. Bounding up the stairs, Izuku slowed to a sneaking walk as he came up to Gyro, who was kneeling down with her jack plugged into the wall. Yeah, they're definitely up there, she whispered, nodding in acknowledgement. Izuku signaled for Gyro to follow him, and the two slowly creeped up the stairs. They came to a stop just outside of the door to the room that the villain team were heard to be in. Izuku held up a fist to Gyro behind him before he put up 3 fingers. The punk girl nodded to him, and he began counting down. 3, 2, 1. Izuku instantly morphed into a bighorn sheep and galloped forward with all his strength, boosting the power of his rush with OFA coursing through him. The metal door flew off the hinges and skidded across the tile floor, allowing for Izuku and Kyoka to rush through the opening. Izuku morphed back to normal and looked around. Something's not right. The room was cluttered with crates, barrels, and pallets, making it incredibly difficult for the hero duo to see where their opponents or the hostage was. There were scarce rays of light peeking in through the barricaded windows, making it difficult to see in front of them. Izuku sniffed the air a couple of times, confused as to what scent he had picked up. Is that gunpowder? The teen's eyes widened as a faint orange light glowed from across the room, traveling across the floor. She was all he could get out before a resounding boom was let off through the room and Kirishima came hurtling towards Izuku, impacting the emerald-haired hero in training head-on and sending them both flying backwards into the hall. Midoriya. Gyro could barely make heads or tails of where she was, still reeling from the sound of the cannon afflicting her hypersensitive hearing. Thankfully, she regained her bearings just in time to dodge a downward swing of Momo's bow staff, causing the girl to leap backwards out of harm's way. Momo looked hesitant for a second before she dramatically pointed at Gyro with her other hand on her hip. Surrender now, hero, or I will have to capture you by force. You will never stop our nefarious schemes. Momo internally winced due to the fact that she had never had to act like a villain before and wasn't sure exactly how evil she was sounding. Suppressing a giggle, Gyro shrugged and put her hands up. All right, you got me. As Momo approached her, Gyro sneakily slid one of her jacks down the back of her leg to plug into the port she had built into her boot. Right as the taller girl reached out with the tape, Gyro let off a sound blast powerful enough to send Momo to her knees. Seizing the opportunity, Kyoka struck her opponent backwards with a thrusting kick before she grabbed the bow staff off of the floor and dashed out of sight. Grimacing from the blow, Momo slowly rose to her feet and frantically looked around. I can't believe I let her deceive me like that. forming a new weapon for herself. Momo pulled a bakken out of her shoulder and slowly began making her way around the room in search of Gyro. BASTMOD. Izuku shook the dizziness out of his head from the impact of Kirishima slamming into him, pulling himself out of the pile of debris that he had created when he was plowed through a stack of wooden crates. As soon as he stood up, he had to roll out of harm's way as Kirishima came sailing down and smashed into the floor with his strike intended for Midoriya's head. Let's go, Midoriya. Me and you, a one-on-one brawl. Kirishima smiled widely as he hardened his arms and quickly advanced on the greenette. Midoriya ducked under a right hook and threw a hard left towards Kirishima's sternum, followed by a right straight that managed to send the redhead skidding back. You got some power there, Midoriya, but you're gonna have to do better than that to break through me. Kirishima wasted no time in diving back and assaulting Izuku with a flurry of strikes aimed at various spots on his upper body. Not missing a beat, Izuku continuously dodged each blow, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. There, sidestepping an overextended swing, Izuku surged with OFA and delivered a swift series of punches to Kirishima's body and head, wincing slightly at the abrasive surface digging into his gloved knuckles. The strikes were powerful enough to rock the hardening user, leaving him susceptible to a follow-up that Izuku made sure to capitalize on. As if he were Charlie the Karate Chimp himself, Izuku went chimpanzee and spun on his heel, twisting in the air to deliver a devastating butterfly kick that connected square in Kirishima's face. The blow sent him corkscrewing through the air and he landed hard on his back a few feet away. Izuku chased after Kirishima, grabbing him by the ankle and spinning around like a hairy green Beyblade. The student-turned simian flung his poor opponent hard into the wall, causing him to gasp in pain upon impact and slide down onto the floor. Izuku reverted and ran up to Kirishima, quickly wrapping the capture tape around his unmoving body. Sorry, Kirishima-kun. Gotta go help Gyro-san. Izuku called over his shoulder as he ran back into the room where Momo and Kyoka were scuffling. He peeked into the room to see Momo slowly moving around the room, peering around corners every few moments. Gyro-san must have managed to escape and hide somewhere, Izuku said to himself quietly as he stalked into the room. We still haven't been able to locate where the hostage is being kept, so I guess all we can do right now is capture Yaoyorozu-san so we can search Interrupted. I'm pretty sure I could win on my own, but it's a team effort, so finding Gyro-san first will help. Izuku transformed into a mouse and quickly scampered around the room, making sure to stay out of Momo's sightline. Scurrying around a stack of metal barrels, Izuku caught sight of his partner and silently transformed back to normal. Noticing his approach, Gyro peered over her hiding spot to make sure the coast was clear. I think I know where the hostage is. I can hear a heartbeat in the corner over there. Gyro stuck a thumb out towards a large tarp in the far corner of the room. I think they hid her under there. She whispered, "Get down." Both teens ducked as Momo walked by, visibly irritated that she had not managed to find them yet. As soon as she passed, Izuku pulled his head up and surveyed their options. We only have a few minutes left, so if we are gonna make a move, it has to be soon. Crouching back down into hiding, Izuku turned to his teammate. Alright, here is what we are gonna do. BASTMOD. Where in the world are they? Momo walked around the room for about the fourth time, clearly upset and out of patience. I know that we can win via timeout, but this is honestly quite vexing, especially after the fact that I wanted to show my skills against Midoriya-san. Huffing in annoyance, Momo decided to make one more round before she stopped dead in her tracks. Is that? She peered around one of the foundational pillars in the room to see Kyoka standing with her back completely turned to her, right in front of the tarp that she had hid Midnight under. Panicking slightly, Momo quickly stalked over, hoping that the earphone jack user was distracted enough for her to remain unnoticed. Just as Kyoka was about to lift the tarp, Momo pulled her bakken back, aiming for a quick incapacitating strike. Now, Kyoka swiftly ducked under the swing, causing Momo to freeze in shock. The purple-haired girl then spun on her heel and used her jacks to swipe and disarm Momo, sending her weapon sliding across the room. However, neither girl expected one of Kyoka's jack to get deflected by the hilt of Momo's weapon, causing it to redirect and swing across Momo's chest, the metal tip of the jack ripping off the top of Momo's leotard. Both girls went bug-eyed and stared up and down between the endowed teen's chest and each other, both blushing harder by the second. We got you. The wealthy Yaoyorozu had no time to react as an emerald green cow galloped towards her, intent on ramming her out of commission. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw the state of Momo's dress, causing him to stumble out of control and back into human form. Izuku screamed, covering his eyes with his hands as he uncontrollably slammed into Momo, sending them both flying and landing on the ground in a tangled heap. LOL. Izuku rubbed his sore head as he opened his eyes, only to see that he had landed on his back, with Momo pressed onto him, her face hovering over his. Steam shot out of his ears as he covered his eyes. I quote him sorry. Kaya. Momo shrieked, reflexively socking Izuku right in the face and leaping back with her arms over her chest, only to be caught in capture tape from behind by a red-faced gyro. Ooh, I got you. Now cover up. Momo wasted no time in using the tape to pull the remains of her leotard back over herself, using her quirk to quickly create a black hoodie to fully cover her form. Momo's shoulders slumped in defeat, a dark rain cloud appearing over her. I lost again. Gyro patted her back sympathetically as they both walked over to the tarp. Gyro pulled it off to reveal a large clear box with Midnight sitting inside, tied up and gagged. You really locked her up good, huh? Gyro said with a sweat drop. Why yes, well, with Midoriya's strength taken into consideration. This was all I could think of to slow him down. Bulletproof glass and a complicated series of knots using polyester rope. Just then, Izuku walked up to them, sporting a bloody nose and a blushing face. He saw Momo and immediately looked away. Blushing a bit herself, Momo bowed her head. I'm sorry, Midoriya-san. Still unable to look at her, Izuku scratched the back of his head. Don't worry about it, we were opponents after all. He smashed a lock to the box and pulled Midnight out, slinging the woman over his shoulder. Behind him, Gyro undid the gag that was around Midnight's mouth, allowing for their teacher to let out a breath. Ah, that's better. Midnight began squirming in Izuku's grip. What a wonderful job you heroes did. Shall I give my big strong hero a wonderful reward for saving me and carrying me to safety? I would be more than happy to MMFPH. She was cut short by Gyro putting the gag back over her mouth. The trio of students walked out of the room to see Kirishima being carted out on a stretcher by 2 robot assistants. The redhead looked up from his lying position and gave Midoriya a thumbs up. That was a hell of a fight, Midoriya. You got me good, but I'll be waiting for a rematch. Izuku smiled and bumped fists with his classmate, waving at him as he was carried off to the infirmary. Great job, Gyro-san. You did great. Izuku smiled warmly at his partner, getting a playful punch to the shoulder in return. You didn't do half bad yourself, dude. Nice workin' with ya. Izuku blushed and side-glanced at Momo. You too, Yaoyorozu-san. It was a good match. Momo chuckled dryly. You completely overwhelmed us, Midoriya-san. We both know it. No amount of planning and preparation could make up for the clear gap in ability that we have. She finished dejectedly. Izuku turned around to face the sad girl, an intense expression on his face. Don't say that. You are an incredibly smart and capable person who will no doubt be a hero. Don't let losses drag you down. Let them push you forward to be better than you were yesterday. Smiling at his words, Momo nodded and clenched her fist in front of her. That's very kind, thank you. I will take this loss to heart and continue to improve. You will not be able to get a moment's rest, Midoriya-san, because I will keep improving until we can compete on equal grounds. Both Kyoka and Izuku smiled at Momo's resolve before the boy's smile dropped. Did I just make another rival? Why does this keep happening? He shrugged to himself as they walked back to the monitor room for assessment. Oh well, just another reason to keep getting stronger. Though, Kaken will probably be upset that he has more people to deal with. It'll be fine. As soon as Izuku, Momo, and Kyoka returned to the monitor room where the rest of their class was, they were swarmed with a barrage of questions and comments about their match. The hero team was receiving praise for their efforts to achieve victory, while most congratulated Momo as well for giving her best despite losing. As soon as the excitement died down, Izuku was grabbed by Mineta and Kaminari, who both had dark looks in their eyes. Midoriya, they screamed, shaking the greenette wildly. You lucky bastard. Izuku grimaced as the two slobbered all over him and yanked at his arms. How can you just walk back in here after witnessing Nirvana? How could the camera angle from in here have not shown it to me? Mineta leapt up and down on Izuku's shoulders as he clung to his head. Mineta and Kaminari were swiftly incapacitated by Gyro's quirk, and their quivering bodies were dragged away by Ida, who was shaking his head in dismay. Anyway, All Might mumbled with a sweat drop. Very well done, my students. Now, can we have some insight on the battle that we had just witnessed? Anyone other than you two? Izuku and Momo deflated as they were shot down by their sensei, young Asui. Yes, go ahead. The amphibian-esque girl nodded. The villain team did what they could to prepare. They thought of many different possibilities, and thanks to Yaoyorozu-chan's quirk, they could produce resources that fit whatever needs they had. It boiled down to bad luck that they had to face Gyro-chan and Midoriya-chan. You said it. Midoriya is a freaking maniac, man, Zero muttered under his breath. I'm inclined to agree with Asui-kun. Ida added, despite their best efforts, nothing could successfully combat Midoriya-kun's sheer fighting ability. He swung his arm over to Izuku. It is clear that he has sharpened his skills for quite some time. But that is not to discount Yaoyorozu-kun or Kirishima-kun in any way. They performed admirably. We can all agree upon that fact. Ida received nods of agreement from his peers and from All Might. Absolutely. A loss such as this should only help in keying into your areas of weakness and finding ways to overcome them for the future. That is why you are here, after all. Giving Momo a pat on the back, All Might beamed with pride when she nodded resolutely. Now, enough dilly-dallying. on to the next match. BASTMOD. And so, Class 1 carried on according to plan, having the remainder of the battle trials that were set up for that day. Todoroki caught the entirety of the class off guard, the opposing villain team and his own teammate included, by freezing the entire building as soon as their match had started. Despite his best efforts to react in time and not get captured in the Arctic assault, Takoyami and Dark Shadow found themselves overwhelmed by the magnitude of Todoroki's assault, quickly joining Koda in being stuck to the floor by a thick sheet of ice. Shoto calmly walked into the room where the villains had been frozen and tossed a strip of capture tape over each of their petrified forms. "Sorry, I don't care much for beating around the bush. I stopped the ice from crawling too far up your body, so don't worry." He turned to Shoji, who had just made it into the room, shock apparent on his masked face. "You want to escort the hostage out, or should I?" Feel free to do it, if it's not too much trouble for you." Shoji scratched his temple with one of his dupli arms. How can he say that so normally after doing something like that? Shoto shrugged and walked over to the corner, where Midnight was situated on top of a crate. My, another strong young man here to save the day and carry me to safety." Midnight gave the teen a teasing smile but frowned as soon as she felt him untying the rope that immobilized her. "She's fine to walk, so you can take her, Shoji. I should defrost those two before they get frostbite." TTT the HH Hero Team WWWNs. All Might declared through chattering teeth as he and his students stood shivering in the monitor room. "Man, that was kinda lame." Kaminari finished Ashido's sentence, still rubbing his arms to try and warm himself back up. The pink-skinned girl shook her head. "I was gonna say anticlimactic, but yeah, I wouldn't wanna be any of those other three. They didn't even get to do anything." The match after that was not any more of a nail-biter, but it at least proved to be somewhat entertaining to watch. Almost immediately, Ashido and Isui seemed to click and pulled off an expert display of teamwork, moving off of each other as they sped down the corridor of the building, right towards Uraraka and Aoyama, who were guarding the door to their base. Ashido used her acid to glide swiftly across the floor, moving as if she were an Olympic speed skater, perfectly in sync with Isui, who was using her frog-like abilities to leap from wall to wall. Their quick movements allowed them to dodge Aoyama's laser shots and Uraraka's debris projectiles with ease, and they steadily began pushing their opponents back. "Aoyama-kun, we can't keep this up much longer. I'm about to reach my limit." Uraraka could feel herself losing her bearings as her quirk caused her more and more nausea as time went on. "Fear not, mademoiselle. I will win this skirmish on my own, using my fabulous quirk and stylish charm." He threw his hands behind his head and thrust his hips forward. Naval laser. A bright beam shot out of Aoyama's belt buckle, narrowly missing Ashido as she ducked under it, almost falling down. Luckily, Isui managed to catch her with her tongue and throw her back on course. "Thanks." The acid user shot her teammate a thumbs up before turning to her opponent with a smirk. "Good try, Aoyama. But you gotta do better than that." Aoyama threw his head back in amusement. "Ha, I would not speak so hastily, ma chérie. My quirk is too amazing to be. HRGGGHHHH. The blonde boy suddenly lurched over, gripping his stomach. "Aoyama-kun, are you okay?" Uraraka's head shot over to her teammate, whose stomach began making noises akin to a box of rusty nails inside a wood chipper. This moment of distraction was enough for the hero team to quickly jump onto the offensive. Tsuyu leapt off of the wall and spun in the air, whipping Ochako hard in her side with her long tongue. Ashido used the momentum from her sliding and leaped in the air, tackling Aoyama to the ground and capturing him. After that, extracting the hostage was fairly simple, resulting in yet another win for the hero teams. BASTMOD. After that match's debriefing, it was time for the final bout of the day. It was clear that Bakugo was impatiently waiting for his turn to fight, and he practically dragged Zero by the neck out the door as soon as All Might allowed them to go prep. As soon as they made it to the base of the building, Bakugo released poor Zero and scowled as he eyed the outside of the structure from top to bottom. "Hey, weird teeth, get off your ass, we're going up." Bakugo didn't even turn around when he spoke, opting instead to look over his costume to make sure that all of his gear was in good shape for immediate use. Zero stared up at the building, like, from the top. Why would we do that? Why the F would anyone put their hostage anywhere but the furthest point from the ground floor? That's the problem with this dumb exercise. Everyone keeps doing the same sit, and no one on the defending team thinks to try anything else. Glasses and short stack aren't going to be any different, either. Your quirk can get your ass up there, so can mine. Why would we waste time going up from the inside if we can go right to the top and come down on their heads? Taking a few moments to take the explanation in, the lanky teen formed a smile. "All right, I like this plan. You know, you're actually smart for such a rageaholic psycho." Katsuki growled at the barb, causing Zero to step back nervously and throw his hands up in submission. "I in a good way." The paw sounded off at that moment, alerting both teams that the match had a moment to compose himself. Katsuki clenched his jaw and breathed out slowly. "Just shut the F up and don't get in my way." You better not effing get caught either, sit-face. Bakugo crouched down, before aiming his palms towards the ground and propelling himself up the side of the building. He landed firmly on the roof and slowly walked towards the door into the building as Zero lagged behind, using his tape to pull himself up. Geez, you couldn't wait a second for me, Bakugo. It's not like you're gonna do this whole battle thing by yourself, is it? The pointed look that Zero received from his partner caused him to sigh in exasperation. I don't give a shit what the F you wanna do, just stay out of my way, soy sauce face. Now shut up and listen. DSTMOD. Mind-a-kun. Compose yourself. We must be on alert at all times for the moment that Bakugo-kun and Zero-kun decide to strike. Ada did his best to try and get his partner to focus on the task at hand, but it seemed like the diminutive teen was much more interested in keeping his eyes on Midnight. While I admire your dedication to making sure that the hostage does not leave your sight, I do not believe you need to be staring so intently, Mind-a-kun. Also, you seem to be drooling a bit. Mind-a slurped his slobber up and rubbed his chin with his forearm. Hey, we're supposed to be villains, right? So we should act like it and do things that villains would do, right? Ida tapped a finger on the metallic chin of his helmet. You raise a strong argument there. If we were to fully put ourselves into the frame of mind that a nefarious villain would have, it may allow us to absorb the key points of this lesson as much as possible. What did you have in mind for us to do? Mind-a rubbed his hands together and giggled darkly. Obviously, we are going to do the most evil and socially forbidden thing that anyone could ever think of. He reached into his suit and pulled out his cell phone. We are gonna illegally stream videos. Oh ho, that is some very evil thinking, Mind-a-kun. Ada dashed over to his partner so that both of them could see the screen. Nothing is more wicked than to undermine the genuine hard work of a content creator by eliminating the validity of their professionalism and consuming their product for free. Exactly. And my cousin sent me just the video we can enjoy for free. Apparently, Americans have this thing called Girls Gone Wild, and we are gonna enjoy it in all its glow. The pint-sized pervert and tall tin man were suddenly launched backwards onto their backs by an explosion that had put a car-sized hole in the wall. As the dust and smoke from the blast settled, Bakugo stood before them, an animalistic grin on his face. Knock knock, effers. He wasted no time in pouncing forward at the disoriented pair, but Ida managed to recover in time to grab Mind-a and speed out of harm's way. Bakugo followed their path out of the corner of his eye and shot himself forward to intercept them. Die. Boom. While Katsuki terrorized the villain team, Zero stealthily came into the room and edged his way towards Midnight. Once he saw that the coast was clear, he grabbed her and made for the exit. The good old distract and grab. Not a bad idea, the woman commented as she watched the series of explosions throughout the room from over Zero's shoulder. As he scaled down the building, the screaming he heard made the tape user shudder slightly. I guess it's a good thing he was my partner. Hurry up and take Midnight to the exit boundary, sit back. Or, maybe not. BSTMOD. Almost everyone in the class was relieved to finally be finished for the day. And after all Might's lecture at the end of the lesson, many savored the hot showers afterwards to soothe their tired bodies. Now that was a class. I can't wait to do more hands-on stuff. Ashido buttoned the top of her uniform up and plopped down on the locker room bench with a sigh. It was way more exciting than sitting in class and learning boring junk. Isui wrung the water out of her hair as she sat down next to her. I think you just don't like classes that require books, Ashido-chan. The pink-skinned girl couldn't help but get bashful at that comment, chuckling lightly. Yeah, but it was definitely fun, Gyro added, slapping her on the back playfully. Ochako couldn't help but laugh. You're just saying that cause you and Deku-kun totally kicked butt. I guess you got me there, she replied with a light smile. Sorry again about that, Yaoyorozu. The ponytailed girl waved her off. No need to feel sorry, Gyro-san. You were doing what was expected of you in the exercise. Besides, despite being defeated like we were, I found it to be enjoyable. Nini, we're all gonna be classmates. Why don't we all call each other by our first names? What do you say, girls? Hagakure excitedly suggested. No one else in the room could find any reason to object, and so all 6 girls of Wanna officially began their first name basis friendship. Okay, now that we are all besties for life, we need to talk about something very important. I'm talking life or death. The floating set of clothes gained the full attention of all the other girls. We need to discuss. Boys, that's life or death. You really need to check your priorities, dude, Gyro said with a sweat drop. Of course, gossip is the overarching goal of anyone's daily life, and if it's gossip about romance and love, it's even more important. Mina leaped to her feet and stood next to Toru in solidarity. We gotta gossip about boys to our heart's content. First things first, who do you guys think is the cutest boy in class? Todoroki-chan is pretty cute, Kiro. He reminds of those erasers that are 2 colors. Oh totally, girl. Or maybe one of those soft serve ice creams. He could give me brain freeze any day. I don't really think about that kind of stuff with boys, Kiro. But I can understand why you could think that, Toru-chan. Midoriya and Kirishima are good looking. I bet Kirishima spends more time on his hair in the morning than we do combined, though. That might drive any girl crazy if they were outmatched like that. I knew Kiri since middle school. I can definitely confirm that that is true. But I like his spiky hair, cause it makes us horn buddies. Several oohs made Mina shake her head in amusement. But we're just friends, you guys. Yeah. What about Kaminari-kun and Bakugo-kun? They're both good looking, too. Although, Bakugo-kun would probably get mad if anyone complimented him about anything. You all raise good arguments, girls. There are definitely plenty of cutie pies to choose from in the class. How can we decide on just one? And did you see some of those costumes? Toru squealed while waving her arms back and forth in front of her. Why in the world are we talking about this, everyone? The girls turned to Momo, who had just finished getting dressed, and shot them all an annoyed look. We should make the most of our time to rest and prepare for class tomorrow. Heaven only knows what will be in store for us. Getting a series of groans from her classmates, Momo failed to notice the floating UA uniform coming up behind her. Geez, don't be such a party pooper, Momo-chan. How about we talk about something a little more spicy than just who we think is cute in class? Midoriya is one lucky guy, isn't he? Getting to see you in all your glory. She teased as she grabbed Momo's ample chest. Momo went beet red and abruptly pushed herself off of the invisible girl. Toru-san, please, can we not bring that up? It was very embarrassing for me. She covered her burning face as the other girls giggled at her. Deku-kun definitely wouldn't try anything perverted, so you don't have to worry about that. He has a girl he likes already anyways. Ochako blinked and suddenly found herself cornered by Mina and Toru, who were staring expectantly at her. He does. Tell us everything. Spare no detail. Spill the tea. Ochako began sweating nervously as the two hyperactive girls began hounding her for information. She looked to the other three for a source of salvation, but the looks of intrigue on their faces told Ochako that she was on her own. All right, I'll tell. B-A-S-T-M-O-D-A-C-H-O-O. Well, you all right there, Midoriya? Ajiro handed the sniffling greenette a tissue so he could wipe his nose. After blowing his airways clear, he thanked his classmate and tossed the tissue in the trash. Yeah, I'm fine. Maybe someone's talking about you. Most of the boys merely shrugged at Zero and went back to getting changed. What, you guys have never heard that superstition before? Several of the less socially active boys had already gone back to the dorms after changing out of their hero costumes, which left Midoriya, Kaminari, Zero, Ajiro, and reluctantly, Bakugo behind in the change rooms. Deku, can you hurry the F up so we can go? I'm tired of waiting for your slow ass. Why do you have to wait for him? If you're in such a hurry, why don't you just go back by yourself? Who asked you, Sparky? Bakugo snapped at the blonde. He grumpily slung his bag over his shoulder and pulled Ajiro by the tail behind him as he made for the door. Whatever. Come on, monkey boy. Don't sit on your ass forever, Deku. It's already 5. Ajiro's sweat dropped as his roommate dragged him out of the change room, waving to the remaining boys. After the pair left, Kaminari turned to Midoriya with a skeptical glance. I don't know how you can be such good friends with that guy, Midoriya. Yeah, the fact that you haven't run for the hills like your life depended on it yet is pretty damn surprising. Zero added. Izuku let out a light chuckle, slightly confusing the other two boys. Everyone always says that, believe it or not. Kaken cares. He has his own way of showing it, but he's always been there for me since we were kids. So I've learned to put up with him just like he puts up with me. And you may think I'm lying, but Kaken was a lot worse when we were younger. He's calmed down quite a bit. Zero and Kaminari shared a disbelieved look, both somehow trying to manage a Katsuki that was more menacing and angry than the one they had just become acquainted with. They shuddered at the image in their minds. He takes some time to understand, trust me. It doesn't shock me at all that you guys aren't too warmed up to him yet. He was even thoughtful enough to remind me that it was 5 so I could call. Izuku clamped his lips shut as he had caught himself just in time before spilling out some very personal information in mere casual conversation. His suddenly odd behavior caused some raised eyebrows from his classmates, making him internally curse for his slip-up. Call? Oh, so you planned to call someone later today? Zero asked. Kaminari, being the person that he was, immediately jumped to the conclusion that Izuku was calling a very special person and slid up to him in his seat with a smirk on his face. Oh, don't tell me, Midoriya, you need to call your girlfriend. You and Uraraka may not be together, but are you holding out on us about another special lady in your life? He wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulder and cupped his own chin confidently. Kaminari Nason will teach you all about love, don't worry. Getting redder by the second, Izuku shook his head and made some distance between himself and the blonde. No, you're getting the wrong idea, Kaminari-kun. I meant to say that I'm calling. His mind kicked into overdrive trying to come up with a good alternative answer. Ooh, my mom. Yeah, that's it. I promised my mom I would call her and tell her how things were going. Izuku began sweating as he waited to see if he would be believed. And as soon as they nodded that his words made sense, he grabbed his things and dashed out of the room, a faint trace of sparks left in his wake. Okay big, I see you later. After seeing Izuku disappear, Kaminari turned to Zero. You're thinking what I'm thinking, right? Totally. He's not fooling anybody. He nodded in agreement. Midoriya is totally a mama's boy. BASTMOD. Panting as he successfully made his escape, Izuku leaned against the door of his bedroom in relief. That was close. Putting his bag down, he instinctively turned around and threw his arms out in time for Nozomi to leap onto him, licking his face gleefully. You thought you could sneak up on me, girl. Nice try. Just then, Izuku's phone rang, the familiar light ringtone notifying him who was on the other line trying to video call with him, shooing Nozomi away until she reluctantly made herself comfy on the edge of his bed. Izuku grabbed his earphones and went out onto the balcony. Hello. Izuku couldn't help but smile when he saw Tatami appear on the small screen of his cell phone, sitting comfortably in bed in a set of teal pajamas with her ash blonde hair let down and framing her delicate face perfectly. I'm doing okay. Classes have been pretty eventful already. After explaining all of the exciting things that had taken place in such a short time at UA, Izuku could feel himself grinning from ear to ear at how attentive and interested that Tatami was in hearing about how things were going. What about you? How have things been going at Ketsubutsu? Tatami's eyes lit up. I can't wait then. We should spar the next time we get to see each other. Tatami giggled cutely, but suddenly grew slightly flustered, and her head began slowly sinking into her body, a cue that Izuku came to know as when she was getting nervous. Yeah, I don't know when I'd get time off at all with how hectic UA gets right off the bat. Maybe during summer break. Hopefully. It hurt Izuku that he couldn't see Tatami, and the expression she wore told him that she felt the same. It was a bittersweet situation for the green-headed teen, who was still coming to terms with his own feelings, but he was at least glad that she enjoyed talking to and being around him. She gave him a reassuring smile that fully quelled his frown, and he smiled back at her widely. Yeah, it was as if something clicked in Izuku's heart at that moment, and he felt himself getting warm from top to bottom. Whether it was her heartfelt words, the fact that he missed her so much, or a combination of a myriad of factors, Izuku's mind was made up. I definitely have to confess the next time we meet. Who knows when we will get to see each other. BASTMOD. Before Izuku even realized, the pavilion and surrounding area that was visible from his balcony were being solely illuminated by the numerous streetlights that had come on after the sun had made its exit for the day. It's already so late. I didn't even notice that we were talking for like 3 hours. A deep rumble from Izuku's stomach caught his attention, pulling a groan out his throat. Man, I totally forgot about dinner. Sliding the glass door open, he went inside and swiftly laid out a bowl of food and water for Nozomi. I'm sorry, girl. You must have been starved. Leaving his dog to her dinner, Izuku left his room for the kitchen, intent on getting some food himself. BASTMOD. It was an odd sensation for Izuku to be down in the common area by himself, as the only other times he'd been in it, the rest of his classmates were all out and about doing various things. To be fair, he didn't know what else to expect at almost 10 p.m. on a school night, but the eerie quietness still made him slightly antsy. Mulling over his options, Izuku leaned his arms on the open French doors of the fridge, trying to grasp a taste that he was craving at the moment. Man, this is hard. He then noticed a bento box sitting in the back of the fridge with a large post-it note attached to the top of the lid. Let's see. He grabbed the box off of the shelf and perused over the note, which was written in bold red letters. DIPSHIT nerd. You took your damn sweet-ass time talking to your girlfriend and forgot to eat again like a effing idiot. Roundface wanted to make some food for you, but her cooking was shit, so I had to fix it so it was actually edible. Eat the effing food if you know what's good for you. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at Katsuki's antics, and gratefully grabbed a pair of chopsticks and a glass of milk to go with his dinner. Opening the lid, Izuku's eyes sparkled when he immediately recognized a version of Mitsuki-san's famous chicken fried rice, a meal that he and Katsuki had eaten countless times growing up. Licking his lips, Izuku swiftly threw the portion into the microwave and impatiently waited to dig into his food. About halfway through his plate of mouth-watering fried rice, the elevator chimed, shifting Izuku's attention over to that direction, curious as to who else would be down in the common area at this time. The door opened to reveal Ochako and Momo, both in pajama bottoms and tank tops as their slippered feet shuffled towards him. Noticing the messy-haired teen, Ochako perked up and gave him a wave. Oh, hey Deku-kun. I see you found the rice that Bakugo-kun made for you. I wanted to make some dinner for you, but he kept saying I would mess it up and just made food by himself. Hee. Swallowing his umpteenth mouthful, Izuku waved her off. Don't worry about Kaken. I appreciate that you thought about me, regardless. What are you doing eating dinner so late, Midoriya-san? Eating at this hour is not the healthiest way to live, you know. You need more time to digest a meal before you sleep. A routine like this will surely interfere with your overall functionality during the day. Momo chided. Oh, I had some things to take care of and I just sorta lost track of time. This isn't a habit I want to keep up, believe me. Nodding in approval, Momo walked by him towards the fridge. That's good to hear. What about you guys? What are you doing? Izuku pointed his chopsticks back and forth between his two female classmates. Ochako-san and I are both still too unaccustomed to our new rooms to be able to sleep properly, so we agreed that a cup of chamomile tea might aid in combating our insomnia. I guess I'm just still kind of freaked out by how huge our room is, even splitting the room with Momo-chan. It's still bigger than any other place I've ever lived in, the brunette bashfully admitted as she sat down next to her best friend. Interestingly enough, I have the opposite problem. The room is a tad bit stuffy for me to be used to so quickly. It's about the size of my third closet at home, Momo added, causing the other two teens to sweat drop at her genuinely innocent and unintentional flaunting of her massive wealth. Yeah, that's fair. I think if I didn't have Nozomi with me, it would be way harder for me to sleep. Todoroki-kun definitely doesn't help with making me feel comfortable. He grumbled the last bit, shoveling some food in his mouth in the process. Momo finished pouring the tea for herself and Ochako and took a seat at the kitchen island as well, stirring warm milk into her glass. Oh, are you and Todoroki-san not getting along very well? Izuku scoffed. That's an understatement. The first thing he said to me was that he isn't interested in being friends and is just here to be the best and beat all of us. Not exactly the friendliest guy in the world. That's too bad. It must be quite the challenge to share a living space with a person who has no intentions of forming any sort of amicable relationship with you. I myself am quite fortunate to have a person like Ochako-san as a roommate. We have already gotten along quite well. The two girls smiled at each other as they clinked their cups of tea together. Yeah, Momo-chan is great. She totally needs to join our squad. The rich girl set her cup back into her saucer and leaned her chin on her hand, pleasant things aside. Do you have some sort of plan in order to at least find some common ground between yourself and Todoroki-san so that you aren't living in such a hostile environment? Izuku sighed and took a long sip from his drink. I wish it were that easy. I can only do so much, you know. Friendship, respect, amiability. They're all two-way streets. He has to be willing to make an effort just as much as I am for there to be anything like that. It's not the worst thing in the world, because he mostly does his own thing and doesn't interact with me unless he absolutely has to. All I can really do at the moment is wait. Izuku looked out of the corner of his eye to see Ochako staring intently at him and his plate of food. Yes, the brunette said nothing but lowered her head to just above the level of the island surface, inches away from Izuku's rice. After a few moments of silence, Izuku realized what Ochako was thinking. You want some? Ochako lifted her head to meet Izuku's eye level. Bakugo-kun yelled at me when I tried to taste some before. Can I? She excitedly asked. Izuku laughed out loud and scooped some up into his chopsticks. Don't let Kaken get to you. Here. He held out his hand and Ochako gratefully ate the helping, hands immediately trembling in satisfaction. That's so good, she exclaimed. Who knew that Spiky Rage Ball could make such good food? Izuku nodded in agreement and they too had several more mouthfuls before Momo clearing her throat caught their attention. Huh, what's up, Yaoyorozu-san? And why are you so red? She blushed harder and looked away. How can you two act in such a manner with such reckless abandon? Sharing eating utensils is far too intimate for students to be without crossing the line into inappropriate behavior. Izuku and Ochako looked at each other in confusion before turning back to the onyx-haired girl with tilted heads. What's the big deal? I don't get it. You never shared food with your friends as a kid, Momo-chan. No, something like that would have caused my parents to be quite upset. Such things were deemed unbecoming of a young lady. That's no fun. Izuku pursed his lips and thought, well, do you want some? We aren't gonna get mad at you for it. He grabbed some rice and held it out in front of Momo, who gasped and recoiled backwards in embarrassment. What? How can you suggest such a thing, Midoriya-san? Izuku's unaffected expression made Momo panic even more. How can he be so calm about this? Does he not understand the severity of what he is suggesting? Eating off of his chopsticks. That is nothing short of an indirect kiss. I absolutely cannot accept such an offer without the proper steps taken. I am not the type of woman to do such a thing. Suddenly, Ochako grabbed the chopsticks from Izuku and inched closer to her roommate. Come on, it won't hurt, Momo-chan. It's really tasty. Open up. No. As Ochako chased a frantic Momo around the island with his food, Izuku watched with a mix of amusement and sadness. I still wanted to finish eating, though. Bastmod. Aizawa Shoto was many things. He was a distinguished pro-hero with many years of vigilant work under his belt. He was a reliable educator responsible for siring the next generation of heroes. Aizawa Shoto was also not many things. He was not a person that enjoyed wasting time, as it was a precious resource that one could never get back, save some sort of time-altering quirk. He did not enjoy very windy days, as it contributed to his dry eye. But above all else, Aizawa Shota was not a morning person. It was bad enough that the scruffy pro hero's internal clock was severely out of whack due to years of night patrols. But if that were not enough, Shota also worked in a field that required attentive involvement from early in the morning. Many people criticized him for his seemingly eternal drowsiness and lackadaisical enthusiasm in everyday life. But his rebuttal to that was, try being in charge of dozens of angsty hormone-filled teens with superpowers and see how cheery and jubilant you would be. Some mornings were manageable, ones that contained few to no inconveniences or instances of annoyance. Eraser, good morning. Can I get YEHHH? But alas, with certain individuals, those manageable mornings were very few and far between. Must you be so obnoxiously troublesome as soon as the day begins? Aizawa grumbled, putting the finishing touches on his lesson plan for the day. He sighed and slid back in his chair, slowly rising to his feet. Did you send that memo to the principal like you were supposed to? Of course. Give me some more credit than that. Eraser. I may be a hippity-cool teacher and not a grouchy old man like you, but I'm not incompetent. Glaring skeptically at his longtime colleague, Aizawa internally debated for a moment whether that point was really worth contesting, but quickly gave up in favor of saving himself a headache, shrugging and beginning to walk away. Sure, I'll take your word for it. Here's hoping the students don't give us too much trouble since it's their first time going to the USJ. Just as he was leaving the teacher's lounge, Aizawa caught something out of his peripherals that made him groan in irritation. Looking outside the large glass window, Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the gaggle of reporters clamoring outside of the front gate, bothering students as they tried to enter the grounds. Sigh. Damn press never knows when to quit. Come on, Mike, let's go deal with the pests. BASTMODE. Izuku, Ochako, Bakugo, and Momo were making their way from the dorms towards UA campus for class, the pair of girls walking ahead of the boys. Bakugo stared at the back of Momo's head, arms crossed behind his head, before he turned to Izuku. Why the hell is Ponytail here again? Come on, Kaken. Be nice. Yae Arazu-san is Uraraka-san's roommate, and she is her nice friend. We're all gonna be classmates for a long time anyway, so isn't it a good idea to try and be friends with each other? Katsuki rolled his eyes at his green-haired friend. I ain't gonna be buddy-buddy with people just cause we are in the same room. I don't give a F about your city camaraderie, Deku. If Ponytail and Machai Face are gonna hang around you, I don't effing care, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna do sit. As far as I'm concerned, you're the only person I can even tolerate around here, and that's not saying much. Tilting his head in confusion, Izuku stared at Katsuki. What about Kendo-san? Hearing the Orangette's name, Katsuki sputtered and snapped his head away from Izuku so that the look of annoyed embarrassment could not be seen. He hated himself for immediately thinking back to the image of Kendo in her motorcycle suit, skin-tight spandex and all, cursing under his breath and trying to calm his blush. Fat Hands is annoying. All she does is nag me and complain about effing everything. Every time she opens her goddamn mouth it's to say something that pisses me off. I effing finally got out of my house and away from that old hag to effing have to deal with another beaky beach that doesn't leave me the F alone. As Katsuki went on and on about Itsuka and how much she annoyed him, Izuku broke into a smile and looked forward. I've never heard Kaken talk about someone so much in one sitting. I'm glad he has other people he thinks of as friends besides me. The protege of All Might was shaken out of his thoughts when he bumped into Ochako's back, as she and Momo had stopped dead in their tracks a few feet from the front of the school. All four of the students looked on at the mob of reporters and camera crews standing just outside of the threshold into the grounds, and before they knew it, they themselves were being swarmed by members of the press. You're UA students, right? Please answer some questions about the school. We are getting the scoop from these kids for sure. Somehow, the teens got cornered by the media persons, having nowhere to hide from the plethora of questions. But thankfully, Aizawa and Mike suddenly showed up to save them from the horde. All right, listeners, that's quite enough. We are gonna need you folks to vacate the premises ASAP. Aruni. Present Mike gave the stunned reporters a thumbs up with one hand and gave them a shoo-shoo motion with the other. Some of the reporters grew discouraged at the dismissal at the hands of the pro heroes, but a few greenhorns decided to press their luck and probe further. This was a grave mistake, as Mike tagged in Aizawa to deal with the riff-raff, and the scraggly hobo cosplayer wasted no time in turning his intimidation factor on to full effect, causing the media members to step back in fear of his glaring gaze. You people should find some better things to do than to pester high school students who are trying to get to class. You four, he called out to the group of teens. Hurry along and get to class. The bell is going to ring in a few moments. They all nodded at their sensei and promptly made their way inside. Still standing firmly rooted in the gateway, Aizawa crossed his arms and gave the press one last look of vexation before turning on his heel and making his way into the building himself. The reporters that had yet to flee all sighed in exasperation at being denied their scoops, grumbling to themselves and each other. God, those UA teachers are so stingy. Why can't they just answer a few of our questions? We're doing our jobs just like them. One female reporter said to her cameraman. I need some content. She looked around to see if the coast was clear. Hey, let's get in there and see what we can get. A few others noticed her intentions and tried to warn her, but she was already about to cross the boundary into the campus. Just as her first step was about to plant down, a blaring alarm went off and a thick metal door suddenly shot out of the ground, effectively shutting any trespassers out from being able to gain entry. One of the older reporters shook his head and pulled the young woman back. I was gonna warn you about that, kid. These hero people are real big on security, for obvious reasons. There's no getting in there now. Let's get out of here. The last few bits of media people began trickling away from the gate one by one, all passing but paying no mind to a hooded individual lurking several feet away with gaze fixated on the now locked-out entrance. A pair of glowing red eyes shone through the dark abyss on their shoulders, an unseen malicious grin forming on their face. All walls must fall in order for foundations to be built anew. Isn't that what you've always told me, sensei? BGMI. Take your seats and quiet down. We have some things to take care of, so don't waste time. Aizawa called out as he slowly strode into the room, his class immediately obeying his instructions to avoid the no-nonsense teacher's wrath. Now then, first things first. There is one thing that requires immediate attention, and it is extremely important for each and every single one of you moving forward. At these words, the class grew an air of simultaneous excitement and anxiety. No one had any idea as to what Aizawa was referring to, but from their experiences from him already, they all had a feeling that it would be something crazy. Right here, right now. All of you. Desks creaked at how hard the students leaned forward in anticipation. You are going to select a class representative. He was answered immediately with numerous face plants on desk surfaces. After the initial shock of such anticlimactic announcement, shouting matches began throughout the room, almost every single student making their case as to why they should be selected as 1A's class rep. A vein formed on Aizawa's forehead at the ruckus breaking out in his class, but before he could explode, Ada had luckily gained the attention of everyone else. Everyone. This is no way for upstanding students of an acclaimed institution as UA should behave. We will get nowhere with this incessant hollering among each other with no regard for anyone else's argument. Ada's robotic gesticulating came dangerously close to the back of Asui's head, but the girl seemed unfazed. I declare that the only just way to go about this is to have an anonymous vote to determine who is most worthy of the position. Ida failed to notice the irony of the fact that his other arm was still raised straight in the air from when Aizawa first declared that the class needed a rep. But not everyone knows each other that well yet. Wouldn't most people just vote for themselves, Kiro? That is precisely why we should have a vote. Anyone who gets multiple votes will irrefutably be the most deserving as determined by the rest of our class. No one seemed to object this proposition, and then turned to their sensei for a final confirmation. Aizawa merely shrugged and began crawling into his sleeping bag. I don't care. As long as you're done before homeroom is over. With that, Class 1A's representational election officially began. BGMI. Ada collected the last of the votes in the official won a ballot box and made his way to the podium at the front of the room. All right, now that everyone has casted their votes, I will count the votes and declare a winner. The bespectacled teen emptied the slips of paper onto the podium and the class waited with bated breath to know who would get the most votes. The votes have been tallied. As of this moment, with 4 votes, our class representative is Midoriya Izuku. A small applause broke out for the boy, with him giving out a warm smile and walking up to the front, a firm handshake from Ida waiting for him. Congratulations, Midoriya-kun. I hope that you accept the role with pride and represent us well. Thank you, Ida-kun. I'll do my best. Ida turned back to the class and cleared his throat. Now, I believe it to stand to reason that for the position of vice representative, Midoriya-kun should appoint who he wants to work with him. I disagree, actually. Izuku spoke up. I don't want it to seem that I picked any one person out of bias. That's unfair to everyone else. Ignoring the yell of anger from Bakugo that Izuku was a pussy that was scared to be a man and pick him, he turned to Ida. Whoever got the second most votes deserves to be the vice rep, at least in my opinion. Pausing to think for a moment, Ida nodded. That does seem like a fair way to go about it. Majority rules, after all. Well, with that being said, the person who came in second place had 3 votes. Congratulations, Yaoyorozu-kun. The girl at the back of the class gasped in surprise, a small blush on her face. As the rest of the class congratulated her, a smile formed on her face as she made her way to the front to join Izuku before their peers. The greenette smiled at his new vice rep. Congrats, Yaoyorozu-san. I'm glad to be working with you. Please take care of me. Momo bowed in return. I'm looking forward to it as well. Let us work hard in representing the class. As if on cue, Aizawa woke up from his nap, still in his sleeping bag chrysalis. Now that is over with, you two will meet with the rep and vice rep of Class 1B after lunch. Homeroom is about to end, so you have free time until then. Just before he went back to his spot in the corner of the room, Aizawa whipped back around to face his class with a stoic frown. But if I'm woken up, there will be consequences. The class had never been so silent. BSTMOD. The group of Izuku, Katsuki, Ochako, Momo, and Itsuka sat eating lunch together, all enjoying their own personal meals made by Lunch Rush, UAS incredible gourmet chef. Why the F didn't you pick me for vice rep, you effing nerd? Katsuki took the time between shoveling generous spoonfuls of mapo tofu into his mouth to chastise Izuku for his decision in homeroom earlier. Come on, Kakin. You know that wouldn't be fair. Just because I'm the class rep, it doesn't mean I can just do whatever I want. That's cause you're a effing beach. Though, Katsuki rubbed his head where Kendo had just smacked him. You wanna die? Not even slightly fazed by Katsuki yelling right in her face, Kendo crossed her arms. You had it coming. Stop being such a jerk. Katsuki growled, but said nothing more and went back to his lunch. As the only one not used to it, Momo looked at the orange-haired girl in awe, before leaning over to whisper in Ochako's ear. How did she do that? Huh? Oh, Itsuka-chan is the only one besides Deku-kun that can get Bakugo-kun to listen to them. They've been like this since we met at the entrance exams. Making an O expression, Momo scratched her chin. It seems as though making friends at the entrance exam is quite the common occurrence. Anyway, it's pretty cool that you got voted as rep for your class, Midoriya. We're gonna be working together a lot from now on, then. Kendo noted with a smile. Oh, so you're 1B's class rep? Huh, it's nice to see that you're getting along so well with your classmates already, Kendo-san. I look forward to working with you. The pair of reps shared a smile, then returned to their meals, engaging in whatever small talk the other three members of their table were currently having. A sudden shout of Izuku's name drew everyone's attention towards Ida, who was marching up to them with lunch tray in hand. Greetings, my peers. Would it be alright if I shared eating space with you today? No one seemed to have a problem with the idea, so Ida sat down in the empty seat next to Kendo with a nod. You know, I'm pretty surprised you suggested we vote for class rep, Ida-kun. Didn't you want the job just as badly as everyone else? Ochako wondered aloud. While you are correct in saying that I did desire the position, that is irrelevant. The best candidate for the position supersedes selfish wants. That's why I voted for Midoriya-kun. It was clear to me that he was most deserving. This piece of information surprised everyone, but none more than the moss-headed class rep himself. Really? Wow, I don't know what to say, Ida-kun. Thank you very much for your confidence in me. Wait, I wonder who else voted for me then? Izuku turned to the other members of his table to observe a nonchalantly whistling Ochako, an angrily pouting Katsuki, and a bashful-looking Momo. All of you guys. Before any of them could reply, a blaring alarm suddenly began pouring out of the POS system. Almost immediately, students began panicking about what in the world was going on. What the hell is going on here? Kendo's voice was barely audible over the deafening screech of the alarm mixed with the mass hysteria that overtook the cafeteria. Next to their table, another group of students had just recovered from the shock of the alarm first sounding off and were preparing to leave. You guys are first years, right? That alarm means there's an intruder, he screamed before following his companions before the exit. That was enough of an explanation for Izuku and co. At the moment for them to pull themselves out of shock and make for the nearest exit themselves. They managed to get out into the hallway, but their success ended there, as they all swiftly got swept up into the sea of bodies that could have well been threatening to burst out of the building's walls. He had no idea when or how it had happened, but Izuku had found himself bumped and jostled around enough where he had gotten close enough to the window to see out of it to the grounds below. Aren't those the reporters from this morning? Squeezing through bodies, Izuku winced at the elbows and knees being thrown at him from all directions, stumbling around until he bumped into a familiar jet black ponytail a few inches above his eyeline next to a much shorter brunette bob, the pair trying their best to not get hit by the countless limbs and torsos being thrown around. Yaoyorozu-san, Uraraka-san, Midoriya-san, it's impossible for anyone to get anywhere. What should we do? Grunting in effort, Izuku finally managed to pull himself completely free of the crowd and got him and Momo just enough personal space so that they could stand straight. I saw what was going on. The press from this morning somehow managed to get onto the school grounds. I need to get everyone's attention somehow. He racked his brain for an idea as fast as he could before the panicked mosh pit started back up. Come on, think. Just as the pushing and shoving began once more, the ninth wielder of One for All activated his pass-down quirk just enough so that he was able to jump above the sea of students, allowing him a few seconds of looking around to gauge the situation. Guess I have no choice. Good thing I remembered to wear my suit under my uniform today. Utilizing his natural-born quirk this time, Izuku morphed into the form of a howler monkey, perching himself on the top of the frame of the doorway, his UA uniform left billowing in the air thanks to his swift movements. Hoo. The guttural screeching that emanated from Izuku's monkey throat stopped every single student dead in their tracks. Anyone who thought their ears were safe when the school's intruder alarm finally subsided were rudely awakened. But the oral assault had its intended results in gaining undivided attention. Not squandering this opportunity, Izuku reverted and stood up on the frame, hands cupped around his mouth as a makeshift megaphone. "Guys, it's just the press. Take it easy, there's no intruders." The crowd took in his words and the chaos died down considerably. Izuku sighed in relief when the mob began to disperse and go back to their business. Leaping back onto the floor, he was shocked when several of his classmates ran up to him, praising him for his handling of the situation. "Dude, that was so manly, Midoriya. You totally handled that like a champ." Kirishima threw his arm around Izuku and gave him a toothy grin. "That's our class rep for ya." Coming up on his other side, Mina gushed at the greenette about his animal transformation. "Midoriya, that monkey form is totally cute. How could you hide such a sick part of your quirk from us? That actually reminds me, Kiro." Everyone turned to Asui, who had her tongue slightly hanging out of her mouth and an inquisitive index finger resting on her chin. "When you use your quirk, what happens to your suit, Midoriya-chan?" The question that the amphibious girl posed had everyone's eyes widen in surprise, and they all turned to Izuku with equal wonderment and curiosity. "Hey, what does happen to your suit? I figured that you wore that suit of yours cause it was made of some kind of special thread or something that wouldn't rip when you transform. But when you become an animal, you're not wearing anything." This insight from Uraraka only aided in fueling the flames under the hot seat that the green-headed dual quirk user had suddenly found himself on. To be fair, it was an entirely reasonable line of questioning to have. Izuku wore his suit when he was in his human form, and whenever he used his animorph quirk and transformed into any animal, he was somehow not wearing his suit until he became human again. Did his transformation cause some sort of rift in space that somehow managed to suck off his costume any time that he turned into an animal? Was there some sort of spiritual link between Izuku and his suit that allowed him to call on it any time that he wanted, like it was some sort of sentient being? The possibilities were endless, these questions and countless more running rampant throughout Izuku's classmates as they stood on edge for any semblance of an explanation for this enigmatic phenomenon from the man himself. Izuku sighed deeply to himself. "All right, I guess there's no avoiding it. I know, it's a really weird phenomenon. 1 second my suit is there, I use animorph, poof, it's gone. I turn back, poof, it's there again." Well, the truth is, the anticipation among the group was almost palpable. "I don't actually know what happens to my suit." The disappointed face faulting that followed was definitely palpable. "But I am glad for whatever the hell keeps my suit. I used to always be naked after using my quirk." Somewhere on the other side of UAS campus, a certain large and muscular blonde let out a sneeze. "EASTMOD." Outside of UAS main building, Nezu, Aizawa, Hound Dog and Ectoplasm stood at the front gate, or what remained of it rather, all with varying expressions of suspicion and disconcertment on their faces. I'm sure we all know that no mere news reporters would be capable of something like this. A particularly volatile quirk would have to be possessed to completely destroy the 6 inches thick steel door that once stood here. The principal explained. He paced back and forth with his arms behind his back. This was either some kind of random act of quirk abuse in public, or some kind of targeted attack. The latter is much more plausible, I'm sure that is clear. Aizawa idly commented. Hands dug into his saggy pockets as he kicked at a small pile of dust that once formed part of the school's gate. Whoever did this certainly succeeded in sending a message. But the question is, what exactly were they trying to tell us? Well said, Eraser. Principal, how shall we proceed from here? Ectoplasm asked, turning to the math teacher with his usual smile. Nezu shook his head. The only thing we can do. Continue as usual, at least on the surface. This issue is surely something that needs to be investigated. But there is no reason to alarm out students or bring any unwanted attention to it. We proceed with things as planned, and move in stride if any other issues arise. The last thing we want to do is show some sort of weakness that may invite any individuals to our doorstep bringing trouble. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.